Chapter 1352. This young man who comprehended the unyielding path is actually so loyal? Or is he so stupid? Because of one person he gambled with so many lives? Rationally, he should have attacked earlier to keep all the half-beastmen here. But emotionally, what he did was right. Why am I feeling conflicted because of him? She stood on the peak of Mount Pan and frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Finally, her expression turned cold as she turned and walked into her small wooden hut. Pan Xing looked at Pan Shi in shock and frowned strangely. He didn't care and continued to observe the situation below. Could it be that half-beastman with snakehead? His strength is among the top few in this plain battlefield. When he comes and starts a war with the divine realm, we will know once we see him. Pan Xing said calmly. He turned his gaze and started to observe the attacks and divine abilities of the experts in the other planes. But why am I so concerned about an ordinary person recently? I control the reincarnation of life in Pangaea. Life and death are determined by fate. So what if he lives? So what if he dies? What does it have to do with me? I actually secretly reminded him? What's wrong with me? In Pan Shi's palace, Pan Shi's eyes were filled with confusion. She sat alone in the dreamlike purple palace and murmured to herself. Her beautiful eyes were filled with conflict and struggle. No, he isn't an ordinary person. He died a long time ago, but his soul descended to the divine realm. He even comprehended the path of supremacy. He is someone who has surpassed the reincarnation of life. Should I help him? Am I doing the right thing? Rationally, I shouldn't help anyone. But emotionally, I really want to help him? How can I be emotional? In everyone's heart, there was an angel and a devil lurking. Clearly, the high and mighty Pan Shi who controlled the reincarnation of billions of lives in Pangaea was quietly fighting with the angel and devil in her heart. She didn't know that as she fought and struggled in her heart, she looked more and more like a person, a woman. Yi Qinghan was also struggling. Great Emperor, Foxy must be plotting something. She's stalling for time. There are definitely more than these few 9th-grade Supremes in the Beastmen plane. When I was fleeing back then, I sensed at least 5 or 6 powerful auras. She's waiting for reinforcements. Zhu Yi's words echoed in his ears. Yi Qinghan knew very well that Zhu Yi's guess was very likely correct. But what do you expect him to do? Kill this fox princess? Watch the beast god die. Would it work? Perhaps exchanging the beast god's life for a 9th-grade supreme martial artist could reduce the number of peak experts in the Beastmen dimension and reduce the strength of the Beastmen dimension's next attack. But how could he do such a thing? If he did that, would he still be Yi Qinghan? What was the point of living if he lost his heart and his true nature? He cultivated, struggled, worked hard, was so crazy, and was so persistent. What was it for? It was all because of some insistence in his heart. Although this insistence might be wrong, he still persisted. He looked around at the worried eyes of Zhu Yi, the Ice Queen, and the Wind Moon monarchs, at the complicated expressions of the 5 from Gong Tian, and at the fanatical gazes of the 1 million Yi family soldiers. Finally, he made a decision. Zhu Yi, take the points and evacuate with everyone. There are 7 days left, which is enough for a month. Right now, almost all the powerful armies have gone to the bloody Gobi Desert. You only need to delay for 7 days and you can return safely. Zhu Yi looked at the spatial ring that Yi Qinghan handed over and listened to his telepathic transmission. Her body trembled and her face turned extremely pale. She transmitted anxiously, "Great Emperor, what are you doing? What's the point of doing this? You can't save the beast god. Instead, you'll cause the death of everyone in the divine realm." Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled. "No. I've thought about it for a long time. Even if I'm discovered, Pan Xing will only kill me. Back then, he could have destroyed the divine realm, but he didn't. This shows that he has his reservations. He's not the only god emperor. He doesn't dare to act recklessly. Maybe I won't die. So you should leave first. Once you leave, I can fight with all my might." Yi Qinghan thought for a long time. Although the old man in sackcloth said some strange things, he didn't seem to be hostile towards him. Moreover, the old man in sackcloth was the first person to see through his strange soul. In addition, the purple-robed young lady seemed to want to protect him. So, Yi Qinghan decided to take a gamble. This gamble was not entirely for the beast god. It was for Zhu Yi and everyone in the Divine Realm army, including the billions of people in the Divine Realm. There was no doubt that the Beastmen plane was powerful. If he left with them, Foxy would definitely follow. He didn't dare to watch the beast god die and kill Foxy. So, if he left, the Divine Realm would be caught up by the Beastmen plane sooner or later. Since he had decided to take action, Zhu Yi and the others wouldn't be able to do much. It was better to let them leave with the points. At least if he died, the Divine Realm could still win and wouldn't be attacked by the other planes, right? No. Great Emperor, Yi won't let you do stupid things. Yi won't leave you. Not even if I die. Zhu Yi shook her head continuously. Her expression was unusually firm and decisive. Stupid things? Ha, in life, if you can't be crazy for once, what's there to be happy about? Yi Qinghan grinned, but his eyes turned cold. His expression was even more determined than Zhu Yi's. He said in a low voice, I have decided. If you don't leave, I swear that I will never love you again, never look at you again. Go, I, Yi Qinghan, have wandered my entire life. How many people have wanted my life? Aren't I still alive and well? Believe me, I am a man who can create miracles. Great Emperor, Great Emperor. Zhu Yi howled in pain, and 2 streaks of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Yi Qinghan said that he wouldn't love her and never look at her again. This was worse than letting her die. She looked at Yi Qinghan's determined gaze in a daze and chose to respect his decision. The order was passed down. Gong Tian and the rest were overjoyed, but the million Yi family soldiers were as silent as a mountain. They did not say a single word. They would never question Yi Qinghan's orders. They would only obey unconditionally. Great Emperor Xu. On the contrary, Ice Queen's face flushed red. Her ice-cold eyes became watery. She sent a voice transmission but didn't know what to say. Gongnan, there is no need to say any more. If I die, I will remove your soul contract and protect them. Yi Qinghan nodded towards Ice Queen and smiled. He saw Gongtian's eyes shine like he wanted to say something. He sent a voice transmission over. Gong Tian was delighted once more. He cupped his fists towards Yi Qinghan and brought his men back to the encampment. Under Foxy's weird expression, the people from the god world started to gather back. Only Yi Qinghan was left standing in front of her. Then, the people from the god world actually started to retreat. Not long later, they were all gone. Emperor Hanya, what are you doing? I am warning you, don't play any tricks. Foxy said solemnly. The hand that was grabbing the beast god's head tightened. A black destructive power wrapped around her hand. As long as she moved slightly, the beast god's head would instantly shatter and he would die. Yi Qinghan didn't bother about Foxy. He used his divine sense to scan the people from the god world. They were all moving quickly and orderly. Not long later, they disappeared from his divine sense. His entire body relaxed. He lazily placed the slaughter god blade on his shoulder and waited for an hour. When the people from the god world were far away, he looked at Foxy and smiled. I didn't do anything. Don't worry, I am not interested in a half-human, half-beast transvestite like you. However, if you don't release him after I count to 3, I don't mind using my slaughter god blade to stab you and let you have a good time. Chapter 1353. Pan Shi, why do you keep going in and out? You've been acting strangely lately. Pan Xing was like a sword, releasing a murderous aura all the time. Every move he made was filled with murderous intent. Looking at Pan Shi, who kept going in and out, he couldn't help but squint his eyes and ask. Pan Shi didn't pay attention to Pan Xing. She tapped her feet lightly and took a step forward. Her body pierced through the void and flashed 10,000 meters away. In the blink of an eye, she stood at the edge of the cliff. Then she tilted her head slightly and said coldly, I don't want to meddle in your business. Don't meddle in mine either. Pumph. Pan Xing snorted coldly. He couldn't turn his head away, but his murderous intent became even stronger. Pan Shi turned around with a strange expression. Looking at the vast expanse of whiteness in the distance, her watery eyes suddenly became more resolute. You dare to attack me? You don't believe that I will kill your grand elder? Foxy looked at the murderous face in front of her and felt a little panicked. The Heavenly Realm's army left, leaving only the man in front of her. However, Foxy felt even more terrified. She had an inexplicable feeling that if Emperor Han Yi wanted to kill her, she would definitely die without a complete corpse in one move. Yi Qinghan's smile became even stronger. He said faintly, "Of course I believe you. I also believe that my grand elder won't be able to live. When your army arrives, he will also die. So I'm prepared to use his life in exchange for yours. I think it's a good deal to trade a 9th grade superior for a 9th grade supreme martial artist." Foxy trembled when she saw Yi Qinghan's eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. She became even more panicked. He knew that she was stalling for time to wait for reinforcements. This meant that he was even more confident in arranging for the Heavenly Realm's army to retreat. For a moment, Foxy's mind was in a mess. She couldn't think of any way to stall Yi Qinghan for a few days. "I'll think about it." Foxy decided to stall for time. She forced herself to calm down and started to analyze. She couldn't hand him over. If she did, she would definitely die. If she didn't hand it over, and Yi Qinghan believed that his ancestor wouldn't be able to live, she would still die. If he delayed, the other party would know that a large army was coming from behind, and would not foolishly wait for a few days. Foxy felt as if she had fallen into a dead end. No matter how she looked at it, she would have died. She started to regret retreating with the Qilin orc. He thought he was smart and wanted to delay the Celestial Realm army for a few days, but he ended up getting himself into a dead end. Just then, the beast god in her hand suddenly let out a cry of pain. Although Foxy was thinking, she had split a bit of her divine sense to lock onto the beast god and Yi Qinghan. Of course, he knew immediately. He also knew that this was the time limit of his bewitchment spell. The beast deity had woken up and he had to use the bewitchment again. Ancestor! When Yi Qinghan saw the beast deity crying out in pain, his eyes also revealed a look of pain. The faint smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a look of urgency. Murderous intent surged from his body, and he revealed a ferocious expression. He roared at Foxy, "If anything happens to my ancestor, I will tear you into pieces." Ha! When Foxy saw Yi Qinghan's expression, heard his words, and heard his sharp murderous intent, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she laughed out loud. The worry, fear, and conflict from before had all disappeared. The angrier Yi Qinghan was, the more anxious he was, and the more murderous he was, the more it meant that he cared about the beast deity. In other words, as long as the beast deity didn't die, she would definitely be safe. Yi Qinghan's various plans, his calm expression, his threatening tone, and the fact that he had pointed out Foxy's delaying tactic had made Foxy feel as if she was in a desperate situation. However, all these plans, and hard work had all gone to waste with a single cry of pain from the beast deity. Foxy's smile was like a flower. She had a foxy face, but she smiled with the charm of a peerless beauty. She said softly, "Don't worry, your ancestor is fine. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I will have to die with your ancestor." When she finished speaking, Foxy's eyes flashed a few times, and a green light shot toward the beast deity. The beast deity's body trembled violently, and he regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Foxy quietly turned the beast deity's head around to look at Yi Qinghan. The beast deity saw Yi Qinghan at first glance, and was instantly ecstatic. "Little Han? Xiao!" Foxy moved her hand, and turned the beast deity's body around again. Then, a green light flashed in her eyes, and a look of fear flashed across the beast deity's eyes. Then he became confused. "I'll ask you one last time, are you going to let her go?" Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with anxiety, and he howled in pain. However, he had to pretend that he was about to attack. His eyes flashed, and it seemed like he was about to use a soul skill. Do it. Let's see if your soul skill is faster, or if the soul thread I left in your ancestor's mind is faster. I can guarantee that the moment I'm hit by your soul skill, I'll immediately use the soul thread to destroy your ancestor's soul. Foxy was not afraid at all. She had already calculated that with Yi Qinghan's personality, he would definitely not dare to attack. She looked at Yi Qinghan calmly, and her eyes were full of mockery. As expected, the killing intent on Yi Qinghan's body gradually faded, and he sighed in his heart. He had originally had the upper hand, but now, because of the beast deity's unexpected cry of pain, he was at an absolute disadvantage again. Man proposes, God disposes. Foxy smiled, and she smiled like an old fox. No, she was an old fox to begin with. She said leisurely, I can let your ancestor go, and I can even swear an oath to the divine emperor. How about we make a bet? Let's bet whether my people will arrive in 3 days. If they can't, I will let him go after 3 days. If they arrive in time, I will also let him go. In other words, no matter what, I will protect your ancestor's safety. Of course, your safety will depend on your luck and strength. If you have the ability to escape or kill us, I will accept my fate. How about it? Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up, and it was so hot that Yao Ji did not dare to look at him directly. Foxy was very smart, and she did not make any stupid conditions. This condition was very tempting, and it looked very fair on the surface. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before keeping the slaughter god blade. He laughed angrily and said, All right, I want to see if the strongest martial artist in the Beastman dimension can take my life. Swear it. I swear to the divine emperor that no matter what, I will protect this person's safety. If he is killed by the martial artists in the Beastman dimension, I am willing to be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Foxy did not hesitate at all as she swore in front of Mount Pan. It was not important whether a 9th-grade beast god died or not. What was important was that Yi Qinghan was willing to stay. Yi Qinghan had 2 supreme spiritual treasures on him. She would be able to answer to the snake-headed beastman. Yi Qinghan nodded, sheathed his blade, and stood upright. After making such a vicious oath in front of Mount Pan, the beast god was definitely safe. The 2 wishes he had left behind were to delay Foxy, let the Divine World Army leave safely, and save the beast god. At this moment, he had basically completed them. Yi Qinghan felt his whole body relax. He no longer had to worry about anything. The divine emperor that was suppressing him so much that he could not breathe had also been tossed aside. Now, he only wanted to fight with all his might. He wanted to see how powerful the power of cold was after it evolved. As for whether he would live or die, he would leave it to the heavens. Foxy's oath attracted the attention of the black-robed youth on Mount Pan. Pan Xing turned around with interest. After a while, he laughed loudly and said, Interesting, interesting. Someone actually made a divine emperor blood oath in front of me? And this great perfection soul realm martial artist is actually so arrogant? He wants to fight against so many martial artists in the Beastman dimension alone? 3 days? 3 days later, this snake-headed beastman will definitely arrive. A great perfection soul realm martial artist fighting against 5 9th-grade supreme martial artists? And a group of 9th-grade supreme martial artists? Interesting, interesting. Ha. Chapter 1354. Oh no. Why is he so stubborn? Didn't he receive my message? That's impossible. How could he be so stupid? Is he ready to die? Pan Xing laughed loudly. In fact, Pan Shi had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan's situation ever since she came out. As a divine emperor supremacy, she was in charge of the reincarnation of Pan Jia. Although her strength wasn't as domineering as Pan Xing's, her supernatural power was superior. As long as she wanted to know something about the planar battlefield, she could easily know it. It seemed that Yi Qinghan wasn't going to listen to her and was ready to fight. Although she didn't think that Yi Qinghan's life or death had anything to do with her, seeing Yi Qinghan being so impulsive still made her angry. If she hadn't warned Yi Qinghan before, she wouldn't have been so angry. But now, she felt that everything she had done and worried for so long had been in vain. She was worried about Yi Qinghan's life and death, but Yi Qinghan didn't care about himself. How could she not be angry? Pan Shi wanted to turn around and go back to her cabin, but her feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. She couldn't move at all. In the end, she stood there resentfully. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her expression was complicated. No one knew what she was thinking about. Quick, quick, quick! On the left side of the Golden Dragon Plain, in a swamp that stretched as far as the eye could see, a majestic cultivator with a flat snake head shouted loudly. The snake-headed beastman was extremely annoyed. These junior commanders were all trash. Their speed was extremely slow, and their divine senses were extremely weak. If they weren't careful, they would be trapped and transported away. However, he couldn't ignore these junior commanders. Some of these people could very likely break through to the 9th rank commander level. If they all died, no one in the Beastmen plane would be able to break through to level 9 for a long time. Moreover, so many commanders had died in this planar war, there were too many restrictions in the swamp. Half of his level 9 subordinates were sent to Foxy to stall Yi Qinghan. As for the remaining half, they could only find a safe path and let these little commanders pass slowly. Finally, amidst the furious roars of the snake-headed orc, only a few dozen of the thousands of small commanders were accidentally teleported away. The rest were all safe. However, several days had already passed. The snake-headed orc let out a sigh of relief, and a red light flashed in its blood-red triangular eyes. It waved its hand and ordered, "Everyone, advance at full speed. Commander, send a group to scout ahead and mark the places with restrictions. Hurry to the divine world as fast as you can." More than 20 rank 9 commanders immediately flew forward. Their divine senses were activated, and they began to investigate. The half-blood beastman army quickly moved forward. Everyone held their breath, afraid of angering the snake-headed half-blood beastman. Report. After walking for half a day, a half-beast commander quickly flew back and reported, "Your Majesty, Qi and the rest have returned." "Bastard, ask him to come here." The snake-headed orc's heart sank when he heard it was the Qilin half-beast. Qi and Foxy went to stall the people from the divine world together, and now they suddenly brought someone back? The snake-headed orc thought that this was definitely not good news. As expected, the Qilin brought back extremely bad news. Another rank 9 orc supreme had fallen, and more than 10 rank 9 commanders had died. Foxy insisted on staying behind to stall the divine world. Now, her life and death were uncertain. Bang! The snake-headed orc's powerful fist, shining with black light, smashed directly at the Qilin's head, forcefully smashing him into the ground. The tyrannical aura enveloped all the half-beastmen. Countless low-level small commanders were so frightened that they shivered and crawled on the ground. The snake-headed orc seemed to have not vented his anger. He lifted his leg and stomped heavily, smashing the Qilin's head completely into the ground. He let out a few long breaths before cursing, "Crawl out if you're not dead yet." As expected, the Qilin stretched out 2 hands covered in scales and crawled out with difficulty. The snake-headed orc still had a sense of propriety and did not kill him. This Qilin was also very cooperative, allowing him to be smashed half to death in front of all the powerhouses of the Beastmen dimension. He did not resist or complain at all. To be able to make a rank 9 supreme martial artist willingly be beaten half to death, and even in front of such a subordinate, the snake-headed orc's strength and ferocity were evident. All lower rank 9 commanders lead the small commanders and slowly rush to the divine world. If you encounter any powerhouses from the other dimensions, do not attack. Survival is the most important. Upper rank 9 commanders and senior commanders, all follow me at full speed. I will not leave a single corpse in the divine world with an intact body. The snake-headed orc's tyrannical roar resounded in the wilderness. That roar was like that of a king among ferocious beasts, causing all the half-beastmen to feel a chill. After that, all the 9th grade upper and 9th grade supreme beings, which added up to nearly 30 people, emitted a brutal aura at the same time. Following the snake-headed half-beast man, they turned into streaks of afterimages and shot toward the plane of the immortal realm. The upper rank 9 and rank 9 supreme martial artists rushed at full speed. Without the burden of the small commanders, their divine senses were extremely strong, and they did not have to worry about the restrictions in the plane battlefield. In just a day and a half, they arrived near the Golden Dragon Plain. From afar, the golden dragon deity sensed nearly 30 powerful auras rushing toward them. She thought that they were here to attack their plane. Her body trembled in fear, and she immediately fled toward the back of the stronghold. The lower golden dragons were even worse off. All of them prostrated on the ground, shivering. They did not even dare to run away. They closed their eyes and prepared to die. Of course, the snake-headed orc didn't care about these small fries. He did not even look at them. He only swept his divine sense to one side, and then led his people past and flew away. The divine world plane? They are going to attack the despicable divine world plane. A few golden dragon powerhouses detected the situation and were instantly delighted. They had no hope of avenging the female golden dragon deity. They could not ask for more powerhouses to go and find trouble with the divine world plane. Of course, after secretly rejoicing, they immediately led their people and quietly retreated. They did not want to be implicated in a fight between immortals. Huff! Yi Qinghan looked into the distance and let out a long sigh. It seemed like he was very unlucky this time. The reinforcements from the Beastmen plane only took slightly more than 2 days to arrive. He had lost the gamble. Let them go. Your people are here. Yi Qinghan stood up and held the slaughter god saber. His whole body felt relaxed, and he had an aura of someone who had no fear of death. There was no other way. He was very clear that even if he could win this battle against the Beastmen plane, he would probably die in Pan Xing's hands. Moreover, although he felt that his strength had doubled, he was not confident that he could fight against so many people alone. He did not believe that such a powerful Beastmen plane did not have a supreme spiritual treasure. Zhu Yi and the rest should have escaped far away, right? In a few more days it will be 1 month. At this moment, all the powerful armies in the plain battlefield should have gone to the Scarlet Gobi Desert. They should be very safe. This fox demon's position in the Beastmen plane should not be low. Old ancestors should be safe. In that case, let's fight with all our strength. As long as we kill all the powerhouses from the Beastmen plane, even if Pan Xing wants to take my life, Xiao He should not have a problem. Before Xiao He evolved, he was already half-corporeal. After this evolution, he should be able to transform. Alright, for Xiao He, I must win. Yi Qinghan lowered his head and caressed the slaughter god saber. A faint smile appeared on his face as he softly muttered. When he reached the last 3 words, his voice suddenly became louder, and each word was louder than the previous one. Furthermore, every time he shouted the word kill, his aura would increase. Kill. When he shouted the last word, his aura had already reached its peak. He slowly raised his head, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Fox Ji's body trembled, and she took 3 steps back. He seemed to have transformed into a lone wolf, howling with all his might as he prepared for his final counterattack before he died. Chapter 1355. Pick him up. He's been hit by my enchanting spell and is now in a daze. He'll recover in 3 days. Don't worry. Since I've sworn the Divine Emperor blood oath, I won't hurt him. Fox Lady looked at the 20 or so powerful auras in the distance. She was overjoyed. She retreated tens of thousands of meters and threw Beast God at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan caught Beast God with both hands and used his divine sense to check. He was relieved to find that there was only a trace of energy swimming in Beast God's soul ocean and no harm had been done to it. He also believed that Fox Lady would not sacrifice her life for an upper 9th grade martial artist. Breaking the Divine Emperor blood oath in the dimensional battlefield was like playing with her life. In the white fog in the distance, nearly 30 figures were faintly discernible. The black airflow around Fox Lady was also flowing slowly. Yi Qinghan did not retreat even half a step. She carried the Beast God on her back, and her origin energy quickly emerged from her back, forming an origin armor that protected the Beast God. Then he held his saber with one hand and looked calmly at the approaching figures. 10,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters. 5 9th grade supreme martial artists? 23 upper 9th grade martial artists. Good timing. Yi Qinghan silently calculated the distance between them. When they were 6,000 meters apart, Yi Qinghan moved. His eyes lit up and a strange light shone. The Soul Dreamland was the first to be activated. All the upper 9th grade martial artists were enveloped in it. How terrifying was the soul skill of a great perfection soul master. The 27 people who were rushing over suddenly stopped. Even the 4 9th grade supreme martial artists stopped. Obviously, they were all hit by Yi Qinghan's soul skill and fell into the Soul Dreamland. Humph! A cold snort sounded, followed by 2 rays of red light. Instantly, the nearby sky was enveloped by the red light. The strange light in Yi Qinghan's eyes immediately disappeared, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He's also a soul master? No wonder he led these upper 9th grade martial artists to come here. Originally, Yi Qinghan was puzzled. The Qilin half-beastman should have told the powerhouses of the half-beastman plane about his powerful soul skill. Why would he bring a group of rank 9s to die? It seemed that this snake-headed beastman was extremely conceited in his mastery of the soul. After throwing the slaughter god saber into the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan closed his eyes. His pair of slender hands started to dance around as his aura became stronger and stronger. The fire god battle armor lit up with a red light, and the fire god's heart on his forehead started to flash. His black hair fluttered without any wind, and a faint white fog surrounded his body. From afar, it looked like an ancient god had descended and was unparalleled. Emperor Hanyi? You're the one who killed 4 of my commanders, right? Your soul is indeed powerful, but with me here your soul skills are trash. What other tricks do you have? Use them. This seat will let you die wholeheartedly convinced today. The snake-headed beastman led a group of powerful half-beastmen and stood beside Foxy. As he looked at the imposing Yi Qinghan, he was not in a hurry to attack. He stood there proudly and locked his blood-red triangular eyes on Yi Qinghan as he sneered. Oh! Yi Qinghan, who was originally prepared to secretly circulate his cold energy and fight to the death to kill as many as he could, suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. He looked at the snake-headed beastman and laughed. You're the commander of the beastman plane, right? You want me to die wholeheartedly convinced? Why don't we fight one-on-one? If you can kill me alone, I will die wholeheartedly convinced. Do you have the guts? Foxy had always been afraid of Yi Qinghan. She quickly said in a low voice, Your Majesty, you can't. The snake-headed beastman hesitated. Yi Qinghan's soul skill that scared the Qilin beastman so much that he couldn't fight had been easily broken by him. He just wanted to use his words to boost morale. When he saw Yi Qinghan's attitude and his most trusted Foxy's reminder, he couldn't help but feel vexed. If he had known earlier, he would have used Yi Qinghan's soul skill to surround and kill him. Ha! Yi Qinghan looked up to the sky and laughed. His face was full of mockery. Although he wasn't as tall as the beastman, he gave off a feeling that he was looking down on the world. He said coldly, Your Majesty? Your Majesty has guts. If you don't dare to fight one-on-one, then don't talk big. I'm here alone, and you have dozens of peak experts, but no one dares to fight one-on-one with me? The ancestors once said that the half-beastman plane is filled with a bunch of cowardly bastards that are neither human nor beast. It seems like it's true. Fine. I'll fight with you. Everyone else, just watch. Foxy cursed inwardly. As expected, the snake-headed beastman roared angrily and shot forward. He actually fell for Yi Qinghan's provocation. The rest of the half-beastman experts heard about Yi Qinghan's tyrannical strength. They also knew that Leopard 1 and the other 3 had died at his hands. At this moment, they felt a sense of relief. Idiot, if His Majesty dies, will you all still be alive? Foxy cursed inwardly and made preparations. If the snake-headed beastman couldn't win, she would immediately charge forward and dismember Yi Qinghan. The snake-headed beastman was the strongest expert in the half-beastman plane. He was one of the strongest experts in the hundreds of planes. He was about to start an earth-shattering battle with the peak expert of the divine world, the #1 genius in history, Yi Qinghan. On the peak of Mount Pan, a purple-robed woman was fighting another battle in her heart. Idiot, this idiot really wants to die. He actually wants to fight. What should I do? What should I do? Should I help him? Am I really going to watch him die in front of me? He's a genius that only appears once in several epics. Pan Huang said that the next manager of Pan Realm, the Divine Emperor Supreme, will be born soon. It seems like it's very likely to be him. What if he dies? Won't the next Divine Emperor Supreme appear? That's not right. Pan Huang has the ability to see through the heavens and earth. Since he said that the next Divine Emperor Supreme will be born, it means that this person won't die, right? Then why am I worried? That's not right either. Given this person's situation, even if he doesn't die at the hands of the Half-Beastman Plains experts, he will die at Pan Xing's hands. Pan Huang won't care about anything in Pan Realm. Then, if Pan Xing wants to kill him, who can stop him? Could it be that Pan Huang predicted that I would save him? That's right. Pan Huang said that I would have a heart tribulation. Could it be this person? Recently, because of this person, my Dao heart has been unstable. Turns out that Pan Huang predicted everything. Alright, since that's the case, I'll help him cover up this time and avoid Pan Xing's detection. As for the experts of this Half-Beastman plane, I don't care. If you die at the hands of the Half-Beastman, it means that you won't be the next Divine Emperor Supreme. She kept muttering to herself. What was extremely strange was that Pan Xing didn't seem to notice. It was clear that Pan Shi's abilities were much stronger than Pan Xing's. In just an instant, Pan Shi's mind went through a series of internal struggles before she finally made a decision. One of her ivory-like, lily-white hands quietly began to form a series of strange hand seals. The moment she formed the hand seals, her entire body instantly relaxed. A sweet smile that could enchant the hearts of all men in the world appeared on her face. It was so beautiful that it was heartbreaking. Chapter 1356. Why is the battle over here so intense? How could it tear such a powerful spatial crack? Could it be that the one who broke through the barrier of Pangaea is one of them? Pan Xing had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan's side. At this moment, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze over to the Scarlet Gobi Desert. He saw the two 9th-grade supreme martial artists fighting. Suddenly, their strength increased greatly, and the intensity of their attacks became unbelievably fierce. In the Scarlet Gobi Desert below, a 1,000-meter-tall beastman was fighting fiercely with a huge demonic beast. Both the man and the beast's eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, they were completely bewitched. They wouldn't wake up until they killed everyone in the Scarlet Gobi Desert or died. That beastman looked ferocious and terrifying. The brown hair all over his body stood up, and his body shone with a golden light. He was an expert who cultivated the metal element. With every step he took, the ground below shook. A pair of huge fists whistled in the wind. Every time he punched, cracks appeared in the space. That demonic beast was also hundreds of meters tall. It stood upright on both legs, and its aura reached the sky. It was comparable to the legendary ancient ferocious beasts. Its whole body was covered in yellow scales. It looked like a pangolin, but its head was round. It had wings, horns, and a 1,000-meter-long tail. It mainly relied on that tail to attack. Its tail was covered in blue light. Obviously, it was a powerful demonic beast that cultivated the water element. The man and the beast fought. Their speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves in midair. As the man and the beast attacked, cracks that were tens of thousands of meters long appeared in the sky. They kept tearing and healing. It was as if the void was torn by the man and the beast, leaving many scars in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The man and the beast's eyes were bloodshot. They stared at each other. The aura they emitted made the low-level humans and beasts at the side crawl on the ground in fear. Occasionally, some unlucky warriors and demonic beasts were hit by their attacks and turned into minced meat. Kill, kill, kill. In the distance, an upper-rank 9 mantis man's eyes were similarly blood-red. It was obvious that he had killed too many, and the bloodthirsty aura in the blood-colored Gobi Desert had been possessed. At this moment, the ferocious aura of the man and the beast had triggered the evil in its mind. It roared and charged toward the man and the beast. However, before he could even get close, he was swept by the terrifying magical beast's tail and instantly turned into a bloody mess. Not even a divinity crystal was left behind. The beastmen and magical beasts in the surroundings looked at the commanders of the two races in confusion. How did they suddenly become so powerful? However, the two groups immediately became excited, and they began to search for experts from other planes nearby to fight fiercely. The strength of this man and beast is strange. Logically speaking, they shouldn't possess essence energy. It was impossible for them to have such a terrifying attack unless they had obtained elemental energy. However, the two of them possess essence energy, so it's very possible for them to break through the barrier of Plate Realm. Pan Xing's sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted. He stared at the battle between the two and sank into deep thought. As for the battle between Yi Qinghan and the snake-headed beastman, he had long forgotten about it. This man and beast are already possessed. Even if I don't do anything, they will still kill each other. I'm not breaking the rules. Pan Shi's watery eyes swept over the bloody Gobi Desert. She sighed deeply and then looked at the stronghold in the divine realm. She shook her head slightly and said, "Young man, I can only help you this much. As for the battle between you and the beastmen, it's none of my business whether you live or die in the end. Whether you can become the next divine emperor or not, it's all up to your fate." After saying that, Pan Shi didn't care anymore. She smiled sweetly and flashed into the wooden hut. The door of the wooden hut was quietly closed again. Boom! How can you be a match for me with your meager strength? Now you're convinced, aren't you? This supreme spiritual treasure is indeed powerful. It's not dead even after taking so many attacks from me? Let's see how long you can resist. While the battle in the bloody Gobi Desert was extremely fierce, the battle in the stronghold in the divine realm was extremely tragic. As the snake-headed beastman's figure flashed again and again, a pair of strong hands covered in black scales smashed down. Yi Qinghan's figure was sent flying again and again, smashing heavily on the ground and creating deep pits in the mountain peaks of the stronghold in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan's situation was not good. The first attack of his soul-destroying attack made the snake-headed beastman's body tremble, but it was instantly dispersed by the snake-headed beastman's powerful soul attack. Yi Qinghan was in a passive situation. The first soul-destroying attack didn't succeed. Although he used soul-destroying attacks again and again, the snake-headed beastman had long been prepared for it. There was no lethality at all. Yi Qinghan used the power of cold and waved his small palms, but they were easily defeated by the destructive power of the snake-headed beastman. Boom! The snake-headed beastman punched again with a fist the size of a casserole. The black airflow in his hand was drawn and flew out, forming a black fist shadow composed entirely of the power of destruction. As soon as the black fist shadow appeared, cracks appeared in the space, and layers of vibrations spread far away. The black fist shadow flashed and shot at Yi Qinghan's chest. At this moment, Yi Qinghan just happened to fly out of the deep pit in the mountain peak with great difficulty. Seeing the black fist shadow flying at him again, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He activated the power of cold and wanted to escape quickly. However, the black fist shadow was too fast, and he was once again smashed into the mountain peak. Suddenly, the mountain peak trembled, and the earth cracked. Mud and stones flew everywhere. A loud sound broke through the sky and did not stop for a long time. Is that all you've got? You still want to fight me one-on-one? Apart from your soul attack, you're just a piece of trash. If it weren't for this supreme spiritual treasure protecting you, I could kill you in one move. The snake-headed beastman saw Yi Qinghan crawl out of the deep pit again. His face was pale, and half of his bones were broken. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. The beast god on his back was also covered in blood. He laughed proudly in midair, then turned to the beastman commander in the distance and sneered, "Is this the incomparably powerful peak martial artist you were talking about? Why can't you resist a blow from me?" The beastman commanders in the distance all showed mocking expressions when they saw Yi Qinghan being so easily defeated. Especially the commander and the Qilin beastman, who had followed Foxy just now. They heaved a sigh of relief, but also felt a little ashamed. It seemed that the commander of the divine realm had no other good points besides having a strong soul. Look, Once his soul attack failed, he was no different from a piece of trash. That's not right. Foxy shook her head. She had felt Yi Qinghan's aura before, and it was definitely not this weak. If Yi Qinghan only had a strong soul, he would not have stayed behind to die. She felt that something was wrong, but she could not figure it out. It was only when she saw a hint of mockery in Yi Qinghan's eyes that she came to her senses and shouted, "Your Majesty, be careful." It's too late. Yi Qinghan, who looked like he was on the verge of death, suddenly recovered from his injuries. His body also surged with a towering aura. His eyes flashed, and he activated the strongest soul destroyer. 10 God Slayer spears pierced out of the void and turned into flickering shadows, shooting toward the snake-headed beastman. At the same time, the heart of the fire god on his forehead finally lit up. Chapter 1357. The snake-headed half-beastman was shocked. He turned his head and felt billions of golden soul threads surging into his mind. They were actually 10 times stronger than the soul-destroying attack from before. Although his soul was strong, he was still shocked. That wasn't important. What was important was that he felt 10 spears with the power to destroy heaven and earth shooting towards him. The power of this attack was not much weaker than his strongest attack. The golden soul threads were attacking him crazily. The snake-headed half-beast man could not ignore them. Otherwise, if his soul was in chaos, he would not be able to resist the 10 Godslayer spears even if he did not collapse. He could only grit his teeth and use all his strength to resist the attacks of the golden soul threads. At the same time, he flipped his left hand, and a black flag appeared in his hand. A terrifying aura came from the black flag. It was a paragon spiritual treasure. Your Majesty! Foxy was very loyal to the snake-headed half-beast man. When she saw Yi Qinghan take out the Godslayer spear, she immediately rushed forward and gathered her destructive power. She was about to attack. Something's wrong. Halfway there, Foxy suddenly cried out in alarm because she realized that Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Since he had disappeared, his control over his attacks would definitely be weakened. His attacks would not be able to cause any fatal damage to the snake-headed half-beast man. He pretended to be weak and was attacked for a long time. He was almost crushed to death. After acting for so long and setting up such a huge trap, he could not have done it in vain. He must have some ulterior motive. Since his target was not the snake-headed half-beast man, it must be the group of low-level commanders behind him. As expected, Foxy turned her head, but she realized it was already too late. Yi Qinghan's figure abruptly appeared above the heads of the 20 or so half-beastman captains behind her. Her eyes flickered with a strange light as she activated her terrifying soul illusion soul skill once again, which also contained a soul annihilation attack. At the same time, a huge palm appeared in midair. It was a palm that caused her soul to tremble. It was a palm that was twice as powerful as the 10 Godslayer spears. At this moment, all the upper grade 9 commanders were instantly trapped in the soul illusion soul skill. One of the upper grade 9 commanders was also attacked by the soul-destroying attack. All of them stood rooted to the ground in a daze. The huge palm in midair had already smashed down. Boom! There was a loud sound that made Foxgirl's soul tremble. A giant mushroom cloud rose up, and a bottomless crater appeared on the ground. A thick smell of blood filled the air. 2 figures flew out of the deep pit in a sorry state, but Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up again. Then, another 10 Godslayer's spears pierced through the void. It shot towards the 2 heavily injured Beastman 9th grade Supremes and started spinning crazily in the air. Bang! Foxy watched as the 2 pierced bodies fell down powerlessly. She watched as the 2 7-colored divine crystals floated into the air and fell down powerlessly. A look of despair appeared on her face. She had the chance to attack just now, but she couldn't even muster up the courage to do so. They could only stare blankly at the fiery red figure in the sky, killing the experts of the Beastman plane one by one. She then looked into the distance, at the snake-headed beastman that had only just gotten rid of the golden soul thread's attack and defeated the god-slaying spear. She muttered weakly, "Is he still human? Is this an attack that a martial artist can use? It's over, it's over. The Beastman plane is completely over. Despicable and shameless human. Is this what you call a one-on-one fight? I'm going to tear you apart, I'm going to tear you apart. I'm going to tear every single person in the divine realm into pieces. The snake-headed beastman was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Yi Qinghan had actually concealed his strength and then put on a false front. In the end, Yi Qinghan had gone back on his word and smashed all his subordinates, except for Yao Ji, into pieces. 26 experts. Among them, there were 3 ninth-grade supremes. This was the majority of the peak experts of the Beastman plane. Other than those lower 9th-grade commanders, there was also him, Foxgirl, and a 9th-grade supremes who had stayed behind. The peak experts of the Beastman plane had all died in the hands of Yi Qinghan alone. The snake-headed beastman's body was trembling. His heart was bleeding, his balls were aching, and his soul was burning. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yi Qinghan and obtain the supreme spiritual treasure. Otherwise, he would never be able to face his ancestors in the Beastman plane. Divine crystals? Hee, they're all divine crystals. What a pity. I don't know if I can bring these divine crystals back to the divine realm. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless divine crystals floating up from the deep pit. They were like magnificent gems, so beautiful that it was dazzling. Moreover, there were 3 chaotic divine crystals among them. But there was not much joy in his heart. He just grabbed them randomly and put them all into the War Emperor Palace. He had used all his strength in that palm strike just now. His soul space had evolved and multiplied the power of the cold power. His intuition was right, his attack had doubled. The problem was, the power was too great. He did not believe that the divine emperor and supreme martial artist at the peak of Mount Pan would not notice it. If Pan Xing finds out, you're dead for sure. The purple-robed woman's words were still echoing in his ears, but Yi Qinghan had no time to think about whether Pan Xing was already preparing to attack him. At this moment, all he could think of was to kill the snake-headed beastman and Foxy to save the beast god and Xiao Hei's lives. Back then, Pan Xing had killed so many experts from the divine realm, but he did not take back the supreme spiritual treasure. Moreover, the purple-robed woman was also there, so it was very likely that she could save the beast god and Xiao Hei's lives. While he was thinking, the snake-headed beastman's attack had already arrived. The snake-headed beastman had obviously gone crazy. He attacked with all his strength. The power of destruction revolved around his fists, and he shot out black fist shadows. The sky was filled with fist shadows. At the same time, the black flag in his hand suddenly unfurled and expanded with the wind, turning into a 10,000-meter-long flag. It emitted a heart-palpitating aura, and it enveloped Yi Qinghan and himself. Supreme spiritual treasure? The power of the black fist shadows condensed by the power of destruction has increased by half? Yi Qinghan was shocked. When he saw the snake-headed beastman using this flag to protect himself, he had originally thought that this supreme spiritual treasure was a defensive treasure. He did not expect it to be a support-type treasure. He quickly used his divine sense to explore the surroundings, and he was even more shocked. The surrounding space had actually been frozen. In other words, he and the snake-headed beastman could not move. They could only forcefully resist the attack of the black fist shadows. God damn it! Come on! Let's die together! Amidst the sparks, Yi Qinghan immediately made a decision. He would perish together with the snake-headed beastman. Since he could not escape, he would forcefully resist. He wanted to bet that he could kill the snake-headed beastman before the energy in the fire god battle armor was completely depleted. The Soul Destroyer released its full power, and the God Slayer spear whistled out, ignoring the attack of the fist shadows. It pierced through the gaps between the fist shadows, and went straight for the snake-headed beastman's triangular head. The snake-headed beastman raised its head and howled. It completely ignored the attack of the golden soul threads, and it did not care about the God Slayer spear. He was also betting. He was betting that before Yi Qinghan killed him, the heaven and earth yuan qi stored in the Paragon spiritual treasure would be completely depleted. He was betting that Yi Qinghan's body would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack, and he would be turned into powder. Terrifying fist shadows that could only cause cracks to appear in space, and with a force that could flatten mountains, They heavily smashed into Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. Black fist shadows continuously smashed into Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen. Waves of earth-shaking energy penetrated his body, shaking his divine crystal, shaking his bones, and shaking his internal organs. The fire god battle armor lit up with a dazzling red light, and it forcefully resisted the attack of the black fist shadows. Yi Qinghan's body was sealed by the Paragon spiritual treasure with the black flag, and he could not move at all. Every time the black fist shadows attacked, his body would tremble, and he would spit out a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan had already been hit by dozens of fist shadows. His entire body went limp, and his lower abdomen bent like a shrimp. His face was as pale as snow. However, his gaze was still incomparably firm and bright. He grinned and spat out another mouthful of blood, and he laughed sinisterly. Die for this young master. Died at Chapter 1358. No. Impossible. Impossible. The snake-headed half-beast man's crazed howl resounded through the clouds and shook the surroundings. However, regardless of whether he believed it or not, Yi Qinghan had withstood such a terrifying attack. As for Yi Qinghan's attack, he felt that he could not block it at all. The power of Godslayer's spear was twice as strong as his attack. Moreover, it was spinning crazily, easily breaking through the origin energy on the surface of his body. He could already feel a bone-piercing chill coming from his head. He knew very well that even with the protection of the chaotic energy, his sea of soul would immediately collapse after being hit by such a powerful force. He knew that he was finished. Boom! His triangular head exploded. At the moment when his soul dissipated, there was still a doubt in his mind. Under such a powerful attack, even with the protection of the fire god's armor, Yi Qinghan's divine crystal should have been damaged. Once a crack appeared on the divine crystal, the vast amount of energy inside would definitely rush out and cause his body to explode. But why was he not injured at all? This did not make sense. This was very illogical. Although Yi Qinghan's face and body were covered in blood and his body was bent like an earthworm, he did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries. He elegantly grabbed the snake-headed half-beast man's divine crystal and the supreme spiritual treasure black flag, and slowly descended. He suddenly stood up and turned his back to the terrified fox lady. He said coldly, "Seeing that you didn't hurt my ancestor, I'll spare your life today. Take your beastman army and scram back to the stronghold. If I meet you again in the planar battlefield, I'll kill you without mercy." Foxy looked at the proud figure in confusion, and the side of his face that looked as if it had been carved by a knife. She could not believe it. Yi Qinghan actually let her go? How could something as bizarre as this happen in the planar battlefield? Even if they were not enemies, she had a 9th-grade supreme divine crystal in her body. "Thank you, Emperor Han Yi. Thank you, Emperor Han Yi. Foxy promises that I will never be an enemy of the divine realm." Although Foxy's mind was almost in a mess, she did not hesitate at all. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Qinghan a few times. Then he turned into a blur and shot away. When Foxy disappeared into the white fog, the cold smile on Yi Qinghan's face slowly disappeared. The muscles on his face slowly twisted and his body started to curl up bit by bit. Finally, he fell to the ground with a loud bang and rolled around in pain. The snake-headed beastman's judgment was correct. Under the enhancement of the supreme spiritual treasure black flag, his destructive power had increased by 1.5 times. Under his all-out attack, although the fire god battle armor protected Yi Qinghan's body, the layers of power still penetrated Yi Qinghan's divine crystal, cracked. But the snake-headed beastman's guess was wrong. Yi Qinghan's divine crystal was empty. There was nothing inside, not even a bit of divine power. Because he had comprehended the path of supremacy, he had been given a small amount of chaotic power. At this moment, it was circulating in his brain to protect it. So although Yi Qinghan's divine crystal had cracked, he did not explode because of the large amount of divine power that rushed out. The divine crystal was the foundation of a martial artist. When the divine realm exploded, the martial artist died. Back in the sealed God Valley, Yi Yao Rao's divine crystal had cracked and she had been unconscious for many years. Although the soul ring could instantly heal all injuries, it did not include the ability to instantly repair divine crystals. There was no doubt that the soul ring could repair divine crystals. However, there were countless small cracks on Yi Qinghan's divine crystal. To completely repair it, it would take time. Obviously, Yi Qinghan did not let Foxy go because he was soft-hearted. He simply did not have the ability to hurt her. Waves of intense pain came over him. If not for Yi Qinghan's strong willpower and strong nerves, he would have been rolling on the ground in pain. He was rolling on the ground in pain, and in the end, he was easily killed by Foxy. Ah, old ancestor, Xiao He. This is all I can do. Whether you can live or not will depend on your luck. Xiao He, the divine realm will depend on you in the future, my good brother. Although the intense pain made Yi Qinghan hover between life and death, he still endured it. He took out the slaughter god blade from the Battle Emperor Palace and smiled as he used his divine senses to look at the sleeping Xiao He. Then he stabbed the slaughter god blade into the beast god's back and tied it up. At the same time, he placed all the treasures in the Battle Emperor Palace, including the many divine crystals that he had obtained this time, into an interspatial ring and threw it into the beast god's arms. Finally, he used all his strength and threw the beast god 10,000 miles away. Supreme God Emperor, come. This young master will wait for you to take my life. Ha, this young master has enjoyed everything in this life. I have had what I wanted and played with what I wanted. I have no regrets. I only hope that you will not bring harm to my family. Otherwise, this young master will not let you off even if I turn into a malicious spirit. Yi Qinghan's body rolled on the ground in pain. Although the muscles on his face were contorted, there was no pain in his eyes. Instead, they were hazy. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but the expression on her face was so sweet. Oh, another wave of pain came. Throwing the beast deity out made the injuries in his divine crystal even more severe. He knew that he could not hold on any longer and was about to faint. His eyes became even more hazy. In a daze, he seemed to see Yi Qingyu's pure and flawless face, the peach blossom on Yu Qingqing's head, Yin Ling's alluring figure, fireworks' beautiful face. Finally, he saw a black longsword piercing through the air, bringing with it a sharp killing intent. He closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. Pan Xing's attack had come. Pan Jie, farewell. In the last moment, he did not think about anything. He did not worry about anything. He did not care about the God realm's survival or the lives of everyone. He had done all he could. All he could do was rest. He was too tired. This world had brought him many good things: glory, power, beautiful women, treasures. But it had also brought him endless pressure and worry. At this moment, he finally felt completely free. In fact, a black longsword really did fly towards his head. However, it was not Pan Xing's. It was Foxy's. Foxy stood thousands of miles away in fear. She used the power of destruction to create a black longsword that hovered above Yi Qinghan's head. However, she did not slash down. Yi Qinghan uncharacteristically let her go. Although she did not understand why, she did not hesitate to run away. However, after running for millions of miles, she felt that something was wrong. Yi Qinghan was not a soft-hearted person. As the ruler of a plane, was it possible that his hands were stained with the blood of billions of lives? There must be something wrong with things that were abnormal. Therefore, she turned around and quietly ran over. In the end, she saw Yi Qinghan rolling on the ground. He was motionless and seemed to have fainted. At that moment, Foxy did not hesitate. She created a black longsword and slashed it at Yi Qinghan. However, when she was about to slash down, she hesitated. She was not a soft-hearted person. She would not feel grateful just because Yi Qinghan let her go. But at this moment, she felt a throbbing in the depths of her soul. It was as if she would be torn to pieces if she moved. She felt an aura lock onto her. The meaning of that aura was very clear. If she moved, she would die immediately. Who had such terrifying power that she, a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, did not even dare to move with just a trace of aura? Foxy did not know. However, after thinking about it, She felt that other than the one at the peak of Mount Pan, no other martial artist could reach such a terrifying level. The next second, she got her answer. However, this answer made her even more confused. A young man in white walked slowly from afar. He was carrying a skinny old man that she was very familiar with. In his hand was a 2-meter-long black longsword. His face was cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It almost caused the destructive power that Foxy had gathered to collapse. The young man did not look at Foxy. Instead, he stared at Yi Qinghan's pale face. His face was filled with pain and guilt. He walked step by step towards Yi Qinghan. His steps were slow. However, in the blink of an eye, he was beside Yi Qinghan. The youth ignored the black longsword that was hovering above their heads and condensed from the powerful destruction power. Thump! He knelt down and reached out a trembling hand to caress Yi Qinghan's face. Then he said in a trembling voice, "Boss, you have suffered. Xiaohei is back." Chapter 1359. The battle in the Scarlet Gobi Desert became even more intense. One man and one beast were like unkillable cockroaches. The more they fought, the braver they became. Hundreds of thousands of warriors and demonic beasts were torn apart by the aftermath of their battle. Of course, this was related to the mysterious atmosphere in the Scarlet Gobi Desert. There seemed to be a magical power in the Scarlet Gobi Desert. Warriors here would become impulsive and bloodthirsty. Moreover, as they killed more people, their soul sea would automatically generate a murderous aura. In the end, they would be completely possessed and become killing machines. They would either kill everyone or be killed. There were more than 70 legions in the Scarlet Gobi Desert. Each legion had at least 1 million people. Some died in Demon Mountain, but at least hundreds of thousands of people. Powerful planes had millions of warriors. A small number of restrictions in the Scarlet Gobi Desert had been raised by the surging energy of the warriors. Hundreds of millions of experts from various planes had gathered here just to win, to not be attacked by other planes, or to obtain the qualification to attack other planes, and to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth, supreme spiritual treasures. Blood had already gathered into a river. Countless blood rivers converged into a blood-colored ocean. On the blood-colored ocean, white, blue, and black badges were everywhere. Like a lotus leaf on a pond, it swayed back and forth, blinding a group of people. But no one went to collect the badges. Here, the badges had lost their effectiveness. There was no need to collect points in the Scarlet Gobi Desert, and there was no time to collect them. Here, the points were automatically recorded. You just had to fight to the death to kill. Here, there were colorful divine crystals floating everywhere in the air, dazzling people's eyes. But other than the 9th grade divine crystals, no one went to collect the rest. Because even if you collected them, perhaps in the next second, your divine crystals and spatial ring would float out of your body and continue to sway in the air. There were corpses everywhere. Humans, beastmen, demonic beasts, strange beasts, monsters, mantis men, metal men, aliens. All kinds, dazzling and all kinds of smells, nauseating and chilling. This was a paradise for the strong. The strong could squander their powerful strength here, dictating the fate of others. This was also a hell for the strong, the final destination, the graveyard. Ao. After a long, long time. Finally, that incomparably terrifying battle between man and beast ended with the sorrowful howl of the magical beast. In the end, the beast man brandished his iron fist and smashed the 1,000-meter-tall magical beast into a pile of minced meat. However, he was also heavily injured. He fell to the ground powerlessly, causing the ground to shake and crushing the broken limbs below him. Blood splattered everywhere from the impact of the blood-red ocean, dyeing the eyes of the gigantic demonic beast that had died with everlasting regret. Woo! Countless experts of the magical beast race charged at the beastman the moment he landed. Their sharp blue claws were like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. The orcs had killed their king, so they could only use their own lives to avenge their king. A long, long time passed. The beastmen, who were so powerful that they made people's hearts palpitate, were also turned into a pile of minced meat under the onslaught of the magical beasts, floating on the blood-red sea. his seven-colored ninth-grade sovereign divine crystal had once again caused the nearby legions to engage in a slaughter and battle. Blood was still flowing, the battle was still ongoing, and the experts were still slowly walking into their graves. Could it really be them? Besides this man and beast, who else could be so powerful? But this man and beast are both dead. There's no way to find out. Pan Xing, who was at the peak of Mount Pan, had also finished watching the show. Although this man and beast had the strength of a ninth-grade supreme martial artist, he was still hesitant, unsure if they were the ones who had broken through the barrier of Pan realm. After pondering for a while, Pan Xing still couldn't find an answer. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked towards the divine realm. Another ninth-grade supreme martial artist. This young man in white is so powerful. He actually killed a ninth-grade supreme martial artist with one move? Why are the ninth-grade supreme martial artists of the Beastmen plane all dead? Could it be that they all died in the hands of this young man? This young man? Why does he seem so familiar to me? When Pan Xing's gaze swept over, the young man in white also made his move. His body turned into a blue dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long, slowly flying towards Foxy. Then, with a swing of the dragon's tail, Foxy was sucked into it. With a flash of green light, Foxy's body instantly turned into dust, corroded and devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was extremely strange was that from the beginning to the end, Foxy's body didn't move at all. She didn't escape, didn't resist, didn't even let out a scream. After killing a ninth-grade supreme martial artist so easily, the young man in white didn't have a hint of complacency on his face. In fact, his expression didn't even change a bit. He continued to carry the skinny old man on his back, bent down to carry Yi Qinghan, and walked into the distance. Blue dragon? Devoured? I was wondering why this young man looked so familiar. So he's the abnormality that was formed from the supreme slaughtering god Saber. Previously, when someone broke through the barrier of Pan realm, he wasn't this powerful, so it's not him. It's considered normal for an abnormality born from the supreme slaughtering god Saber to have such strength. Pan Xing's eyes revealed an as expected expression, but he didn't care. He looked around the plain battlefield, but he didn't find any other powerful martial artists. He couldn't help but think back to the battle between the man and the beast, trying to analyze who the person was that broke through the barrier of Pan realm. Phew. As expected. He's definitely the next candidate for the position of Divine Emperor. In the small wooden house on the left, Pan Shi's face was full of joy, like a little girl who had done a good deed. Her watery eyes were sparkling, so beautiful that it was dazzling. He didn't die even after all this. This must be fate. Pan Huang really predicted everything. He must have predicted that I would make a move. Pan Shi blinked her eyes and smiled as she murmured. After a while, she frowned doubtfully and sighed. It's just that. I've already made a move. Why isn't my heart calmed down? Could it be that my heart tribulation is not over yet? Pan Shi shook her head and didn't speak anymore. She frowned slightly, tilted her head, and started to ponder. 2 days. It'll be 1 month and 2 days. There are still 2 more days. Emperor, you have to hold on. Within a dense forest of the plain battlefield, 1,000,000 Yi family troops were like a giant beast that laid there silently. Gong Tian and the other 4 were hiding around and scouting the situation. Wind Moon Monarch continued to lay out restrictions. Zhu and Ice Queen stood on an old tree and looked into the distance. They looked towards the direction of the God World stronghold. Gong Tian's soul flame didn't float over. Gong Tian was still Yi Qinghan's soul slave. Gong Tian wasn't dead yet. That meant that Yi Qinghan was still alive. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen would look towards Gong Tian, who was hiding in the distance. Each second that passed, their hearts would beat faster and faster. It was a good thing to be stared at by beauties, especially 2 top beauties. But at this moment, Gong Tian was filled with rage. That was because these 2 beauties didn't look at him because they admired him or loved him. Instead, they came to see whether or not he was dead. A living person was being stared at every day, to see whether or not he was dead. How could Gong Tian be in a good mood? Yi Qinghan, you have to die. I will definitely return my soul fire to you. Don't worry, this great emperor will help you rule the divine world. This great emperor will also take good care of your woman. Gong Tian hatefully looked towards the direction of the god world, waiting for the soul flame in his imagination to float over. Yi Qinghan said that before he died, he would return the soul flame. Flame, flame. Soul flame. An hour later, Gong Tian's eyes opened wide and he shouted. His face was filled with joy as he looked at a dark yellow flame in the white mist. Chapter 1360. However, before the ecstasy on his face could fully bloom, in the distant white mist, the dark yellow flame turned from 1 to 2. Finally, in the white mist, a faint dark yellow light began to appear, like the ghost fire of the netherworld, frightening to look at. Gong Tian came back to his senses and shouted, "Everyone, be on guard, enemy attack." When Zhu Yi and the Ice Queen heard Gong Tian's shout, their hearts sank. Then, when they used their divine senses to check, they were overjoyed. Then, when the two of them felt the terrifying aura coming from the white fog, they were terrified. One-eyed monster, didn't they go to Blood Desert? Why are they back at the stronghold? All Yi family troops, retreat immediately. Rank 9 powerhouses, cover. Moon breeze, control the restrictions and stop the enemy. Zhu Yi's body turned into a streak of light as she flew forward. At the same time, she turned her head and shouted. This dense forest was the one-eyed monster's stronghold. It was 10 million miles to the right of the divine world stronghold. In between, there was the demonic plane and another medium-sized military plane. When Gong Tian found out that all the one-eyed monsters had gone to Blood Desert, they discussed and decided to use this place as their stronghold. After some discussion, everyone decided to use this place as their base of operations. After a month, they would be teleported to the peak of Mount Pan. Who knew that in just a few days, the one-eyed monster army would turn around and come back? Gong Tian found out that there were more than 2 rank 9 supreme powerhouses in the one-eyed monster army. If the entire army returned, the divine world army would be wiped out without a doubt. In the white fog, more and more yellow light appeared. What made Zhu Yi and the rest terrified was, the yellow light did not appear in one direction, but in all directions. Reporting to your majesty. One-eyed monster appeared on the left. Reporting to your majesty, one-eyed monster appeared on the right. Your majesty, one-eyed monster appeared on the back too. As expected, just as the Yi family troops started to retreat, the scouts from all directions sent the news over. That you were surrounded. Everyone, get into formation and fight to the death. There's still 1.5 days. As long as we hold on for 1.5 days, we can retreat from the battle immediately. Zhu Yi forced herself to calm down and shouted in a stern voice. Zhu Yi's words jolted everyone who was in despair. The single-horned monsters were much stronger than the golden dragon plane as a whole. Without Yi Qinghan, everyone felt as if they had lost their pillar of support. Facing an invincible enemy, their morale immediately plummeted. However, Zhu Yi's words made them understand that this time was different. This time, they didn't have to fight to the death with the one-horned monster. As long as they could defend for a day and a half, they would be able to survive. He would be able to return to the divine world. A glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's hearts. Although the great emperor is not here, our great emperor's soldiers will never yield. Countless Yi family soldiers had the same thought in their minds. Suddenly, the morale of the small forest rose like a rainbow. Killing intent filled the air. GG. The one-eyed monster had finally completed its deployment and was beginning to slowly attack. The cyclopean beast was somewhat similar to a rat. It wasn't very large, only half a meter long. It had a single horn, a single eye, and an enormous mouth. It trained in the elemental laws of the earth, and it was extremely fast and defensively powerful. Its attacks were simple. Its sharp teeth were comparable to a supreme combat saber. GG. The entire mountain range of cyclopean beasts began to attack. This time, the army of cyclopean beasts had arrived in large numbers. There were at least 10 million of them. For some reason, they didn't go to the bloody desert. The entire army had returned to the base. The first to attack were the low-level, God Emperor Cyclopean beasts. The more powerful beasts watched from afar, their faint yellow eyes filled with coldness. Yi family army, fall into formation. All soldiers, listen up. Focus on staying alive. Use delaying tactics. Don't kill the Cyclopean beasts in large numbers. Our goal is to buy time. Zhu Yi was overjoyed when he saw this. He immediately gave the order. The Cyclopean army had actually sent out a low-level army to attack first. Zhu Yi, who had been preparing to fight to the death, immediately changed his strategy. He wanted to play with the low-level beasts first. The longer they dragged things out, the better it would be for their side. GG. Countless Cyclopean beasts of various colors let out hair-raising cries. They transformed into shadowy figures that shot towards the forest. Even before they arrived, their mouths were wide open, revealing sharp teeth that gleamed with cold light. They were like locusts, densely packed and covering the land. Ice Queen, area attack, slow down. Zhu Yi stood in midair, his gaze was like lightning. He spread out his divine sense to scout the situation around and give the most accurate orders. Ice Queen's body spun up and danced in the air. A sky full of snow started to fall. The snowflakes landed on the low-level Cyclopean beast bodies, causing their speed to slow down. Ice Queen's special ability was most suitable for group battles. Yi family army, attack. 50% god power, attack without discrimination. When half of the millions of Cyclopean beasts entered the forest, Zhu Yi gave the order once more. A million Yi family army pulled out their blades at the same time. They released their god power and slashed forwards. Xiao! A million crescent-shaped blade lights slashed out. Where they passed, the ancient trees, flowers, vines, and thorns were all turned to dust. Even the grass was sliced off. Hong! Pong! Pong! Beautiful fireworks lit up one after another, forming a magnificent scene. The entire jungle was covered in flashing lights, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Numerous Cyclopean beasts were forced back by the strong energy and they smashed into the ones behind. Instantly, the army was in chaos. But, under the disbelieving gazes of Zhu Yi and all the grade 9 Yi family army, a million Yi family army with 50% god power could easily kill normal god emperors. However, they didn't kill a single Cyclopean beast, they didn't even. Not a single one of them was injured. All of them rolled on the ground, got up again, and charged into the dense forest. All Yi family army, attack without discrimination. Zhu Yi shouted. She originally wanted to drag time and not let the Yi family army go all out. She was afraid that if they killed too many, the strong Cyclopean beasts behind would attack. Now they had no choice but to go all out. Otherwise, if millions of low-level Cyclopean beasts charged forward, it would be a chaotic battle. Who knew how many of the million Yi family army would survive? Hong! 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 Beautiful fireworks bloomed again. The Yi family army attacked with all their might. Finally, a Cyclopean beast was killed. However, more Cyclopean beasts came from the sky, from the ground, and even from underground. The defense of these Cyclopean beasts was terrifying. Their bodies were covered in a layer of faint white light, as if they were protected by a trace of origin energy. A small number of Cyclopean beasts were charging from underground. They suddenly emerged from the ground, opened their mouths, and slashed with their sharp teeth. In an instant, half of the legs of countless Yi family army soldiers were gone. All grade 9 powerhouses, attack with all your might. Kill the low-level Cyclopean beasts in a large area. We can't let their main army charge forward. Otherwise, we'll all die. Even Zhu Yi, who was resourceful, panicked at this moment. There was nothing she could do. The Cyclopean beast's strong defense, terrifying speed, and teeth that were comparable to a supreme artifact. Once their main army got close, the final outcome would be total annihilation. Chapter 1361. All the grade 9 experts moved. Gong Tian didn't use his blood-refined spear. Instead, he pushed with his hands, forming a water dragon that roared out. The grade 9 supreme martial artist used the power of space. Its strength was shocking. Everywhere the water dragon passed, Pieces of the one-eyed beast's flesh and blood flew. Gong Tian and the others also formed all sorts of water pillars and arrows to attack the one-eyed beasts in all directions. They didn't chase for maximum strength, only for the area of effect to be large. The Ice Queen's solo dance in the sky became even more alluring. The snowflakes in the sky became thicker, and there were even ice shards mixed in. The snowflakes landed on the one-eyed beast's bodies, causing their speed to become slower. The ice shards were also able to kill them one by one. Wind Moon's sovereign didn't move. His role wasn't to attack but to control the restrictions. Zhu didn't move either. As Yi Qinghan's woman and the commander of the army, she had to observe everything and give orders. The one-eyed beasts died one by one. In the blink of an eye, close to 1 million were gone. However, these one-eyed beasts still didn't retreat. They stubbornly continued to charge forwards. Only when this weird sound rang out did all the one-eyed beasts feel like they were being pardoned. At their fastest speed, they all charged towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the black stone and disappeared. There was another strange cry, and then, in the surrounding white fog, countless golden monsters suddenly appeared. There were hundreds of them, and they formed a circle, surrounding the dense forest. These golden one-eyed monsters were a lot bigger. Each of them was more than 1 meter long. The cold light in the vertical eye was even colder. These golden beasts didn't attack. Instead, they all opened their mouths and bared their teeth as they cried out. The sound that caused one's hair to stand on end turned into visible sound waves that spread all around. It caused the white mist all around to become thinner. Millions of low-grade one-eyed beasts all drilled out of the ground and cried out. Their voices shook the sky and reverberated all around. Then, these low-grade beasts all knelt on the ground like they were welcoming their king. Their king had indeed appeared. As the group of monsters screamed, 5 dark gold, one-eyed monsters flew out of the air. Strangely enough, these 5 dark gold, one-eyed monsters did not release any aura at all. Yet, as soon as they appeared, Zhu, who was in the distance, fell into despair. 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist. 5 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist one-eyed monsters. There were also hundreds of rank 9 one-eyed monsters. This was a force so powerful that it could annihilate more than half of the legions in the planar battlefield. Even if Yi Qinghan were here, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything, right? Zhu Yi's body fell down powerlessly. Ice Queen stopped dancing in the sky and was stunned as she looked at the 5 people in midair. Gong Tian's hands trembled, and the water dragons dancing in the air disintegrated. The Gong Wei 4 opened their mouths wide, their bodies trembling in fear. Tens of thousands of the 1 million Yi family soldiers died in the earlier battle. The remaining 900,000 cultivators all sheathed their sabers and stood silently. No one said a word, nor did they do anything. But from their eyes, one could sense a kind of despair. Outside of the forest, a bright light flashed and sparks shone. The Wind Moon Monarch had accidentally opened all the restrictions because of his fear. The gorgeous restriction released a tremendous pressure. A dazzling divine light illuminated the forest. It also made everyone's ashen white faces turn even whiter. Pili Pala, Pala Pala. Apart from the sounds of the restrictions shining, the entire area was deathly silent. The suppressive aura made one suffocate, make one go mad, and make one tremble in fear. You bastard human, you're sneakily investigating our mighty Cyclops Legion. You think I don't know? Forget about it, you actually dare to invade our stronghold? Originally, this king didn't want to kill you, but you bastards are too annoying. So, all of you can die. The dark gold, one-eyed monster at the front suddenly opened its mouth. It could actually speak human language. However, human language was common in the planar world, so it was normal for this monster to be able to learn it. He stretched out a claw and pointed proudly at Gong Tian. His pale yellow eyes were filled with mocking and disdain. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Honorable sir, this is a misunderstanding. This lowly one didn't spy on your army's consciousness, nor did I have any intention of invading your stronghold. Sir, we will immediately retreat. We only ask that you spare our lives. Hearing this, Gong Tian's eyes turned, and he immediately revealed an ashamed expression. He shouted and bowed slightly to express his respect and submission. Gong Tian also struggled and howled, "Yes, yes. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. As long as Sir can let us go, we can discuss any conditions." The king of the one-eyed monster revealed a surprised expression. Then his single eye turned, and a hint of playfulness flashed through it. He grinned and said, "Yes, this king can let the two of you go, but you have to kill the others, and this king will let you live." Zhu Yi snorted in disdain. Only a child would believe this kind of trick. This king of the one-eyed monsters was really a pain in the ass. He actually played this kind of trick. The other people present also revealed mocking expressions. Even a pig wouldn't fall for it. "Sir, is this true? Can this swear a divine emperor blood oath?" Unexpectedly, Gong Tian and Gong Tian suddenly flew forward, then half knelt on the ground and looked straight at the king of the one-eyed monsters, their eyes filled with fanaticism and hope. Zhu Yi and the others were stunned when they saw that Gong Tian and Gong Tian seemed to be grasping at the last straw of hope. They actually believed the words of the monsters from another plane. Then all of them became enraged. Zhu Yi immediately started cursing loudly, "Idiots! The divine crystals and badges you have are the most expensive. This king doesn't lack divine crystals or points. This king's words are made of gold and jade, and I never lie. Do it. If you don't, this king will do it." The king of the one-eyed monsters shook his head and grinned. Then his aura slowly began to condense, and the 4 dark golden monsters next to him also increased their aura. Hundreds of rank 9 monsters around them released their murderous aura at the same time. Instantly, the entire dense forest was enveloped by the soaring aura. Countless Yi family soldiers couldn't even move under this aura. "All right, let's do it." Gong Tian and Gong Tian looked at each other, a fierce look in their eyes. Their aura condensed, and the two walked into the dense forest step by step, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They actually wanted to attack the martial artists from the divine realm for their own survival. Stupid, extremely stupid. Zhu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Today was a situation of certain death, with no hope of escaping. But if they were so easily manipulated by the martial artists from another plane, and everyone died in the hands of their own people, Zhu Yi felt extremely sullen and angry. Under the threat of death, for an almost impossible hope of survival, Gong Tian and Gong Tian actually believed a lie that could not even deceive a child, bared their ferocious fangs, and attacked their own people. Squeak, however, before Gong Tian's fangs could fully open, 5 dark golden shadows turned into 5 dark golden lightning bolts, shooting toward the two of them. Gong Tian and Gong Tian originally turned their heads and faced the countless angry eyes of the Divine Realm army. They were a little confused and a little frightened. They secretly made up their minds, ready to attack, and their hearts were very unsteady. At this moment, under the sneak attack of 5 ninth-grade supreme martial artists, coupled with the terrifying speed of the one-eyed monster, it was actually able to withstand a single move. The spear that was hurriedly stabbed back did not even manage to pierce through the monster's skin. Its body was torn into pieces by 3 big mouths. Only a rainbow divine crystal, a blood-red spear, and a space ring were left floating in the air. Gong Tian was killed by 3 ninth-grade supreme martial artists in a second, and Gong Tian was even more vulnerable when facing 2 ninth-grade supreme martial artists. He did not even have time to counterattack and was turned into a pile of minced meat. Emperor Gong Tian. The remaining 3 ninth-grade experts of the Water God clan were ashamed and angry, howling in grief. They flew out crazily, ready to drag some one-eyed monsters into the water even if they had to die. "Everyone listen to my command, charge, break out. Whether you can escape or not depends on your fate. Ice Queen, Wind Moon Monarch, attack. Even if we die, we will drag a few of you down with us." Zhu Yi gave a tragic smile. The aura on her body surged, blocking the aura of the one-eyed monster, allowing the Yi family army to move freely. At the same time, her body turned into a dragon and charged at the one-eyed monster. Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch were clear that there might be a small portion of the Yi family army that could break out of the chaos. However, none of them would be able to escape. Their eyes were filled with the intent to die. They raised their heads and roared, charging out. The one-eyed monster king grabbed the blood-refined spear in one hand and the god crystal in the other. He laughed out loud. Oh, the supreme spiritual treasure is right in front of me. You humans can't even take a single blow. Children, tear apart all the humans for this king. All the one-eyed monsters gave out a sharp roar. They were really excited, turning into ferocious beasts that surged towards the God World warriors. At this time, a huge pressure suddenly descended, enveloping the surroundings. All the Celestial World Legion and the one-eyed monster were all enveloped in it. What was really weird was that under this suppressive force, all the God World warriors and the one-eyed monsters couldn't move at all. Even the 5 Supreme King level one-eyed monsters couldn't move at all. You can't rip them apart. My people are not something that you one-eyed monsters can kill. Oh right, the blood-refined spear in your hand is mine too. An indifferent voice could be heard. From the white fog in the distance, 3 figures could be seen walking over slowly. The person at the front was wearing a green robe. He didn't give off any god power or aura at all. He had a warm smile on his face. Beside him was a teen in a white shirt. His face was cold and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. No one dared to look at him directly. On the other side was a skinny old man. His face was like the bark of a tree. He was smiling brightly, like an old tree that was in spring. Emperor! All the martial artists of the Divine World Legion trembled in fear at this moment. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's faces were as red as blood. Their eyes were like peach blossoms. Their bodies couldn't stop shaking like they were about to explode. Chapter 1362. The king of the one-eyed monsters struggled to withstand the enormous pressure, staring at the 3 people in the distance in disbelief. Finally, he locked on to the white-robed young man. Because the overwhelming pressure that made him unable to summon any will to fight came from this young man. The young man was very ordinary. His spirited eyes were filled with arrogance. Although he was extremely handsome by human standards, no matter how one looked at him, he was just an ordinary human. But why did he have such a powerful pressure that made everyone unable to summon any will to fight? Could he be a divine Emperor Supreme? He must be. If he wasn't a legendary divine Emperor Supreme, he couldn't be so powerful. But his aura was different from Pan Xing's. Could it be that there were many divine emperors? That couldn't be right. The divine Emperor Supreme had no reason to do so, because he sensed a killing intent from this young man. Also, why was this young man standing half a step behind the green-robed man? And it was the green-robed man who had spoken just now. Could it be that this green-robed man was even more terrifying than that young man? How could it be? You can't tear them apart. Do you think one-eyed monsters like you can kill my people? Oh right, the blood-refined spear in your hand belongs to me too. The king of the one-eyed monsters was even more confused when he recalled the green-robed man's words. What he meant was that the humans before him were his people. In other words, the 3 of them were humans, not divine emperors. But could a martial artist reach such a level of strength? He had never seen one, not even in the records left by his ancestors. The king of the one-eyed monsters was completely confused. But, in the next second, he was completely free. Kill all the experts above the 9th level. Yi Qinghan spoke calmly. The faint smile on his face was as warm as the spring breeze, but in the ears of the high-level one-eyed monsters, it was like the voice of the Grim Reaper. Piece of cake. Xiao He reached out a hand, smoothed the black hair on his forehead, and shook his head in a flashy manner. His legs kicked the ground lightly, and his body shot forward. In mid-air, his body began to transform into a huge blue dragon. Its body was hundreds of thousands of meters long, and its pair of icy green eyes made all the one-eyed monsters feel a chill in their hearts. All the low-level one-eyed beasts were suppressed by the terrifying aura of the blue dragon. They prostrated on the ground, unable to even stand on their 4 limbs. "GG, let's fight." The king of the one-eyed monsters let out a strange cry, and a dark golden light shone from its body. It resisted the pressure and flew toward the blue dragon in the sky. The other 4 monsters and hundreds of rank 9 monsters also let out a strange cry. They did not hesitate to burn their body's origin, preparing for the final attack. You overestimate yourself, you can't even withstand a single blow. The blue dragon in midair opened its massive mouth and spat out a few words. Its hundreds of thousands of meters long body danced in the air, wrapping around everyone. It ignored everyone's attacks and began to forcefully corrode and devour them. All the one-eyed monsters discovered an extremely terrifying scene. They had teeth and fangs that were comparable to transcendent-grade divine weapons, but they could not use them at all. When their claws and fangs attacked the blue dragon, they felt like they were attacking a quagmire. They were sticky and had a slight rebound force, but they did not harm the blue dragon at all. Their powerful defense was comparable to the power of origin and the power of primordial chaos. However, under the cover of the condensed green liquid from the blue dragon's body, they were continuously corroded and devoured. Moreover, they could not move their bodies at all. The hundreds of rank 9 one-eyed monsters and the 5 dark golden monster kings felt like children who had fallen into a quagmire. No matter how they struggled, how they resisted, it was useless. On the contrary, the more they resisted, the faster their bodies were corroded. Gradually, hundreds of low-level one-horned beasts stopped struggling and began to become part of the blue dragon's nutrients, disappearing from heaven and earth. It's over, it's all over, we're finished, and the one-eyed sacred world plane is also finished. I should have gone to the bloody Gobi Desert. I shouldn't have come back. The one-eyed monster king's consciousness became weaker and weaker. In the end, he looked at the sky with great nostalgia, leaving behind a deep sigh and helplessness. Ayo! After the blue dragon finished devouring, it raised its head and roared at the sky, turning into a white silhouette and flying back slowly. It was still standing behind Yi Qinghan, its head slightly lowered, its face turned to the side, and it stroked its hair. It looked indifferent and unconcerned, as if it was as easy as crushing a few ants to death. The pressure came quickly, and it disappeared quickly as well. The moment Xiao He flew back and stroked his hair, Long Da's pressure disappeared without a trace. However, all the one-eyed beasts still didn't dare to move. They all prostrated on the ground and looked at Xiao He in horror, as if they were looking at the most terrifying demon king in hell. All the warriors of the Celestial Realm army also didn't make a sound. They all looked at Yi Qinghan, at the beast god, and at Xiao He, who had a calm expression and kept stroking his hair, as if he was afraid that others didn't know he was an expert. Good afternoon, Jet of the Teardrop God's Grace, hee. Why are you all looking at us like idiots? Why don't you welcome us back? Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and glanced at the crowd. Finally, his eyes fixed on Zhu Yi and the Ice Queen beside her. He stretched out his hands like a kind priest. Jet of the Teardrop God's Grace? Everyone blinked in confusion, not understanding the meaning of this strange language that Yi Qinghan brought from his previous life. However, that wasn't important anymore. What was important was that the Emperor was back. Sir Xiao He and the Beast God had returned and saved them from despair once more. Welcome, Emperor. Welcome, Sir Xiao He. Welcome, Sir Beast God. All the Yi family army didn't bother about the one-eyed beasts in the distance. All of them knelt down on one knee, holding their chests and lowering their heads as they shouted. An earth-shattering voice broke through the sky and reverberated in all directions. Zhu Yi didn't kneel down, an intoxicated smile appeared on her face. Tears flowed from her eyes and her body was still trembling. Her hair was messed up from the battle just now and her clothes were also a little messy. However, she didn't care about anything. She stepped forward and lifted her skirt. Like a moth flying into a flame, she pounced at Yi Qinghan. Welcome, Emperor. The Ice Queen and Zhu Yi stood together and looked over. She thought that Yi Qinghan was looking at her and was about to hug her. At that moment, her body convulsed violently. She subconsciously ran forward a few steps, only to discover that Zhu Yi had transformed into a gust of wind and had already pounced forward into Yi Qinghan's embrace. Only then did she suddenly understand. She knelt down on one knee and whispered. She lowered her head deeply, and her face was as red as a boiled crab. Beast God? This Lord Little Black, how was my action just now? Was it handsome? Did I have the aura of an expert? Did I have the elegance of boss? Was the way I stroked my hair cool enough? When Xiao He saw that everyone's attention was focused on Yi Qinghan, he quietly leaned towards the beast deity. His expression did not change, but his quick-witted eyes turned as he asked in a low voice. Handsome, much more handsome than I was back then. Lord Xiao He, when you return to the God realm, you will definitely charm a bunch of girls. The beast god smiled and gave a thumbs up to Xiao He. Then he hugged Zhu Yi tightly and said softly to Yi Qinghan, Little Han, what should we do with these low-level one-eyed monsters? Yi Qinghan lightly patted Zhu Yi's smooth shoulder and said with a faint smile, Xiao He, do you want to devour it? If you don't want to devour them, then let everyone in the Yi family army choose a monster to be their war beast. Let them offer up their soul fire. These one-eyed rats are extremely fast and have strong defense. Chapter 1363. When Yi Qinghan's message was sent out, all the Yi family soldiers were overjoyed. These one-eyed beasts had incredible speed and defense. Although their attacks were simple, relying only on their teeth and claws were hard and sharp. How cool would it be to capture a beast that was as strong as them, or even stronger, as a mount to bring back to the divine realm? Many one-eyed beasts that could understand human language also sent the message. Countless one-eyed beasts were secretly delighted. Who would want to die if they could? Almost all the experts in the one-eyed sacred world were annihilated. This time, the one-eyed sacred world was definitely a defeated dimension. If they returned, they would be killed by experts from other dimensions. Although they were now someone else's mount, there was still hope as long as they were alive, right? Of course, there were still some one-eyed beasts that did not want to become someone else's mount. They screamed and charged toward the Yi family soldiers. However, after Xiao He smoothed his hair and snorted coldly, they were immediately pressed to the ground, unable to move. Then, they were cut into pieces by the swarming Yi family soldiers. Among the remaining 2 million one-eyed beasts, nearly 2 million offered their soul fires under the instruction of the Yi family soldiers. Every soldier in the Yi family soldiers had at least 2 one-eyed beasts as their soul slaves. Of course, Monarch Windmoon and the other rank 9 experts would not be so bored as to get 1 or 2 mounts. After capturing the one-eyed beasts, Yi Qinghan ordered all the Yi family soldiers to stand guard in the dense forest. The other 3 rank 9 experts from the Water God clan led the troops. Then, he brought Xiao He and Monarch Windmoon and Beast God into the War Emperor Palace. Emperor, Lord Xiao He, Beast God, I am so happy that you can come back safely. Emperor, all the experts from the Beastmen dimension were killed? Was it Lord Xiao He who did it? Lord Xiao He, you have evolved, and your attack power is so terrifying? That's great. With the great Emperor and Lord Xiao He around, the God realm will definitely regain its former glory. As soon as she entered the War Emperor Palace, Zhu Yi was like a happy little bird, chattering nonstop. In her opinion, what Yi Qinghan had experienced was almost certain death. If he didn't make a move, he would definitely be killed by the Beastmen. If he made a move, he would be killed by Pan Xing. Now that she was able to return safely and Xiao He's strength had increased to an unbelievable level, she thought that Xiao He must have evolved in time and killed the enemy in one fell swoop. Xiao He shook his head and gave an answer that surprised Zhu Yi. Wrong. Almost all the experts in the Beastmen plane were killed by him alone. I only killed a 9th grade supreme martial artist. The Beast God was also saved by boss. Then, that person didn't notice? Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. I don't know, but a few days have passed. He didn't do anything, so he should be fine. Yi Qinghan shook his head. He didn't know what was going on either. Did the purple dress girl lie to him? Or when he attacked, Pan Xing wasn't paying attention to this side. No matter what, when Yi Qinghan woke up, it was already 2 days later. Xiao He had brought him tens of thousands of miles away, and the Beast God had woken up too. Xiao He's senses were accurate, and they really found the God realm. At the most crucial moment, the 3 of them rushed over. Since Pan Xing didn't attack after so long, that meant that he probably wouldn't attack. After all, the God Emperor was a supreme martial artist, and it was also in the plane of existence battlefield. It would be extremely easy for him to kill them. Ice Queen, Wind Moon Monarch, and even the Beast God heard the conversation between Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan and found it weird. But seeing that they didn't intend to say more, they didn't dare to ask. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes turned, and she didn't ask any more. She turned to look at Xiao He, who was sitting at the side and stroking his hair. She said with respect, "Lord Xiao He, why is your strength so terrifying? The great emperor's strength is already extremely sick, but you are even more sick than him. Are you still considered a martial artist? Have you reached the God Emperor's supreme martial artist level? Also, has your body completely turned into a physical form?" Xiao He didn't turn his head. Half of his face was facing them, and a hint of loneliness appeared on his face. He shook his head slightly and sighed, "I don't know what realm I am in now, but I can kill as many as a grade 9 supreme martial artist comes. Maybe. I, Lord Xiao He, have already reached the peak of a martial artist. Haze, why do I feel a hint of sadness and loneliness in my heart? My strength is too high, and I don't have a single opponent. It's a helpless thing. Get lost." Yi Qinghan looked at the flashy Xiao He and laughed out loud. He looked at him lovingly and smiled. Xiao He's body has already turned into a physical form, but he can't be considered a human yet. As for his strength, it's beyond grade 9 supreme martial artist. Of course, if he goes against a God Emperor supreme martial artist, he will definitely be killed in an instant. Why is the great emperor so sure? Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch looked at each other and asked curiously. Xiao He's aura alone could make a grade 9 supreme martial artist unable to resist. His strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Why could he still kill a God Emperor supreme martial artist in an instant? Aura. Yi Qinghan said with certainty, "You can't feel it, but I can easily feel that Xiao He's aura is very different from a God Emperor supreme martial artist's aura. A God Emperor supreme martial artist's aura can make me lose my will to fight, but I don't feel the same way about Xiao He's aura." Xiao He pouted and said disapprovingly, "Boss, why do I need to be so strong? I am invincible now. There's no point in becoming stronger. I, Lord Xiao He, can finally transform. I wonder how excited Shu and Yao Yao will be when they see me." Yi Qinghan peeked at Xiao He and smiled evilly. "Xiao He, your body has turned into a physical form. Can that thing be used?" "Of course it can be used." Little Black's eyes widened and he secretly glanced at the crowd. He transmitted his voice, "Boss, at this moment, my thing can grow bigger and bigger as I wish. Can even bend. When I return to the divine realm, I must pick up girls, a bunch of peerless beauties. No, when we return to the divine realm, boss, you must bestow me with the title of Great Emperor. This title is so cool. Combined with my handsome and elegant appearance, it will be easy to pick up girls. A title is no problem. I can even let you sit on my seat." Yi Qinghan smiled and transmitted his voice, "But if you want to pick up girls, you'll have to get past Shui first. If she agrees, I will do my best to help you. You can even have a harem of 3,000 beauties." This. Xiao He withered at the mention of Li Shui's name. His quick-witted eyes moved quickly, obviously trying to think of a way to convince Li Shui. "All right." Yi Qinghan smiled and stood up. He looked at everyone and said, "Don't think too much. There's one more day until the 1-month period is up. Tomorrow, we will announce our withdrawal from the war. We will teleport to the peak of Mount Pan and then teleport back to the divine realm. Everyone, take a rest first. We will talk about everything after we return to the divine realm." Everyone smiled brightly, filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Especially Zhu Yi, who was as happy as a little girl who had just fallen in love. Her face was flushed, and her peach blossom eyes glanced at Yi Qinghan from time to time. She blinked and hinted at him. However, Yi Qinghan pretended not to see it. In the end, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, straighten her clothes, and solemnly say to Yi Qinghan, "Your Majesty, Zhu Yi has some matters that I would like to discuss with you alone." "Is that so?" "All right." Yi Qinghan turned his head with some astonishment. After muttering to himself for a moment, he reluctantly nodded. Then he immediately brought Zhu Yi to another room. 2. Xiao He spat out a mouthful of saliva, not hiding his disdain towards this cheating couple. Wind Moon Sovereign and Beast God turned their heads in embarrassment. Ice Queen's face was flushed red, her eyes were filled with shyness and envy. She couldn't control herself. Chapter 1364. This is the peak of Mount Pan? Why is there nothing here? This place feels mystical. Mount Pan doesn't look that big. Why can't we see the end of this peak? Everyone, stay alert. There are experts from other planes coming over. After Yi Qinghan announced his withdrawal, a white light engulfed everyone from the deity plane. The white light flashed, and everyone appeared in a plaza. The plaza was vast and boundless. Even Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's divine senses could only scan 10,000 miles. There was nothing around the plaza. No people, no buildings. There were only the same black stones of the planar battlefield. Buzz. Armies from other planes could be heard from afar. However, they were all weak planes. They either had enough points and didn't want to win, or they surrendered to avoid being massacred. All of you, shut up. Stand where you are and don't move. Anyone who dares to make a sound will be killed without mercy. Yi Qinghan was about to restrain his subordinates from speaking carelessly. An ethereal voice resounded in the plaza. The voice seemed to come from the 9 heavens, yet it seemed to be right next to one's ears. The voice was emotionless, but it carried a trace of boundless killing intent. It was a killing intent that could make one's soul palpitate. Pan Xing. Yi Qinghan's pupils shrank. However, he didn't stupidly use his divine senses to scan. He immediately transmitted a message to Xiao He not to scan. Otherwise, not to mention angering Pan Xing, it would be over if Pan Xing became suspicious. However, Yi Qinghan could feel that Pan Xing was definitely standing on the peak of Mount Pan. Perhaps he was standing right in front of everyone. There must be a powerful illusion restriction on the peak of Mount Pan that prevented everyone from seeing him. Yi Qinghan's guess was right. Pan Xing was indeed standing in front of everyone. Moreover, there were 3 small wooden houses on the other side of the crowd. However, no one could see or detect him. It was extremely strange. Pan Xing's body wasn't tall. He was dressed in black and had black hair. His gaze was like a knife. His face was expressionless, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace of natural arrogance, as if he was looking down on all living things. From time to time, legions would be teleported up. Many legions had died and only had a few thousand people left. Of course, there were also legions that did not suffer many casualties. All the planes that were teleported here, although they detected that there were creatures from other planes around them, they didn't dare to move recklessly. Moving recklessly here would be courting death. Buzz. Another plane was teleported over. There were not many people in this plane. It was the Mantis Plane Army, and there were less than 100,000 of them. Countless Mantis men were covered in blood. Their eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that they had been fighting a bloody battle just now. It was only because the rank 9 powerhouse in the team had surrendered that they were teleported here. Ao. When they first arrived, many of the Mantis men's eyes were still bloodshot. They were not fully conscious. When they saw the creatures from the alternate plane, they immediately brandished their scythe-like arms and attacked the cultivators nearby. Stand where you are and don't move. Whoever dares to move or make a sound will be killed without mercy. Pan Xing's voice came again. His voice seemed to have an invisible magic that made all the red in the Mantis men's eyes recede immediately. However, there were hundreds of Mantis men. It was unknown if they were possessed by the killing. Although the red in their eyes had receded and they had clearly regained their consciousness, they still rushed toward the powerhouses from the other planes. Buzz. A huge pressure descended quietly, enveloping the peak of Mount Pan. Everyone on the peak suddenly felt an irresistible force pressing down on their bodies. Forget about moving, they could not even breathe. Swoosh. Under the horrified gazes of the tens of millions of martial artists on the peak of Mount Pan, there was a flash of brilliance in the sky. A streak of purple thunder tens of thousands of meters long came from the 9th heaven, enveloping all the martial artists in the Mantismen army in an instant. Boom! A blinding white light shone. A deafening noise pierced the eardrums. Then, these 100,000 Mantismen all evaporated. Not even a hair was left. Hiss! The tens of millions of people in the field were deathly silent, apart from the sound of cold air being sucked in. Countless low-level martial artists were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly and they collapsed to the ground, trembling. Many powerhouses had seen and been blasted by the divine thunder. However, it was basically a heavenly phenomenon that bestowed power. This was the first time everyone had seen the immortal realm annihilate a martial artist. That kind of earth-shattering aura, that irresistible aura, deeply shocked everyone. Boss, you are right. He can indeed kill me in a second. I feel that this divine thunder is irresistible. If it hits me, I will also turn into slag. Xiao He shrank back and looked around in horror. He secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's face was cold. Although he was shocked, his body instinctively emitted a sense of arrogance, as if he wanted to fight Pan Xing. When my cold world is completed, this young master will not hesitate to fight with you. This belief automatically appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Then he was shocked. He quickly restrained his aura and lowered his head. At this moment, his strength was far inferior to Pan Xing's. If Pan Xing saw through him, he would be damned. Half a day later, no more planes teleported up. The number of martial artists in the square had reached more than 100 million. Yi Qinghan also saw martial artists from the Demon Plane and the Golden Dragon Plane. However, there were not many of them. Their faces were bitter and dejected. Obviously, they had been forced to surrender. If you have enough points, move forward 10,000 meters from the planes that want to withdraw from the battle. Legion Commander, throw your points badge into the stone pit in front of you and choose the plane you want to attack from the stone tablet. After a long time, Pan Xing's voice came again. All the planes that had withdrawn from the battle immediately moved forward 10,000 meters. Squeak! On the ground in front of each legion, a huge stone tablet automatically appeared. Next to it was a stone pillar. The stone pillar was hollow, and there was a big black hole in it. Yi Qinghan walked forward. With a wave of his hand, he threw all the badges he had collected from his spatial ring into the stone pit. Then he turned to look at the stone tablet. There was a map carved on the stone tablet. There were many bright dots on the map, and the names of the planes were marked on it. On the east side of the map, Yi Qinghan saw the Divine World Plane. He also saw the Demon Plane and the Golden Dragon Plane beside it. After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and pointed at the Demon Plane. The stone tablet immediately descended to the ground. The stone pillar beside it also disappeared. Finally, the ground became flat again. All the planes that won have the right to attack and choose the defeated planes. The validity period will be after the next planar war. This is the map of your plane and the map of the planar battlefield you want to attack. During the validity period, you can use the teleportation formation in the planar battlefield to teleport to the plane you want to attack. Alright, all of you can go back. Just as Pan Xing finished speaking, 2 rays of white light shot down from the sky. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Indeed, it was 2 maps. Before they could attack, a ray of white light enveloped all the Divine World Army. The Divine World Army disappeared from the peak of Mount Pan. Lava Valley. Yi Qinghan looked around and found that they had arrived at the teleportation formation valley of the Divine World Planar battlefield. He let out a long breath and waved his hand. He laughed and said, "Let's go. Everyone take turns to enter the teleportation formation. We're going home." Chapter 1365. The Nepha's abyss was still filled with boiling lava, black fog, and all kinds of restrictions were shining with strange lights. All the restrictions in the Nepha's abyss had been broken. Yao Ji led a group of restriction geniuses to guard the Nepha's abyss day and night. At the same time, there was a simple and unadorned palace floating in the Nepha's abyss. Yi Feihu led all the 9th grade experts in the divine realm to guard the Nepha's abyss. Although everyone was very confident in Yi Qinghan's strength, All the experts in the divine realm were gathered here to guard the Nifa's abyss as a precaution and Yi Qinghan's instructions before he left. If they were defeated and the experts from other planes attacked immediately, the experts from the divine realm could still hold on for a while by controlling the restrictions in the Nifa's abyss. The Beast God Palace was huge, even bigger than the War Imperial Palace. The auxiliary supreme spiritual treasure was no joke. Yi Feihu led the Beast God, the Water God, the Fire God, the 9th grade experts, and Jida to a main hall. All of them sat cross-legged, cultivating, drinking tea and chatting. Only 90 years had passed, and the final battle of the planar wars had just begun. Most importantly, if there were experts from other planes attacking, they would have to come through the teleportation formation. No one was nervous. "Mother, when will father and uncle return?" In another side hall, Yi Qinghan's women were sitting. Li Shu, the monster devourer, and Yao Yao were all sitting there. 90 years had passed, and the final battle had begun. They were no longer in the mood to cultivate. They all sat together, looking very calm and chatting. But when Yao Yao asked, everyone's gaze turned to her subconsciously. Soon. A trace of worry flashed in the depths of Li Shuer's eyes. She revealed a slightly forced smile on her face and gently stroked Yao Yao's beautiful hair. Then, she turned her head to look at Fireworks, who was beside her, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. That's right. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were very strong. If the two of them joined forces, they could easily kill 1 or 2 9th grade supreme martial artists. Moreover, the immortal realm did not seek to be the champion this time, only to win. Presumably, with Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's abilities, it should not be too difficult. But, as Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's women, they all saw something wrong in Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's arrangements. The most important thing was the Nifa's abyss, which was why Yi Qinghan had spent so much time and effort to set it up. It gave them the feeling that he was making arrangements for his funeral. With Yao Ji's powerful restriction mastery, their chances of winning would definitely increase if they brought her to the planar battlefield. However, Yi Qinghan insisted on keeping her in the Nifa's abyss. "Sister Temptress, I will definitely come back, right?" Yi Qingyu asked Yao Ji in a low voice. Even someone as pure as her could feel that there was something wrong with Yi Qinghan's mood before he left. There was always a hint of guilt and reluctance in his eyes as he looked at everyone. It seemed as if he was bidding farewell. "He will definitely come back. You have to believe in little Han. He is a man who can create miracles. He has gone through mountains of blades and seas of fire, and this planar battlefield is definitely not the end of his campaign." Yao Ji's gaze was deep and distant. She looked at the Nifa's abyss through the transparent walls of the Beast God Palace, but there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth. Before Yi Qinghan left, he swept a glance at her. There was actually a hint of entrusting in his eyes, and she could feel it the most. Although she did not understand why Yi Qinghan was so unconfident about this planar war and felt that he would definitely die, she still respected his opinion. She kept an eye on the Nifa's abyss day and night, and if anything went wrong, she would immediately activate the restrictions to repel the enemy. If the immortal realm perished, she would follow Yi Qinghan's arrangements and take all the members of the Yi family on the Soul Emperor Pavilion and fly far away. "Xiao He, you have to come back. Shui doesn't want you to evolve or transform. I only want you to stay with me forever. You have to come back." Li Shui's limpid eyes occasionally looked in the direction of the teleportation formation in the distance. Her heart was filled with frustration and urgency. Originally, she had fully supported Xiao He's decision to go to the planar battlefield. This was because if Xiao He wanted to evolve, he would need a large amount of energy. That much energy could only be obtained by going to the planar war. Otherwise, it would not be enough even if he devoured everyone in the immortal realm. However, at this moment, Li Shui would rather Xiao He not evolve. It was fine as long as he could stay with her forever. The enchantress suddenly raised her eyebrows. Her limpid eyes shot out 2 rays of light as she looked in the direction of the teleportation formation. She immediately stood up with a solemn look on her face. Everyone was alarmed by the enchantress's serious expression and tensed up. In another hall, All the ninth-grade experts opened their eyes abruptly and locked their gazes in the direction of the teleportation formation. Buzz! At the top of the passageway to the Nepha's abyss, a huge teleportation formation suddenly trembled and began to emit colorful rays of light. Swish! Everyone, stay alert and prepare for battle. Countless figures instantly flew out of the beast god palace. The enchantress waved her hands and shot out rays of divine power. In an instant, all the restrictions in the Nepha's abyss lit up and an incomparably terrifying aura enveloped the entire Nepha's abyss. 100 restriction geniuses immediately stood in the designated positions according to the enchantress's arrangement and controlled a portion of the restrictions. All the ninth-grade experts lined up in a row. Divine power revolved around them and the power of space circulated. Their faces were solemn, but there was a hint of hope in the depths of their eyes. Buzz! The brilliance continued to shine. The planar battlefield was very far from the immortal realm. Every teleportation required some time. Finally, the brilliance stopped shining. Countless figures appeared in the huge teleportation formation. There were at least 10,000 of them. It's our people. It's the beast god. It's the Yi family army. Our people are back. But why are they all riding on a monster? When Yi Feihu and the others saw the faces of the 10,000 people clearly, all of them were ecstatic. Some of them even trembled with excitement. Although the beast god was leading the troops, the enchantress did not dare to remove the restriction. Instead, she immediately asked Yi Feihu to send a voice transmission. Feihu, remove the restriction. We've won. These are the mounts that the emperor ordered the Yi family army to capture. The beast god sent a voice transmission with a smile. He led the 10,000 people and stood at the side. They did not dare to move recklessly while the restriction was still in place. The teleportation formation next to them lit up again. The next teleportation was about to begin. When the teleportation formation teleported Zhu Yi and the 10,000 people back, the enchantress's bewitching face finally revealed a smile that could move the hearts of all the men in the world. She waved her hands, and divine power shot out as she began to remove the restriction. Once the restriction was removed, everyone immediately flew towards the teleportation formation. Yi Feihu and the others surrounded the beast god and questioned him. Yao Ji and the other girls surrounded Zhu Yi, all of them nervously and excitedly chattering nonstop. The emperor is holding the line at the back. This time, our immortal realm achieved a complete victory. If it wasn't for the emperor not wanting to take first place, he would have taken first place. What? Don't worry, little sister Qingyu. The emperor is fine. He is not injured at all. Don't worry. Just wait. When the army is done teleporting, the emperor will be teleported back. Zhu Yi looked at the group of chattering women and smiled happily as she explained to them. Zhu Yi could understand how they felt. Wasn't she the same back then? How is he? Li Shui saw that Zhu Yi was chatting happily with the crowd but did not mention Xiao Hei's situation. She immediately became anxious and asked nervously while biting her pale lips. Lord Xiao Hei? Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes turned, and she smiled mysteriously. She shook her head and said, "You will know about Lord Xiao Hei later." Chapter 1366. Your Majesty, what's wrong with my father? Is my father okay? Zhu Yi's act of keeping them in suspense had frightened Li Shui and the demon devourer demon. Both of their faces instantly turned snow-white. Yu Qingqing and the others' faces also turned ugly. Yao Yao grabbed Zhu Yi's arm with her lotus-like hands and asked urgently, "Lord Xiao Hei is fine. Don't worry, Miss Yao Yao." As for the specific situation, Lord Xiao Hei said to wait for him to be transmitted. Zhu Yi explained helplessly. Xiao Hei wanted to give Li Shui'er and the Demon Eater a surprise. Wasn't this making things difficult for her? As long as he's fine, as long as he's fine. Li Shui'er heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the Demon Eater. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Hei liked to play around. If he was fine and was the same as before, he wouldn't be so mysterious. Then he must be different from before. Since he was fine, there was only one explanation. He had evolved and probably transformed. Yu Qingqing and the others were also smart women. They figured out the key of the matter and looked at Zhu Yi with a smile. Zhu Yi could only nod with a wry smile and said, "It's a good thing. I promised Lord Xiaohei. Let's wait for a while." Wow, the demon eater immediately shouted with joy. His eyes were as lively as Xiaohei's and were full of joy. He stared at the transmission array without blinking. The transmission array lit up again and again, sending over groups of smiling Yi family soldiers. After each transmission, Yi Feihu and the others were shocked. When the 90th transmission array lit up, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The Emperor? Was he going to participate in the Plains War? Why did he bring 1 million warriors out, but now 900,000 people were transmitted back unscathed? And he brought back nearly 2 million alien plane monster soul slaves. Were they going to war? Were they sure they weren't going sightseeing? Finally, the 93rd transmission array didn't have 10,000 people. There were only a few hundred people. Except for the 3 level 9 experts of the Water God clan who had lost their fathers, the rest were all smiling. The green-robed man in the center was surrounded by the crowd like stars surrounding the moon. His body was frail, but his face was filled with a gentle smile. His gaze swept across Yu Qingqing and the others, and his eyes were filled with deep affection and love. Xiaohei, father! Li Shu'er, Lord Devour, and Yao Yao's gazes were fixed on a handsome man beside Yi Qinghan. His body was turned sideways, his head was slightly lowered, and one of his hands was stroking his hair. The man was dressed in white, elegant and otherworldly. His nose, eyes, mouth, limbs, and body were all exactly the same as a real person. The craftiness in those quick-witted eyes made Li Shu'er feel as if she had seen Blackie's first human transformation. Father has finally transformed. There was a sweet smile on Yao Yao's absolutely beautiful face that could be compared to fireworks. Ever since she was born, she especially envied her father's embrace. Even though she had grown up now, she had always longed for her father's embrace. Even though she was a proud daughter of the heavens and was doted on by countless people, and she was also extremely talented, she had always felt inferior. But in fact, she had always felt inferior because the little black man was neither a human nor a ghost, which made her feel inferior. At this moment, she finally did not feel inferior anymore. She could also have her father's warm embrace. "Welcome, great emperor. Welcome, Lord Xiaohei." Yi Feihu and the others all knelt on one knee. They already knew about the dimensional battlefield from the beast god's words. At this moment, all of them were sincerely bowing to Yi Qinghan and to Xiaohei, thanking them for their contributions to the god realm, the hardships, and the blood and sweat they had put in. "Rise." Yi Qinghan smiled and waved his hand. Then his expression turned solemn, and he said solemnly, "In this dimensional war, Xiaohei evolved once again, and his strength isn't below mine. He contributed greatly in this war. If it wasn't for Xiaohei, the God Realm's army would have been completely annihilated. As the great emperor of the God Realm, I bestow the title of Great Emperor upon Xiaohei. Everyone, please respect him as you respect me." "Greetings, Great Emperor Xiaohei." No one in the Yi family army doubted Yi Qinghan's words, and no one hesitated. More than 900,000 Yi family army soldiers immediately knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. "Greetings, Great Emperor Xiaohei." Yi Feihu and the others had no objections, and they all knelt down. Xiaohei devoured the demon sovereign and saved the God realm. At that time, he had the qualifications and strength to be conferred the title of Great Emperor. Now that his strength had improved once again, he was actually comparable to Yi Qinghan. How could anyone dare to object? Get up all of you. Benefits are nothing to me. I originally didn't want this title of Great Emperor, but since you all are so kind, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Don't worry, with this Great Emperor here, the dimensional war will definitely be won. The God Realm will never have a single creature from the other planes step into it. This great emperor and boss will also lead you to conquer the other planes, and raise the prestige of the God Realm. Xiaohei ran his fingers through his hair. His gaze was cold, and his expression was solemn and dignified as he swept his gaze over everyone. He spoke with assurance, and his body released a faint aura that made it difficult for people to breathe. If people didn't know him, they would really think that he was a very strict and serious paragon powerhouse. Great Emperor is mighty, Great Emperor Xiaohe is mighty, God Realm is mighty, Panjia is mighty, God Realm is mighty, Panjia is mighty, forever. Millions of Yi family soldiers knelt down again and shouted in unison. Countless people's eyes lit up with a glimmer of light. Xiaohe and Yi Qinghan's formidable strength made everyone see hope, and they also found relief. The God Realm finally didn't have to fear any other planes, and they could finally obtain their hard-won peace. Xiaohe nodded arrogantly, and with a wave of his hands, he spoke as if he was serious. Must be mighty, must be eternal. Pft. The demon devourer was confused. It looked at the mighty and domineering Xiaohe as if it didn't recognize him. Li Shui, on the other hand, giggled. Her body trembled as she laughed, but her eyes were filled with pride and love. Great Ancestor, I'll leave the matters here to you. Yi Qinghan also held back his laughter and said to the beast god calmly. He circulated the power of cold, pulled Xiaohe, who was about to continue his speech, and flew forward. His gaze swept across the tearful faces and he grinned. Let's go, we'll talk when we get home. Yes, let's go home. All the women nodded solemnly, surrounded Yi Qinghan in the center, and flew out. Xiaohe, however, still had a stern expression. He flew in front of Li Shui, and the demon devourer, nodded majestically and said calmly, Let's go. We'll talk when we get home. Yes, your servant welcomes the great emperor back to the residence. Li Shui, smiled sweetly and bowed. Then she obediently followed Little Black, who was full of farts, and flew forward. The demon devourer looked at Xiaohe with admiration and a little unfamiliarity. Xiaohe finally evolved again and took human form. Although he had become extremely domineering, she felt different from the originally mischievous and amiable Xiaohe, which made her a little uncomfortable. Who knew that just as they flew for 10,000 miles, Li Shui, suddenly sped up and pulled Xiaohe's ear. The domineering Xiaohe immediately withered, and his expression changed immediately. His face was filled with a flattering smile, and like a slave, he lowered his eyebrows, bent his body, and continuously begged for mercy in a low voice. It hurts. My great aunt, gentler, I won't pretend anymore, I was wrong, all right? There are so many people here, give this great emperor some face, and you can do whatever you want when you get back. Chapter 1367. Boss, you have to help me. In the sealed God Valley, Yi Qinghan was sitting in the main hall, drinking tea and chatting with Jida. Xiaohe suddenly walked in with a sullen face. He picked up the tea on the table with a helpless expression and took a sip before sighing. What's wrong? Yi Qinghan turned around with a smile. Jida also smiled casually. They were all old acquaintances. Although Xiaohe was a titled great emperor now, he was still the same mischievous Xiaohe when he treated acquaintances. Boss? Xiaohe glanced at Jida and furrowed his brows. He said bashfully, Shui, forbade me to take a concubine. I didn't even ask. I just wanted to get some information, and she beat me up. She punished me to kneel on the floor for an entire night. Look at me, I'm a great emperor. If this matter were to spread, would I still have the face to go out and meet people? Yi Qinghan and Jida looked at each other. Their expressions became serious, and their gazes were deep and distant. The two of them looked up at the ceiling at the same time, as though there were rare treasures and beautiful women there. Xiaohe glanced at the two of them and frowned. He curled his lips and said, Laugh if you want to. Ha! Yi Qinghan and Jida burst into laughter at the same time. They laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Jida laughed so hard that tears came out. After a long time, he held back his laughter and said, Xiaohe, come. Let me teach you a few moves. Bao Shui, I will be obedient to you. In the divine world, experts have always been admired by women. As long as Miss Shui, agrees, I will bring you out to find beauties. You can enjoy beauties of all races. What do you think? Really? This is good. Xiaohe was like a cat that had seen a fish. His eyes lit up and he took a step to sit next to Kid. The two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. They didn't have the temperament of a powerhouse. Kid was a famous playboy in the god world. He used to have 3,000 beauties, but later, he ran away with Lord Devour. Half of his harem was gone, leaving only around 10 women who were loyal to him. Saintly Sky took them to the secret book. While traveling with Lord Yi Qinghan, Devour didn't forget to seduce beautiful women. When he returned to the god domain, he had dozens of wives. Now, he had become the Misty Monarch and Yi Qinghan's sworn brother. Over the years, his harem had expanded to 7,000 to 8,000 people. Yi Qinghan felt angry and funny at the same time. He looked at the two who were whispering to each other and said with a smile, "I still have the same words. As long as Shu'ei agrees, I don't mind. But if Shu'ei doesn't agree, you will go out and make Shu'ei and Yao Yao cry to me. Be careful, I will tie you two up and give you to Shu'ei torture." Jida laughed mischievously. His face was full of pride as he said, "Hee little Han, you underestimate your big brother Jida. Jida, have been a playboy for millions of years. When have you ever seen my women dissatisfied? When did my harem make trouble? Which one of them wasn't obedient and willing? If Shu'ei doesn't agree, I won't take Xiao Hei out to make trouble. Don't worry." Xiao Hei's eyes were bright as he gave Kid a thumbs up. "Yeah, big brother Kid, you're awesome. Let's go. It's not good to talk here. We should go to the Flame Dragon Holy City and find a hidden place to talk. Big brother, don't worry. I won't mess around. Let's go, big brother Kid." Yi Qinghan couldn't help but laugh as he watched the two of them walk out with their arms around each other's shoulders. He couldn't say much about this matter. He was a romantic person and had many wives. Xiao Hei had been with him for so many years and had suffered so much. Now that the immortal realm had finally settled down, whatever Xiao Hei wanted, Yi Qinghan would do his best to get it for him if he could. After the two of them left, the hall became empty and quiet. Yi Qinghan drank tea as he pondered. It had been almost a year since he returned to the immortal realm. The news of the immortal realm's army's great victory in the dimensional battlefield had spread throughout the immortal realm. In particular, Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei had bravely charged into Devil Mountain and fought fiercely in the Golden Dragon Plain. In the end, Xiao Hei had displayed his invincible might and single-handedly annihilated hundreds of rank 9 powerhouses from a powerful dimensional legion. The news had spread throughout the immortal realm through the Yi family army. Immediately, the immortal realm was in an uproar. Martial artists in every city gathered in the public square and began to celebrate. Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's names resounded in the immortal realm for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's prestige had also reached an all-time high, surpassing the height of the 10 ancient gods. The immortal realm could finally be at ease. With the two of them around, they could easily win the dimensional war. They no longer had to worry about losing and being attacked by other dimensions. Of course, there were countless families who were originally dissatisfied with Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei. They even secretly planned to take revenge, such as the scattered descendants of the Li family. They all withdrew their plans to take revenge on Yi Qinghan, Xiao Hei, and the Yi family. They could even kill rank 9 supreme martial artists in seconds. So what if they worked hard and cultivated to rank 9 supreme martial artists? After the dimensional war, the order of the immortal realm had reached its best period in history. The Yi family army had also become the most glorious army in the immortal realm. Countless martial artists were proud to join the Yi family army. However, the fiery dragon sacred city's city lord, Lei Zhen, strictly controlled the size of the Yi family army. He set a permanent limit of 1 million people. However, the standard of strength was raised. Without a rank 6 or rank 7, who would dare to apply to join the Yi family army? Everything in the immortal realm was stable. There was no need for Yi Qinghan to worry about anything. There were countless people taking care of things. Lei Zhen was in charge of the fiery dragon's sacred city. The various continents were in charge of the various rulers. The Yi family was under the management of Night Emperor, Yi Tianlong, and Yu Qing. The hearts of the people in the immortal realm were extremely united. Everyone worked hard to improve and cultivate. Everything was developing according to Yi Qinghan's plan. In this dimensional war, Yi Qinghan had countless doubts. For example, the purple-robed lady's voice transmission. For example, why Pan Xing did not kill him. For example, the identity of the hemp-robed old man. For example, why Xiao Hei's strength could evolve to such a terrifying level. For example, was his cold realm a real world? Was it an existence similar to Pangaea? There were also countless things that Yi Qinghan could not figure out. However, Yi Qinghan decided not to think about it. The most important thing was that he was alive. The immortal realm had won. Therefore, after Yi Qinghan returned, he passed down the order to rest and reorganize for 100 years. After 100 years, he would attack the demonic plane. He needed to rest for 100 years to let his mind completely relax. He needed to let his tense nerves relax. He needed to let go of the heavy pressure that was hovering over his mind. Yi Qinghan did not care about the cold realm anymore. He only occasionally swept his divine sense. He did not think about the dimensional war anymore. He just wanted to have a good rest. Holding a cup of tea, he sat in the main hall for the whole afternoon. His women were busy with their own things. No one came to disturb him. Yi Qinghan felt like he had stolen half a day of leisure from his life. After 100 years, I will bring people to sweep the entire demonic plane. The demonic aura of the demonic creatures is too terrifying. Staying near the immortal realm will be a disaster sooner or later. Moreover, it seems that Xiao Hei has not reached the end of his evolution. He needs a huge amount of energy. Yi Qinghan stood up and made up his mind. Since Pan Xing did not kill him and Xiao Hei in the dimensional war, it should not alarm him even if Xiao Hei went to destroy the demonic plane. In the past, the immortal realm was too powerful. It triggered Pan Xing's killing intent. If he did not expand, it would not be too much to rule 1 or 2 planes at most, right? The most important reason why he made up his mind to destroy the demonic plane was that he had a faint feeling that he would have to fight against Pan Xing sooner or later. Therefore, he needed stronger strength. If Xiao Hei could evolve again, his strength would also improve. Perhaps he would really have the strength to fight against Pan Xing. Through the main hall, Yi Qinghan looked at the sky of the sealed God Valley. He seemed to see the high and mighty Pan Mountain. He murmured, "Pan Xing, I do not want to be your enemy. I just want to live a leisurely and contented life. I hope you do not force me. Otherwise, you will regret it sooner or later." Chapter 1368. Time flew by. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's days were extremely relaxed. He didn't think about anything and spent his days touring with his wives. From time to time, he would teleport to the material planes of the immortal world to enjoy the scenery of the foreign lands. After returning to the divine realm, he would occasionally go to the holy city to give pointers to the younger generation. He would often gather with Jida and the others to drink, chat, and play chess. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was sitting alone on the rooftop of the Fire Dragon City Lord residence. He was leisurely drinking tea, squinting his eyes and basking in the sun. He was extremely satisfied. Having just returned from a plane with particularly beautiful scenery, the women were all contented and went back to busy themselves with their own matters. Yi Qinghan also had half a day of leisure in his life. He quietly began to think about some problems. 10 years. After living a leisurely life for 10 years, Yi Qinghan's heart was satisfied. It was time to plan for the future. Pan Xing's bone-piercing murderous aura appeared in his mind again. Although Pan Xing did not attack him in the last plane war, he felt that Pan Xing would find out sooner or later. However, he felt that sooner or later he would be discovered by Pan Xing and they would face each other. Therefore, after resting for 10 years, Yi Qinghan decided to continue cultivating and think of all ways to increase his strength. Sitting under the grape trellis, he squinted his eyes and thought for a long time. Yi Qinghan decided to take 3 steps. First, let Xiao Hei continue to devour experts. After 100 years, he would immediately go to the demonic plane and devour all the creatures there, completely exterminating the demon race. This way, not only could he increase Xiao Hei's strength, but he could also completely eliminate this hidden danger in the divine realm. Xiao Hei's current strength was already very heaven-defying. Even if he were to face him, it would be hard to predict the outcome. If he could evolve again with his help, even if he were to face Pan Xing, the outcome would be uncertain. Second, continue to comprehend the nomological laws. His realm of nomological laws was currently lower 9th grade. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Although the nomological laws might not increase his strength by much, what if the quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change? Thirdly, and this was the most important point, he had to think of all possible ways to make the cold realm evolve. Every time the cold realm evolved, his strength would soar. If he could completely transform it, Yi Qinghan believed that he might be able to fight against Pan Xing. There are still 90 years left until the demonic plane. With his and Xiao Hei's strength, they should be able to conquer it easily. The evolution of the cold realm was something that had to be slowly explored and could not be rushed. I'd better try to comprehend laws of nature first. Yi Qinghan had no idea how to cultivate above rank 9, and he had never asked anyone about it. Now that he thought about cultivating, he couldn't figure out how to do it. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qinghan spread out his divine sense. Originally, he wanted to look for the beast god who had the highest mastery of the laws and ask him about it. However, he discovered that the beast god was not in the god realm. He had probably gone to the beast god plane. He scanned the star sea with his divine sense and found that Zhu Yi was not on the supreme island either. His divine sense locked onto the powerhouses of the fire god plane. After asking around, he discovered that Zhu Yi had gone to the fire god's secret realm. It was said that the centennial ancestral worship ceremony of the 10 ancient clans was about to begin, and Zhu Yi had gone back to host it. After his divine sense went around the divine realm, Yi Qinghan realized that it was very difficult to find someone to ask about it. Jida was familiar, but his strength was too low. Yanran was also a rank 9, but she was also lower rank 9. In the end, he thought of someone and smiled. He used the power of cold and teleported directly to the north. The attribute of the power of cold was above all other forces, so the distance that Yi Qinghan teleported was quite terrifying. In just 2 or 3 teleportations, Yi Qinghan arrived at the extreme north of the divine realm. This is the island of ice and snow? I've been to almost all the places in the divine realm, but this is my first time here. The beast god and Zhu Yi were not here, Gong Tian was dead, and the powerhouses of the water god clan were all chased back to the water mystery realm by Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan wanted to ask about the cultivation of laws above rank 9, he could only look for the ice queen who had reached the peak of rank 9. Swish! Yi Qinghan's sudden teleportation above the island of ice and snow alarmed countless patrolling guards of the island. A group of beautiful women in white robes with exquisite facial features and voluptuous figures flew over at high speed. Their faces were as cold as frost, and they stared at Yi Qinghan with vigilance. The Ice Queen was not allowed to go out of the island of ice and snow, so no one knew Yi Qinghan. Although Yi Qinghan was imposing, these 7 or 8 women with the strength of 7th grade war gods were not afraid. The leader of the group pointed a silver spear at Yi Qinghan and shouted coldly, "Who dares to trespass on the island of ice and snow? Leave immediately, or we won't be polite. Ask your queen to come out and see me. My name is Yi Qinghan." Of course, Yi Qinghan would not be so bored as to bicker with these guards. He said calmly and stood proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, ignoring the aura and killing intent that were locked on him. "Humph! Do you think you can see our queen whenever you want?" The leader of the guards shouted coldly with a hint of arrogance in her eyes. The island master of Ice and Snow Island is the right-hand man of Emperor Han Yi. How can a nobody like you see her? Although you are also a level 9 expert, so what? She saw that Yi Qinghan still didn't leave. Divine power surrounded her body and she shouted coldly, "Why are you still not leaving? Do you want me to capture you and make you my slave? Our island master is busy and won't see any guests. I don't care if you are called Yi Qinghan, Yi Qinghan. Why does this name sound so familiar?" Yi Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a little puzzled. He had been here for so long and was still releasing his aura. Why didn't the Ice Queen come out? What the hell was she doing? He didn't bother about the guards. He swept with his divine sense but didn't find any signs of the Ice Queen. Yi Qinghan locked onto the centermost palace. He swept with his divine sense but still didn't find anything. This time, Yi Qinghan was a little shocked. He could sense the faint aura of the Ice Queen, but he couldn't find her. He immediately circulated his divine sense to the fullest and carefully explored the palace. With a serious search, he easily found her. There was a small hall in the palace with a strong seal. The aura of the Ice Queen spread out from within. He didn't think, his strong divine sense piercing into the seal. He easily locked onto the Ice Queen. But, the moment he sensed the Ice Queen's body, Yi Qinghan's mind shook. His body shook too, and he nearly fell from the sky. He could use his divine sense to scan. There was a small ancient altar in the hall. At this moment, the altar was giving off a seven-colored light. There was a beautiful girl sitting cross-legged in the middle. Her expression was great. Her entire body was twitching. That wasn't important. The important thing was, this person was naked and didn't wear anything. Her skin was as red as a flower, and she was so beautiful that it made one drunk. Coincidentally, when Yi Qinghan's divine sense entered, she had just woken up. Her beautiful eyes were half opened. When Yi Qinghan retracted his divine sense, Yi Qinghan could see that the Ice Queen noticed his divine sense. She was like a frightened rabbit as she jumped up. She grabbed the robe beside the altar and put it on in a fluster. Her voluptuous breasts and round buttocks swayed in the air, dazzlingly beautiful. Yi Qinghan's body shook. His eyes were filled with awkwardness and panic. He had an urge to turn around and flee. But at that moment, the guard leaders suddenly shouted, "Yi Qinghan? Yi Qinghan! You are Emperor Han Yi? I died 10,000 times and actually didn't know that the Emperor had arrived. Immediately inform His Majesty to gather all the experts on the island to welcome the Emperor." Chapter 1369. Towards Ice Queen, Yi Qinghan had always respected her even if he was several times stronger than her. However, in Yi Qinghan's heart, the Ice Queen was a senior worthy of respect, or rather an elder, just like Lord Devour. The first time he met the Ice Queen, Yi Qinghan was only a fake rank 9. At that time, the Ice Queen was one of the strongest people in the god world. Plus, she was cold and serious. This was why the impression that Ice Queen gave Yi Qinghan was that she was an expert, an elder that people respected. Although the Ice Queen was suffocatingly beautiful, she had a more noble and elegant aura than Zhu. Although Yi Qinghan had once fantasized that the women of the Ice Snow tribe, who cultivated the Ice Snow's secret art, would feel cold all over. Would it be special to touch them? When doing that thing, the fusion of ice and fire, would it be so stimulating and pleasurable? But Yi Qinghan really didn't have any bad thoughts about the Ice Queen. Even when Zhu Yi said that Ice Queen had feelings for him, he just laughed it off and didn't think too much about it. When the evil demon descended into the god world, Ice Queen gathered the god world grade 9 experts to fight against the evil demon. From that moment on, Yi Qinghan felt a trace of respect for this woman who was as cold as ice and didn't say a single word for a long time. He subconsciously felt that if he fantasized about the Ice Queen, that would be an insult to her. The monarch loved money, but he got it in the right way. Similarly, Yi Qinghan believed that even if a man was lustful, he had to have his own principles. There was nothing wrong with men being dissolute, especially in this world where only the strong were respected. As long as you have the ability, it doesn't matter how many wives you marry, as long as the other party is willing. It's even better if both parties are in love with each other. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not dislike Kid's harem of a few thousand. If Xiao He wanted to pick up girls, Yi Qinghan would also support him. Of course, that was under the premise that Shu Heir didn't make a fuss. Yi Qinghan never forced a woman. He would pursue her until both parties had feelings for each other. In fact, he had so many wives, and many of them were chasing after him. Of course, forcing himself on Zhu Yi back then didn't count. That was because he was forced by circumstances. So, at this moment, Yi Qinghan unintentionally reached out with his spiritual sense. He actually saw Ice Queen's entire body, and she even knew about it. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt like he was having an affair with his lover for the first time, only to be caught in bed by his wife. Incomparable panic, incomparable embarrassment, and a sense of shame. At this time, the captain of the guards shouted and knelt on the ground in fear, begging for forgiveness and kowtowing. Yi Qinghan originally wanted to teleport away, but he found it difficult to do so. Then, the ice and snow island was thrown into chaos. Countless warriors rushed out of their rooms, looking at Yi Qinghan with fanaticism and kowtowing to him. In the end, when the Ice Queen teleported out with a cold expression and lowered her head to greet him, Yi Qinghan couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Luckily, Yi Qinghan's skin was thicker. Although he panicked, he was able to act calm. He raised his hand and said calmly, "Cough, stand up, those who don't know can't be blamed. I came here today to discuss something with the Queen, cough. Since the Queen has something, then let's talk in the future." Ice Queen was actually acting calm. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yi Qinghan. After listening to Yi Qinghan's words, 2 blushes quietly appeared on his face, but they immediately disappeared. His body trembled slightly, and he raised his head to glance at Yi Qinghan. Then he immediately lowered his head and said, "No, it's fine. Great Emperor, come in and talk." Yi Qinghan touched his nose subconsciously as he looked at the Ice Queen flying into the palace. He gritted his teeth and flew in as well. Everyone in the ice and snow island looked at the Ice Queen in worship, raising their heads proudly. How amazing was our queen! Even if the top person in the god world, Emperor Hanye, personally came to visit, she was still so arrogant, making the emperor follow behind her. In truth, the Ice Queen was trembling as she walked. Her mind was totally blank, so of course she wouldn't care about such etiquette. Only when she sat on her own ice throne and saw Yi Qinghan sitting below her, rubbing his nose in embarrassment, did she come back to her senses. She stood up in a panic and said in embarrassment, "Emperor, please take a seat." Yi Qinghan felt dizzy and was thinking about how to avoid the awkwardness. He waved his hands politely. It is okay, it is okay. Your Majesty, you aren't an outsider, so there is no need to be so polite. The moment he said this, Yi Qinghan was stunned. Not an outsider. Along with how he saw the Ice Queen's body just now, this sentence had a lot of meaning. As expected, Yi Qinghan snuck a glance and noticed that the Ice Queen's face was red. Even her neck and earlobes were red. Seeing that the Ice Queen had misunderstood, Yi Qinghan didn't know what to do. He hurriedly stood up and explained, "Cough, I didn't mean that. What I meant was that we are so familiar with each other." No, I meant that we are all old friends." That isn't right." Yi Qinghan realized that it was getting worse and worse. The Ice Queen's body was getting redder and redder. Her face was tilted to the side and she didn't dare to look at him. He was so anxious that his head was covered in sweat. The more anxious he was, the more his mind was in a mess. He didn't know what to do. Puchi. The Ice Queen saw how Yi Qinghan was sighing and finally couldn't help but smile. She looked over flirtatiously and smiled. "Oh, Emperor, I know what you mean. Don't blame you. One who doesn't know can't be blamed. If outsiders see you like this, what will happen?" The moment Yi Qinghan heard this, he felt much more at ease. He nodded his head like a chick pecking rice and grinned. "Oh, that's good, that's good. I didn't mean to disrespect the Queen at all. I was indeed too rash, too rash." The moment the 2 of them said this, they realized that it wasn't right. Ice Queen felt that her words were a little flirtatious. Yi Qinghan realized that he said something wrong. Why did he mention that for no reason? Wasn't it just awkward? Both of them shut their mouths in embarrassment and did not dare to look at each other. As a result, the atmosphere became even more awkward. However, there was a hint of ambiguity and gentleness. The originally cold and frosty palace became filled with the feeling of spring. The more Yi Qinghan sat, the more restless he became. Given the current situation, he would rather fight against 10 ninth-grade sovereign realm experts from another plane than to sit here. After sitting for a while, Yi Qinghan couldn't take it anymore. Right as he was about to stand up and find an excuse to leave, Ice Queen turned her head around. Thus, the 2 of them opened their mouths at the same time. The 2 of them used a lot of courage, but in the end, the 2 of them shrunk back. The 2 of them didn't dare to open their mouths and waited for one another to speak. The 2 of them kept silent and the atmosphere became even more awkward. After a long while, Yi Qinghan couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, "You speak first, Queen." "Woo, The queen's gaze collided with Yi Qinghan's and she immediately dodged it. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Actually, just now, I was cultivating my race's special technique. It can be considered cultivation, so Emperor doesn't need to mind, don't think too much. Cultivation? Yi Qinghan was a little confused. Who would take off their clothes when cultivating? He looked at Ice Queen suspiciously and replied casually, Oh, cultivation is good. Yi Qinghan's casual words caused Ice Queen to misunderstand. She thought that Yi Qinghan thought that she was cultivating some evil technique. In a panic, she stomped her feet and explained shyly, I really am cultivating. Ice Snow Race's body is special. Every 10 years, I have to have sex with a guy. If not, I will turn into an ice sculpture. I am alone, I don't want to find a guy. So I can only rely on this formation to let myself. Let's not talk about it, it is so embarrassing. Chapter 1370. I have to have sex with a guy for 100 years? If not, I will turn into an ice sculpture? Rely on formations? Hearing this, Yi Qinghan was even more confused. He had heard of the island of ice and snow in the past. It was said that only women lived on the island. Occasionally, the women would come out of the immortal world to abduct talented and handsome men to breed with. These guys were like livestock, being escorted by the ice and snow race and taking turns to breed with them. He thought back to Ice Queen just now. Her body was as red as a flower? Her beautiful eyes were half closed. Yi Qinghan had slept with many women and of course he immediately understood that this was what a girl looked like when she was satisfied. Was she using the restriction to satisfy him just now? Thinking about that, Yi Qinghan felt his mouth go dry and the flames of lust in him started to tremble. That's not right, she didn't follow me to the planar battlefield. How did she spend those 100 years without restrictions? Did she go into her own space artifact and dig it out herself? I am too evil, Amitabha, I have sinned. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more he felt that it wasn't right. He snuck a peek and noticed that Ice Queen was so embarrassed that her head was nearly buried in her thighs. Thinking back to how Ice Queen hurriedly put on her clothes and how her chest was jumping up and down, his body couldn't help but become more restless. He forced himself to calm down. Yi Qinghan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with much effort, I can understand that. Let's not talk about this. Then what? Right? I came to find you to ask how to raise one's laws above grade 9? What I mean is, under normal circumstances, how can a lower grade 9 cultivator cultivate to grade 9 supreme? Laws above grade 9? Seeing that Yi Qinghan started to talk about proper matters, Ice Queen wasn't so embarrassed anymore. However, the red on her face was still really obvious. She took in a deep breath and said, Emperor, actually, if you continue to comprehend laws, your strength won't increase much. Let me ask, your attacks are so strong, but it doesn't have much to do with laws, right? It doesn't. My strength is a little special. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and said with an embarrassed smile, Don't worry about that. Although the cultivation of the laws can't improve my strength by a lot, it's always good to improve a little. Oh, Ice Queen was even more shocked. She stared at Yi Qinghan for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Emperor, I am really curious. With your strength and Xiaohe Emperor's strength, apart from the God Emperor and Supreme Beings, no one in Pan World can threaten you, right? You're still working so hard to cultivate. You don't have to worry about that. A hint of bitterness flashed across Yi Qinghan's eyes, but he immediately hid it. He pretended to be relaxed and said, Tell me, how do I improve my nomological laws above the 9th grade? Alright. A complicated expression flashed in Ice Queen's eyes and she guessed something. She sighed, Martial cultivators cultivate to go against the heavens and change their fate. To reach the peak, one has to comprehend the ultimate mystery and gain the recognition of the laws of heaven and earth to give one the power of heaven and earth. Actually, only when one reaches the 9th grade can one be considered to have stepped onto the path of an expert. Or rather, the path of cultivation has truly begun. To become stronger, then you have to comprehend the laws. Comprehend one ultimate mystery and you will be below the 9th grade. Comprehend 3 ultimate mysteries and you will become above the 9th grade. To become a 9th grade supreme, you have to comprehend 6 ultimate mysteries. Above the 9th grade, you can continue to comprehend them and your strength will continue to grow stronger. Legend has it that, if one can comprehend 9 ultimate mysteries, the laws of heaven and earth will recognize you and you will become a godlike existence, which is the God Emperor. What? Yi Qinghan was shocked and cried out involuntarily. If Ice Queen, who didn't like to joke, said these words, he wouldn't dare to believe it even if he was beaten to death. Let's not talk about the fact that a martial artist could cultivate to the God Emperor realm. After all, that was just a legend. Let's talk about the ultimate mystery. What was the ultimate mystery? It wasn't cabbage or carrots. There were billions of martial artists in the God world. It was easy for venerables to break through, but there were so few grade 9 experts, they could be counted on one hand. In a million years, who managed to break through to grade 9? Only one, Lei Zhen. But that was because the ultimate mystery was the hardest to comprehend. It wasn't that his luck was heaven-defying, but because of the evolution of the cold world, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the ultimate mystery in his life. Now that Ice Queen told him that to raise his realm above grade 9, he had to comprehend the ultimate mystery? One must know that to comprehend the ultimate mystery, one had to comprehend the 5 basic mysteries and then slowly merge them into beginner mysteries, intermediate mysteries, and high mysteries. Only by merging 6 high mysteries and comprehending the Tao could one comprehend the ultimate mystery. Above grade 9, one had to comprehend 3 ultimate mysteries? 6 grade 9 supreme martial artists? Yi Qinghan was terrified just thinking about it. Was that something that could be done by humans? Even if all his brain cells died, he might not be able to comprehend it, right? Thorush, Emperor. Ice Queen saw Yi Qinghan frown and his expression changed. It was really ugly. She covered her mouth and laughed. Actually, after a martial artist reaches grade 9, the comprehension of laws isn't as difficult as you think. Moreover, you don't need to comprehend the Tao. With your innate talent, it'll be even easier for you to comprehend them. Perhaps, you'll be able to comprehend all 9 ultimate mysteries and become a divine emperor. But what do you mean? When Yi Qinghan heard that there was a secret behind it, he was pumped up and asked. Ice Queen smiled and said, when a martial artist comprehends the ultimate mystery and breaks through grade 9, they will be recognized by the laws. Therefore, a level 9 expert's body will be incomparably compatible with the Dharma of heaven and earth. In other words, it will be easier for a level 9 martial artist to comprehend the mysteries of the Dharma, because the Dharma of heaven and earth has already recognized you. If you explore its mysteries, it will not resist you so much. That makes sense. Yi Qinghan thought about it and felt that it made sense. He asked curiously, so what you mean is that the more I comprehend, the more compatible I will be with the laws? The more I comprehend, the easier it will be? Kiki, that's not the case. Ice Queen smiled. She enjoyed Yi Qinghan's serious expression. She explained, it is indeed easier for a martial artist to comprehend at the later stages. However, the last step is extremely difficult. For example, lower grade 9, upper grade 9. Look at me. I have been stuck at this upper grade 9 for hundreds of thousands of years. I know that if I take a step forward, I will become a supreme God Emperor, but I still can't take that step. Maybe this is a test from the laws of heaven and earth. So that's the case. Yi Qinghan sighed. Beast God and Zhu Yi were both upper grade 9 and had been stuck for who knows how many years. However, they still couldn't take that step. Maybe they would never be able to in this lifetime. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan asked, if I comprehend the laws, how will my strength increase? Will heaven and earth give me more willpower? Ice Queen smiled. There is no need. The moment you comprehend, you will notice that you will be more compatible with heaven and earth. You will understand more about heaven and earth, and you will be able to control more willpower. I understand now. Yi Qinghan nodded his head in deep thought, thinking that he was smart. The laws of heaven and earth are like a girl. The laws of heaven and earth are like a woman. If you can pry into more secrets in her heart, she will be more affectionate towards you and give you more power. If you can see through everything and make her agree with you, she will let you do whatever you want. Yi Qinghan was used to using a hooligan tone. The moment he said that, he realized that it was wrong. His analogy was accurate, but it was okay to say it to Beast God Jida and the others. To say it to an ice queen who had just been seen naked, wasn't that like teasing her? Hinting at her? As expected, Ice Queen's beautiful face was as red as fire. Her eyes were filled with shyness and charm. She bit her lips, revealing half of her snow-white teeth. She looked as flirtatious as one could imagine. Chapter 1371. What? Your Majesty, I was just giving an example, I didn't mean it that way. Ha, you know what I mean, right? Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and acted like he was being casual. His eyes glanced towards Ice Queen, who knew that Ice Queen didn't even look at him, turning her face and half her body away. From Yi Qinghan's angle, he could see the side of Ice Queen's body. Without a doubt, apart from her cold aura, Ice Queen was a top beauty. Snow-white skin, extremely exquisite features, towering breasts, and a small waist. She was sitting sideways and one could see half of her round butt. Due to her uneasiness, it was twisting slightly. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan recalled how Ice Queen climbed up in a panic and put on her robe when he used his spiritual sense to scan. He could still remember how Ice Queen's round butt was twisting in the air, as well as the endless flirtatious feeling between her cleavage. Along with him staring at Ice Queen's butt, Yi Qinghan felt like he could see through her robe and see the beauty within. His entire body was filled with a bone-piercing feeling. As expected, this emperor isn't a good person. Why is he staring at that place? Although Ice Queen turned her head away shyly, how could she not sense Yi Qinghan's gaze? Seeing Yi Qinghan stare at her butt, his expression was one of infatuation. Ice Queen really wanted to die. She really wanted to dig a hole to bury herself in. But it was like her legs were rooted to the ground. She didn't even have the strength to lift them up. On the contrary, a strange emotion emerged in her heart, causing her plump buttocks to sway even more cheerfully. See? Yi Qinghan looked for a while and realized that he was about to drool. He sucked in a deep breath and shifted his eyes away. He pouted and felt ashamed. After a moment, he couldn't help but take another look. Coincidentally, his gaze met with Ice Queen's. The two of them were like thieves as they shifted their gazes away. Then, the two of them acted like nothing had happened and focused on admiring the decorations in the palace. It seemed like the palace today was really beautiful. A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as an adulterer. The taste of adultery seems to be more exciting. Ice Queen's behavior today is really special. Could it be, like what Zhui said, she is really interested in me? As he thought about it, Yi Qinghan's mind became active. If it was true, it seemed like a good idea to fuse ice and fire together. Although his thoughts were running wild, his current appearance was that he was staring at an ancient sword on the wall of the palace very seriously. He was observing it very seriously, as if it was not just a good-looking superior-grade god artifact, but a hidden, supreme spiritual treasure. Thinking about it, Yi Qinghan's gaze would drift towards the Ice Queen. Of course, Ice Queen could sense Yi Qinghan's gaze. Originally, she should have covered her face and run away in shame. However, she was the owner of the Ice and Snow Island. If Yi Qinghan didn't take the initiative to leave, how could she send him off? Moreover, the special relationship between her and Yi Qinghan, the flirtatious aura in the air, although it made her feel really shy, but it seemed like there was a different kind of stimulation. Until Yi Qinghan started to sweep around her body in an unrestrained manner, Ice Queen finally couldn't take it anymore. She casually cupped her fists and said shyly, "Emperor, do you have anything else? If not, you can sit here, I have something to do." Oh! Yi Qinghan came to his senses and stood up. He acted like he was polite. Nothing. Thank you, Queen, for answering my questions. I will head back first. If I have time, I will come to Fire Dragon City to play. No, if I have time, I will come and sit. Haha, I will leave first. Stop sending me off. Please don't send me off. Yi Qinghan walked out while waving his hands passionately. However, he noticed that Ice Queen had no intention of sending him off. He touched his nose in embarrassment and rubbed his hands. He used his cold power and teleported away. Poochie, Ice Queen smiled. Like an ice mountain melting and a snow lotus spreading, a hint of spring appeared on her brow. She was so beautiful that it broke one's heart. Yi Qinghan returned to Fire Dragon City and sat alone on the rooftop. He gulped down a few cups of tea before he calmed himself down. In his mind, Ice Queen's white body couldn't help but appear, making him unable to calm down. Not long after, a girl in a pink dress walked over. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was in a daze, she tiptoed behind Yi Qinghan and covered Yi Qinghan's eyes. She said in a low and muffled voice, "You are not allowed to use your spiritual sense to look. Guess who I am?" Yi Qinghan smiled. Even if he didn't use his spiritual sense, he could easily sense her aura. Moreover, even if he couldn't sense her aura, his wife loved to play such games, which was the cute and mischievous Firework. He purposely sighed and said, "Stop fooling around, Cherry Blossom, I know it's you." Although Firework was already a mother, she was still as beautiful as a young girl. When she heard that, she pouted, "Not coming, I'm not coming. You are messing with me. You know who I am, but you purposely say the wrong thing every time." Ha! Yi Qinghan laughed out loud. He turned around and pulled Firework over. He placed her on his lap and kissed her. "Little Firework, you aren't going to accompany Zishi today. Are you messing around? I heard that not long ago Zishi went out to play in disguise and was bullied. You went over and crippled her? Ha, my little Firework is so cool." Firework angrily raised her fist and smashed it. "I'm not coming. Qinghan, you are making fun of me." That bird young master relied on his father being an island head in Star Ocean to harm beautiful girls. I was already being nice by not killing him. Zishi was scared out of her wits. As a father, why didn't you comfort her? Hee, if they don't experience the wind and rain, they will never grow up. Flowers in a greenhouse will never grow into towering trees. It's good to let them suffer a little. Yi Qinghan stroked Firework's silky black hair and smiled. "Is there something you need from me?" Yi Qinghan had a rule that all his women knew. When he sat on the rooftop of Fiery Dragon City, he was either thinking about something or cultivating. If there wasn't anything serious, they wouldn't disturb him. That was why Yi Qinghan had asked such a question. Firework frowned and paused for a moment before saying, "I'm fine." Shui asked me to let you keep an eye on Xiaohei. Xiaohei has been going out to play a lot lately. Shu is worried that something will happen to him. Xiaohei is stronger than me. What could possibly happen to him? Yi Qinghan grinned and stared at Firework, as if he could see through her thoughts. Firework felt uneasy, so he smiled and said, "Shu is worried that Xiaohei is fooling around outside, right? That he will bring a bunch of women back to take her place? It's good that you know. You men are all bad." Firework glared at Yi Qinghan and said angrily, "It's not that Shui doesn't allow Xiaohei to take a concubine. If she has a good character and comes from a decent family, Shui will definitely agree. She's just worried that Xiaohei is too simple-minded. It would be bad if he was tricked by some shady woman." Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and said, "Tell Shui that Xiaohei has been suppressing his feelings for too long. Let him loose for once. He will come back when he's tired of playing. Tell her not to worry. I don't care if Xiaohei plays outside. However, if other women want to enter her house, if she doesn't agree, I will step in. Xiaohei still listens to me." Chapter 1372. Law Comprehension? Which type of profound mystery should I choose to start comprehending? Yi Qinghan stood in the War Emperor Hall and looked at the stone steels in the hall. He didn't know where to start. Ice Queen said that after one reached grade 9, it would be easier to comprehend the laws. Yi Qinghan was really interested when he heard that. He went to Sealed God Valley and told Li Shui to call him when Xiaohei came back. After accompanying his wives for a few days, he brought Yao Ji in to cultivate. "Yao Ji, tell me, which one should I comprehend first?" Yi Qinghan looked at the Yao Ji, who was sitting on the jade bed with a book on restriction, and wanted to ask for her opinion. After Yao Ji found out that Yi Qinghan was going to cultivate the profound mysteries of the laws, she knew that there would be a long period of time where she would need Yao Ji's sparring partner. After all, After entering the 5th level of spiritual quietude, her cultivation speed would increase exponentially. Thus, she told Yi Qinghan to move a jade bed, a table and many other pieces of furniture to this stone-steel hall. For her to sit on the bed and do that every day. It wasn't convenient, right? When she heard Yi Qinghan's words, Yao Ji smiled and said, "Since you said that comprehending mysteries above grade 9 would allow the laws of heaven and earth to recognize the cultivator, then isn't it the same no matter what law you comprehend? Why not comprehend the easiest elemental laws like the wind or earth element?" Okay, then let's comprehend the earth element first. I've already comprehended a fundamental profound of the earth element, the earth traversal art. I'll first comprehend the other 4 fundamental profound mysteries of the earth element. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and walked to the side to search for the earth element stone steel. The 5 basics of the earth element: power of earth, earth movement technique, earth tremor, earth arteries, and thick earth. Yi Qinghan had already comprehended the earth movement technique, so he walked in front of the earth power stone steel. His cold energy circulated and his eyes lit up. The scenes in front of him started to change. The temptress looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately, then picked up the restriction book and continued to comprehend the restriction. Although Yi Qinghan said that it was easier to comprehend grade 9 and above, it would still take a few months. Unexpectedly, half a day, just half a day. The glow in Yi Qinghan's eyes dimmed and his face was filled with shock. He turned his head and looked at Yao Ji in a daze. "How long have I been comprehending for? Half a day, why?" Yao Ji placed down the book and asked curiously. "Power of earth. I have comprehended it." Yi Qinghan scratched his head. Even he was frightened. Weird things happened again. Although the basics were the easiest to comprehend, although Ice Queen said that it would be easier to comprehend grade 9 and above, although his comprehension speed was overpowered, he didn't dare to. But in just half a day, a completely unfamiliar foundation profound mystery had already reached the entry stage. Wasn't this too terrifying? On the other hand, the temptress was incomparably calm. In any case, Yi Qinghan was a freak. Even if he comprehended all 5 of the fundamental profound mysteries of the earth element in just a few days, she wouldn't be surprised. Could it be because of the cold realm again? Yi Qinghan was a little confused. He pondered for a moment and decided to just ignore it. Moreover, he did not continue to comprehend the power of earth until it reached full mastery. Instead, he turned his head to the side and began to comprehend the earthquake. In the end, half a day later, the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes was no longer shining, and the bewilderment on his face became even stronger. Without saying a word, he turned towards the throbbing pulse of the earth, stone steel. After another half a day, he once again withdrew from comprehension. This time, there was no expression on his face. He silently walked towards the last mysterious stone steel, solid earth. Another half a day passed. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, the temptress finally couldn't contain the shock in her heart. She swallowed, looked at Yi Qinghan anxiously, and said, "Little Han, you couldn't have comprehended all 4 fundamental profound mysteries of the earth element, right?" Yi Qinghan turned his head around mechanically, his eyes filled with confusion, and nodded numbly. The temptress's body trembled, and the little red string on her waist suddenly twisted, her whole body shaking. When did the foundation profound mysteries become cabbages? Comprehending all 4 fundamental profound mysteries in 2 days? If Yi Qinghan could continue cultivating at this speed, wouldn't he be able to reach 9th grade supreme martial artist in 10,000 years' time? If Yi Qinghan could comprehend all the profound mysteries of the laws so easily, wouldn't he be able to comprehend all 9 ultimate mysteries easily, and finally become the legendary Divine Emperor Supreme Martial Artist? Although Yi Qinghan's talent was freakish, comprehending a middle-grade profound mystery, absolute space domain, even with the help of the illusory palace, still took 10 years, okay? But the temptress didn't know what happened, and looked at Yi Qinghan carefully, trying to find an answer from his body and expression. In fact, Yi Qinghan didn't know what happened, so the two looked at each other, speechless. What's the reason? If it's because of the cold boundary, what's the principle? If the other laws were so easy to comprehend, wouldn't I be able to easily reach 9th grade supreme martial artist? And possibly comprehend all 9 ultimate mysteries, and become a divine emperor supreme martial artist? Yi Qinghan thought it absurd, and felt that everything seemed unreal. But he had truly comprehended the 4 fundamental profound mysteries of the earth element. The two looked at each other and looked at each other for a long time. Yi Qinghan simply didn't care about it anymore. He turned his head and walked towards the stone steels of the other element's foundation profound mysteries. He wanted to see whether or not this strange matter would continue to occur, and whether or not he would be able to easily comprehend the foundation profound mysteries of the other elements. The temptress didn't dare to speak, and watched nervously as Yi Qinghan walked towards the stone steels of the fundamental mysteries of the fire element, waiting for a miracle to be born. A miracle was born 1 month later. In just 30 days, Yi Qinghan had comprehended a total of 19 fundamental mysteries of the metal, wood, water, and fire elements. Except for the profound mystery of traceless wind, which he had already comprehended, the remaining 19 fundamental mysteries were all comprehended. Including the original 2 days, in a mere 32 days, Yi Qinghan had comprehended all the fundamental mysteries of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. The comprehension of laws was the hardest to comprehend. As long as he could comprehend it and continue to verify and deduce in the future, mastery was just a matter of time. In 32 days, 23 fundamental mysteries of the 5 elements, all of them were comprehended. If this matter were to spread to the divine world, to other planes, to the divine emperors, wouldn't everyone be scared silly? The temptress was completely dumbfounded, and could only swallow her saliva. Her snow-white skin was rosy, and her eyes were full of charm. If Yi Qinghan wanted her at this moment, she would most likely respond in the most passionate way, to show her worship of Yi Qinghan. At this moment, Yi Qinghan wasn't so shocked anymore. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. In these days, he had comprehended all the fundamental mysteries of all the elements once. Light, darkness, thunder, destruction, time, and so on. The strange thing was that for the other elements, not to mention half a day, he couldn't even comprehend them in 2 days, and he had no clue at all. Yi Qinghan frowned, and after a long time, he raised his head and murmured, "I can comprehend the profound mysteries so easily, it seems. It really has something to do with the cold boundary. I can't comprehend the other elements, but metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. These 5 elements are easily comprehended, as if they exist in my mind. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth? Isn't this the 5 elements in ancient China? What does this have to do with my cold boundary? Why can I easily comprehend these 5 elements? Is there some special secret behind this?" Chapter 1373. Bang, bang, bang. On the peaceful peak of Mount Pan, 3 knocks suddenly rang out. Outside the small wooden house on the left, Pan Xing heavily knocked on the door with a face full of killing intent. His eyes were filled with anger as he knocked on the door loudly. There was a powerful restriction in the wooden house. Even if he wanted to force his way in, it would be very difficult. Right now, he looked extremely angry, so he used a rough method. "Pan Xing, are you crazy?" The door silently opened, and Pan Xi's pleasant voice sounded. Pan Xing didn't say anything and walked in with a gloomy face. As soon as he entered the wooden door, Pan Xing's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared outside a purple palace. The scenery outside the palace was very beautiful. There were bridges, pavilions and courtyards, flowers and plants, small beasts, clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland. However, Pan Xing clearly didn't have the mood to enjoy the scenery. He walked in angrily, turned around the main hall and entered through a small door. He came to a side hall. He looked coldly at Pan Xi, who was sitting on the mink leather chair and sat opposite her. He glared at her and didn't say anything. "Did you eat gunpowder? If you are angry, go back and vent. Don't be an eyesore here." Pan Xi's face turned cold, but she didn't dare to look at Pan Xing. Pan Xing said coldly, Pan Xi, not bad. You are not bad." Pan Xi's eyebrows furrowed slightly and said, "Speak, don't mock me. You know what you have done." Pan Xing was even angrier. The anger in his eyes could melt Pan Xi. Pan Shi stood up angrily and shouted, "What did I do? Pan Xing, if you don't make things clear, we will talk to Pan Huang." Feeling guilty? Ha! Even if we go to Pan Huang, I am not afraid. Pan Xing stood up and stared at Pan Shi. Someone broke through the barrier of Pangaea. This is breaking the laws of heaven and earth. I am in charge of the laws and laws of Pangaea. I have to deal with this, but you are interfering. What are your intentions? Do you want the laws of Pangaea to be chaotic? You want Pangaea to riot? You want Pangaea to be destroyed? Pan Shi's eyes flashed with panic, but she immediately calmed down. What did you say? I am interfering? What proof do you have? Pan Xing smiled mockingly and said, "This emperor has thought about it for a long time." That man and that beast's strength suddenly increased explosively. Essence energy appeared in their bodies. This is simply impossible. Only you have the divine ability to secretly give them elemental energy. During that period of time, you were going in and out, behaving strangely. It was not your usual style at all. If it wasn't you, then who was it? After hearing this, Pan Shi was relieved. These were all Pan Xing's speculations. As long as he didn't have any evidence, it would be fine. She smiled and said, "Evidence? Without evidence, you can say whatever you want. Why don't you talk to Pan Huang?" "You?" Pan Xing was infuriated. He let out a few long breaths and said angrily, "All right, you want to help him, right? You think this emperor can't find him? In the next planar war, I'll let the surviving planes participate. Do you think I'll be able to find him? When we find that person, this emperor will tear him to pieces in front of you. At that time, let's see how you will help him." Pan Xing flicked his sleeves and left. He had made up his mind. In the next planar war, he would let all the surviving legions with experts participate. If he couldn't find him once, then he would try 10 times, or even 100 times. He didn't believe that he couldn't find the person who broke through Pangaea's barrier. After Pan Xing left, Pan Shi's entire body softened. Her beautiful face, which could make any man go crazy, was now filled with sorrow. After sitting for a while, she raised her head and looked through the window into the distance. It was as if she could see Yi Qinghan standing in the War Imperial Hall. She said faintly, "Young man, I can't help you anymore. Whether you live or die in the future, whether you can become the next divine emperor or not, it all depends on your fate." Although he had comprehended the fundamental mysteries of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, Yi Qinghan wasn't foolish enough to try comprehending them together with him. He planned to cultivate the fundamental mysteries of the law of earth first. He wanted to comprehend the 4 fundamental mysteries of the law of earth to great success. After that, he would keep fusing them until he finally comprehended the ultimate mystery of the law of earth to great success. Only then would he comprehend the other fundamental mysteries of the law of earth. After confirming his target, Yi Qinghan walked to the large bed. The Yao Ji understood and lay down. Her eyes were half closed, full of charm and seduction. "Come up." Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan climbed onto the bed and lay down beside the Yao Ji. He patted the Yao Ji's buttocks domineeringly and shouted, "So fierce! You're so domineering, great emperor!" The Yao Ji smiled sweetly. Her watery eyes were full of seduction. She twisted her slender waist and climbed onto the bed. Then she began to bustle about. Since he had comprehended the fundamental mysteries of the law of earth, Yi Qinghan could go into seclusion and continue comprehending them. When he had comprehended all 4 fundamental mysteries, he would come out of seclusion to look at the stone steel of the law of earth. As the Yao Ji's slender waist twisted, the War Imperial Hall became filled with wind and rain. It was a grand scene. Sometimes, waves crashed against the shore, sometimes, thunder rumbled, and sometimes, it rained cats and dogs. The scene was so shocking that there was no need for outsiders to know. A long time passed. When the wind and rain stopped, the bed was a mess. It was full of traces of the wind and rain. Yi Qinghan had already entered the 5th level of soul quietness and began his secluded meditation. However, the enchantress did not immediately get up to clean up the battlefield. She was like a dying little fish that had been slapped by the waves on the shore, and her eyes were about to roll back after a long while. Little Temptress finally caught her breath and sat up. She helped Yi Qinghan clean up and tidied up the bed. She didn't wear her undergarments anymore. Instead, she put on a robe and continued to comprehend her favorite restriction techniques. Yao Ji was very smart. She knew that it was impossible for her strength to improve, and she did not have much interest in the law realms. Therefore, he wholeheartedly studied restrictions. After so many years, his level of restrictions had reached a very high realm. Although he couldn't compare to the Soul Emperor, he still couldn't compare to the Battle Emperor. However, she was confident that there was no one in the divine realm who had a higher level of restrictions than her, and she would be more useful to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had brought back a few primal divine crystals from the planar battlefield. He had asked her if she wanted to refine them, but the enchantress rejected him without hesitation. With her strength as a paragon, refining the primal divine crystals would only allow her to reach the upper 9th grade, and it would not be of much use. Instead, it would be better for Monarch Yenran, Jida, and the others to refine them. Since she rejected such a strong temptation, Yi Qinghan obviously admired and adored her even more. The enchantress was very happy about this. Although Yi Qinghan's harem looked very harmonious on the surface, everyone was secretly competing with each other. The battle between women would always happen inexplicably, and would also end inexplicably. Buzz? At this time, a jade talisman on the bed vibrated. The enchantress picked it up and saw that it was a message from Fireworks. Xiao He had finally returned after playing outside for a few years. The enchantress knew that before Yi Qinghan came in, he had instructed Li Shui to send a message to Xiao He when he returned. She also knew that Yi Qinghan was waiting for Xiao He to have enough fun before going to Nifa's abyss with him to devour the 3 suppressed demon sovereigns. However, the 3 demon sovereigns were suppressed below. As long as the restrictions were not touched, they would never come out, so there was no need to worry. It would not be too late to take Xiao He to devour them after Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion. Thus, she picked up the communication jade talisman and sent a message. Tell Xiao He to stay in the Seal Temple. When Xiao Han comes out of seclusion, we will go to Nifa's abyss together and devour the 3 demon sovereigns. Chapter 1374. Inside the Holy City of the Flame Dragon. The Holy City was expanding again. Geniuses from the immortal world kept coming here. There was no need to find someone to gather them. The entire holy world and hundreds of thousands of material planes knew of the existence of the Holy City. They knew that this was the gathering place of geniuses. Those who could enter the Holy City would be like a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. Their status was more glorious than that of the disciples of the big families. The Holy City recruited people once every 5 years. Those who had cultivated for less than 100 years could come for the assessment. As long as they were geniuses or those with potential, they could enter the Holy City. Once in the Holy City, they could obtain countless spirit fruits and treasures. They could receive guidance from level 9 powerhouses. There were all kinds of mysterious steals for them to study. It would be hard not to improve their strength. Moreover, there were countless children of the big families, the children of the monarchs, and even the children of the great emperors. Commoner girls could have the opportunity to hook up with these young masters and marry into the rich. Ordinary men could also become phoenix men. Beautiful women, status, and glory were at their fingertips. Recently, there was another benefit in the Holy City. Emperor Xiao He had become the instructor of the Holy City. The disciples of the Holy City would have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from Emperor Xiao He. Who was Emperor Xiao He? He was a great hero who saved the immortal world. He was a supreme martial artist like Emperor Han Yi. Xiao He had gone out for a few years. He and Kid disguised themselves and went around several continents. They even went to countless material planes and hooked up with many beautiful women. But recently he came back without any interest. He even told Li Shui, seriously, that he would never go out again. He even said that he would go to the Holy City to be an instructor. Li Shui was overjoyed. Of course, she agreed. Xiao He had gone out for a few years. She was already very happy that he did not bring back any women. She also knew that he could not calm down. If he wanted to fool around, then let him do it. Xiao He's law realm was only at the peak of the heavenly god realm. He had never cultivated all these years. He used to rely on his supernatural power to kill enemies. Now, he relied on his mutated devouring ability. What could he teach as an instructor? If it was not fooling around, then what was it? Lei Zhen was the city lord of the Flame Dragon Sacred City, the chief instructor. Although they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Xiao Hei's request, since he had brought it up, they didn't want to embarrass him, so they gave him the title of an honorary instructor. Today was the day of Emperor Xiao Hei's first lecture. The public square of Holy City was already filled with people. The men were all dressed in green robes, and the women were all dressed in white. They sat cross-legged on either side of the square. Hundreds of thousands of people were silent, but the excitement on their faces could not be concealed. Of course, there were also 7 or 8 people below who would occasionally look at each other and laugh quietly. Among Yi Qinghan's children, except for Yi Sihan who got married, the rest didn't get married. They all swore that they wouldn't get married until they reached the god the Arch Realm. Although he didn't marry, Yi Qinghan's sons inherited his dissolute character and had a group of female friends. Although Yi Qinghan's daughters and Demon Devourer had countless pursuers, none of them were interested in them. Growing up under the legends of Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei, they could feel Yi Qinghan's infatuation and love for his wives. The girls' expectations of their lovers had also become higher. Breaking through to the god the Arch Realm in 10,000 years? How dare he pursue me with this kind of talent? My father broke through to the 9th grade in 100 years. Too weak. How many 4th grade demonic beasts did he kill? Are you joking? Is he here to show off? My father started killing people when he was 15. In order to prove his Tao, he once wandered half of the Divine Grace mainland alone. My father and Uncle Xiao Hei charged into the divine world with the Slaughter God Blade to save the Flame Dragon continent. There were too many legendary stories about Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei, causing his daughters and Demon Devourer to have too high expectations of their partners. As a result, they still hadn't found their ideal husband. Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing, who was the matriarch, didn't care about their children's marriages. It didn't matter if they were born or talented. As long as they liked each other, it was fine. In the current divine world, whoever married this group of proud daughters of heaven would be climbing up the social ladder. Then, what was the difference between the other party's status and identity? Yao Yao, Uncle Xiao Hei is about to give a lecture. What do you think he will talk about? Yi Zishi looked at the Demon Devourer sitting beside her with a mischievous smile. She covered her mouth and giggled. Her face was full of curiosity. The Demon Devourer pouted and said softly, extremely annoyed, "Who knows? It's not like you don't know that my father likes to fool around. I hope he doesn't make a fool of himself. Otherwise, how am I going to show my face in the holy city in the future?" Stop talking. Uncle Xiao Hei is here. There was a ripple in the sky. A figure suddenly condensed in midair. Yi Zishi quickly shut her mouth. The Demon Devourer quickly looked toward the sky. When she saw Xiao Hei's appearance, she couldn't help but laugh softly. Xiao Hei was dressed in white and carried a black longsword on his back. It was actually more than 2 meters long. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his expression was calm. He was like a sword immortal who had descended. He stood with his side facing everyone. His gaze was deep and distant as he looked at the green mountains and the sea of clouds in the distance. His temperament was elegant and out of this world. He had the demeanor of an expert. "Greetings, Emperor Xiao Hei." All the guards and geniuses of Flame Dragon City stood up. The men knelt on one knee while the women bowed and saluted in unison. Xiao Hei didn't seem to hear the earth-shaking voices. His expression was unmoved. After a while, he waved his hand and indicated for everyone to get up. When everyone sat cross-legged on the ground again, he sighed faintly. Only then did he sigh faintly, "What is a martial artist? What is the Tao? Why do martial artists cultivate? How do they cultivate?" Xiao Hei's opening speech was actually 4 questions to himself. Moreover, there was a hint of momentum in his words. It made those who knew Xiao Hei and didn't think much of him put away their mood to watch the show and pondered. After a pause, Xiao Hei's words sounded again. "The Tao of martial arts is to defy the heavens and change fate. To break through oneself and pursue the limits. to compete with others, to compete with fate, to compete with the heavens. This is what a martial artist is. What is the Tao? Boss's Tao of Indomitable is to not yield to calamities, to not yield to fate, to not yield to the heavens. Before he comprehended the Tao of Indomitable, he already had an indomitable heart. Because of this indomitable heart, he broke through the cocoon and was reborn again and again in adversity. Because of this indomitable heart, he could create miracles. Because of this indomitable heart, he could lead us to victory again and again. Only then could he become Emperor Han Yi. Why do we cultivate? Not for fame, not for profit, not for beauty and status, but to break fate, challenge ourselves, pursue the limits, and set foot on the peak. How do we cultivate? Since we want to break fate, then we must fight against the heavens and the firmament. Then you must first understand the firmament, understand the laws of heaven and earth, familiarize yourself with it, comprehend it, and then conquer it. This is the Tao of cultivation. With that, the long sword on Xiao Hei's back whistled out and slashed forward. In an instant, a crack that was tens of thousands of meters long was cut open in the sky. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi also became chaotic. The scene was vast and extremely shocking. The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao Hei's words moved everyone. Coupled with this shocking sword, countless people felt their blood boil and sighed endlessly. Well said. At this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded. Two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a green robe and had a gentle smile on his face. He glanced at Xiao Hei, then smiled at the hundreds of thousands of geniuses and elites below and said, "Fighting with others is endless joy. Fighting with the heavens is endless joy. All martial artists must conquer this firmament and this sea of stars as their goal. Only then can they defy the heavens and change their fate, and tear apart the firmament." Chapter 1375. Boss, how was my lecture just now? On the rooftop of the fiery dragon city, Xiao Hei had a cheeky smile on his face as he looked at Yi Qinghan eagerly, waiting for his praise. Yi Qinghan smiled appreciatively and said, "Hee, not bad. Although there is no substantial content, your understanding of the essence of martial arts is not bad. The direction of cultivation is also very accurate. Moreover, it is very motivating. I reckon that those talented youths in the holy city will not be able to sleep well these few days." Yao Ji also covered her mouth and laughed. "Emperor Xiao Hei, you were so awe-inspiring and domineering just now. Don't tell me you were trying to fool the beautiful girls inside? Really awe-inspiring? Domineering?" Xiao Hei shook her hair coquettishly when she heard the first half of the sentence. But when she heard the second half of the sentence, her expression changed immediately. She rolled her eyes and said, "Sister-in-law Yao Ji, am I, Xiao Hei, so unbearable in your eyes? I have been out for a few years and I have not harmed a single good girl." "Ha." Yi Qinghan laughed and asked curiously, "Xiao Hei, why did you stop playing after a few years? Not fun? Haven't you always dreamed of picking up a lot of girls?" "Sigh, don't talk about it." Xiao Hei's expression changed. She frowned and said, "Those girls are so snobbish. If I don't show my identity and strength, they won't even look at me. When I show my strength and take out a lot of treasures, they stick to me like honey. They don't like me. It's boring, very boring. Shui is the best. She tolerates my unreasonable behavior and treats me sincerely. I can't let her down anymore." Yi Qinghan looked at Xiao Hei dotingly and patted her shoulder. He said happily, "Xiao Hei, you have finally grown up." Xiao Hei grinned and said, "Let's not talk about this. By the way, boss, why did you come out so soon? I remember I have only been back for 2 years. Didn't you go into seclusion?" "Of course I'm in seclusion." Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji looked at each other, smiled, and said, "Not only did I go into seclusion, I also comprehended all 4 fundamental mysteries of the earth element." "What? Are you kidding me?" Although Xiao Hei's comprehension of laws was poor, it did not mean that he did not understand laws. How could they not understand when they were surrounded by top-notch powerhouses? He had only been in seclusion for 2 years, And he had already comprehended 4 basic mysteries to the large success stage? If Yi Qinghan hadn't said this, Xiao He would have slapped him to wake him up. Seeing that Yi Qinghan nodded affirmatively, Xiao He's mouth opened wider and wider, so wide that he could swallow an egg. He could not calm down for a long time. Let's talk on the way. Let's go to the Nifa's abyss and devour those 3 ninth-grade supreme martial artists first. You'll be a disaster if you keep them around. You need a lot of energy too. Yi Qinghan stood up indifferently. When he came out of seclusion, he exchanged a glance with Yao Ji, and both of them laughed. They were no longer as shocked as before. Since it had already come to this, they might as well give up. Yao Ji took Yi Qinghan and flew toward the Nifa's abyss. Xiao He scratched his head and followed in a daze. He seemed to be wondering how Yi Qinghan did it. Big uncle, father, where are you going? Before they flew too far, 2 beautiful figures flew over from afar. They were the Demon Devourer and Yi Zishi. The Demon Devourer called out from afar. It's Yao Yao and Zishi. We're going to the Nifa's abyss. You 2 go back to Sealed God Valley. Yao Ji immediately stopped. Yi Qinghan turned and smiled at the 2. The Demon Devourer flew over and pulled Yi Qinghan's hand. Her delicate face was full of grievance as she said coquettishly, Nifa's abyss? We're going together. I'm not here anymore. Mother doesn't take me out to play, and father only cares about himself. Uncle, can you take us out to play? Xiao He glared at her, but he didn't dare to say anything. This precious daughter of his was giving him a headache. When Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Zishi was also in high spirits, he nodded and said, All right, follow me. Yao Ji, Xiao He, don't fly too fast. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle is the best. The Demon Devourer shouted happily. She glared at Xiao He and Yi Zishi and immediately followed the 3 of them toward the Star Sea. Time wasn't tight. Xiao He devoured the 3 demon sovereigns without any suspense. The group was relaxed and leisurely as they flew toward the Star Sea. Greetings, Emperor Xiao He, Lord Yao Ji, and the 2 ladies. Countless figures flew out of the island before they even reached Supreme Island. All the venerables of Supreme Island came out to greet them. Zhu Yi was at the forefront. She stared at Yi Qinghan with her beautiful eyes. Her eyebrows were full of lust. We'll kill the 3 demon sovereigns of Nifa's abyss. If there's any noise, those controlling the island, don't panic. Zhu Yi, come with us. Yi Qinghan waved his long sleeves and led the group toward the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, they entered Nifa's abyss again. There were still countless geniuses studying restrictions below. Zhu Yi immediately transmitted a few words to the lower 9th grade martial artists of the fire god race who were guarding the place. Everyone below was immediately brought out. Zhu Yi, protect them. Yao Ji, activate the restriction. Yi Qinghan asked Zhu Yi to bring the Demon Devourer and Yi Zishi to watch the battle from afar while he flew toward the depths of Nifa's abyss with Xiao He. Yao Ji flew rapidly in the air. Her hands constantly shot out rays of divine power and hit the walls on both sides. Instantly, the restrictions in the entire Nifa's abyss lit up. Colorful lights shone and white mist surrounded them. It was incomparably beautiful. Father and uncle are going to kill 3 demon sovereigns? Will it be dangerous? The Demon Devourer was overwhelmed with emotions. She asked nervously. Yi Zishi, who was beside her, also grabbed the hem of her dress nervously and looked over. What hasn't your father and the emperor seen before? Zhu Yi looked at the green silhouette in the distance with an intoxicated expression. She smiled sweetly and said, Back in the planar battlefield, the emperor single-handedly fought against 5 9th grade supremes and dozens of 9th grade supremes. In the end, he won and even saved the beast god. Your father single-handedly annihilated an army of millions of Cyclops and devoured 5 9th grade Supremes and over 100 9th grade monsters. There are only 3 9th grade Supremes here, and they're all demon sovereigns restrained by your father. Do you think it'll be dangerous? Uncle and father are so powerful. Yao Yao stuck out her tongue and made a cute face. She said with a firm gaze, Yao Yao has to cultivate hard in the future and become as powerful as father and uncle. In the future, she will lead our army and sweep across the planar battlefield. Yi Zishi also clenched her small fists tightly. Her eyes were filled with excitement. The battle in the distance had already begun. As Yao Ji shot out rays of divine power, the restrictions in the Nifa's abyss lit up more and more. The aura inside also became more and more stifling. Hiss. Finally, all the restrictions lit up. Terrifying howls that made one's heart stop beating could be heard. An abnormally evil and cold aura immediately enveloped the entire Nifa's abyss. Yi Zishi's strength was the lowest. She was so frightened that she screamed. Her face turned incomparably pale as she retreated in fear. Don't be afraid. Zhu Yi immediately released her aura and enveloped Yi Zishi and the demon devourer. Their faces regained their composure. In the distance, 3 wisps of black mist emerged from the boiling magma, and the sinister and cold aura became even more intense. Dark clouds covered the sky and earth in the Nifa's abyss, and 3 bone-chilling voices rang out wildly, "Ha! I've finally come out. I've come out, evil god realm. I'll kill you all and leave not even a single blade of grass alive. Kill them all and turn them into the lowest level of demons. Their souls shall fall into the Azura Sea forever." Chapter 1376. You want the divine world to become the demon world? Don't worry, after some time, this young master will turn your demon world into a subsidiary plane of the divine world. Yi Qinghan's eyes were like lightning as he stood calmly in midair. Yao Ji stood beside him, and Xiao He looked at the 3 demon supremes in the black fog with a mocking expression. With just you? You want the sacred world to become a subsidiary plane of the divine world? Dream on. It wasn't our demon world descendants who broke the restriction. It was you guys? Big brother, that green-robed and white-robed human are very strong. Your saber is still in the hands of that green-robed human. The voices of the 3 demon supremes came from the black fog. They finally realized that something was wrong. After being suppressed for more than 1,000,000 years, they had thought that the descendants of the demon realm had attacked and come to rescue them. They had never thought that aside from the 3 humans and the 3 little girls in the distance, there would not be a single creature from the demon realm. Xiao He finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. He sneered and said, "You fools, after being imprisoned for 1,000,000 years, have you become stupid? This great emperor went to your demon world and swept through hundreds of material planes. After coming back, I swallowed your demon army cleanly, and there was even a 9th grade supremacy. In the planar war not long ago, all the powerhouses of your demon world died in my hands. Today, it's your turn. If we didn't want to kill you, do you think we would let you out?" As soon as Xiao He's words fell, the 3 demon supremes' expressions changed. Although they didn't believe it, the truth was in front of them. The demon supremes on the left roared angrily. The black fog around him quickly retracted into his body, turning into a black dragon tens of thousands of meters long. He shouted, "Second brother, third brother, don't listen to their nonsense. Kill them, then we'll go and demonize all the lives in the divine world. Let them fall into the Azura Sea." The 2 demon supremes immediately retracted the black fog around them and turned into 2 black dragons. Their auras became even more terrifying. Even Yao Ji, who had the strength of a supremacy, couldn't resist. "Xiao He, I'll leave it to you. I'll hold the line for you." Yi Qinghan's cold energy surged, suppressing the auras of the 3 demons. He brought Yao Ji and flew backward, not even sparing a glance at the 3 roaring black dragons. "Watch me." Xiao He grinned. Instead of retreating, he advanced and shot forward. In midair, he transformed into a blue dragon that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. He did not roar as he flew forward lazily. His huge dragon tail swatted at the black dragon at the front. "Wow, father, you're amazing." In the distance, the demon devourer shouted, her face flushed with excitement. She knew that Xiao He was very powerful, but she had never seen him in action. Every time they encountered danger, the younger generation would be protected by Yi Qinghan's men. At this moment, Xiao He's attack was so powerful that he could fight against 3 demon supremes. Even with Zhu Yi's protection, That terrifying aura made her feel as if a mountain was pressing down on her. It made her blood boil. Heavens, is this a battle between 9th grade Supremes? Yi Zishi patted her chest and stuck out her tongue. Her face was full of shock. In her world, a battle between 7th grade war gods was already earth-shattering. However, compared to the battle before her, it was like a fight between two wild dogs. Hee hee, you two girls still have too little combat experience. In the future, I'll ask Uncle Asian to arrange for you to go out and gain experience. Yi Qinghan stood at the side with a smile. He was not worried at all about the battle. Xiao He could easily kill the 5 kings of the one-eyed monsters, not to mention the demon supremes that Xiao He was the nemesis of. As expected, the battle was one-sided. What a joke! Xiao He's strength surpassed that of a 9th grade supreme being. Not to mention their strength, their bodies were far inferior. A black dragon was only tens of thousands of meters long, while the blue dragon that Xiao He had transformed into was hundreds of thousands of meters long. The 3 black dragons and the blue dragon were entangled. The 3 black dragons constantly bit, slashed, and swept. However, whenever they attacked Xiao He's body, that part of Xiao He's body would immediately become transparent and unscathed. The areas that were not attacked would still emit a green light that continuously corroded and devoured the demonic aura. This kind of battle was somewhat dull, but it was extremely easy. Gradually, the black light on the 3 black dragons dimmed, while the green light on Xiao He's body became even brighter. Even a blind man could see the outcome of the battle. Hiss! The 3 demon supreme beings finally panicked and began to escape. One flew into the sky, one dove into the ground, and one charged into the magma. However, Xiao He was like a piece of dog-tea plaster, sticking to the 3 black dragons and tumbling around in the Nifa's abyss. The restriction shone with a rainbow divine light. The boiling magma splattered everywhere, green smoke rose, and black fog drifted in the air. The 4 giant dragons tumbled in and out of the magma. The demon devourer and Yi Zishi didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even the temptress had a face full of sorrow. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi, on the other hand, had seen many big scenes and didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, they pointed at it as if they were watching a show. Hiss! The 3 black dragons flew out of the magma again. The boiling magma soared into the sky and scattered in the air, turning into small red flowers that slowly fell down. The eyes of the 3 black dragons were filled with despair. There was no path in the Nifa's abyss, only a teleportation array. However, activating the teleportation array required time. Before they could teleport out, they would be devoured by Xiao He. The cold eyes of the 3 black dragons couldn't help but burn with anger when they saw Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi still gossiping in the distance. When the 3 black dragons' gazes met, 2 of them immediately split up and flew toward the teleportation array in the planar battlefield, while the last one charged toward Yi Qinghan. Hee hee! The blue dragon that Xiao He had transformed into laughed twice and chased after the 2 black dragons. As for the black dragon that was charging toward Yi Qinghan, he didn't even spare it a glance. Ah! That black dragon is coming! Yi Zishi and the demon devourer were so scared that their souls were about to split apart. They hurriedly retreated a few steps and saw Yi Qinghan leisurely charging forward. The temptress and Zhu Yi didn't move, so they were slightly relieved. However, they still stared at him with incomparable fear. Scram! Yi Qinghan had a leisurely expression on his face. He didn't condense the God-Slayer spear. Instead, he simply sent out a palm strike. A large, white, and slender palm silently appeared from the void. It carried with it an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, and it smashed toward the black dragon's head. The supreme demon had a very powerful ability. It could make its body illusory, and the enemy couldn't attack it. However, under the envelopment of the cold energy, the supreme demon couldn't even move. It could only watch as the slender palm smashed toward it. After that, the entire black dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long flew back like a rubber ball. The speed was so fast that it could actually chase up to Xiao He. SSS, damn it. The roars of the 3 black dragons became weaker and weaker. The bodies of the 2 weaker supreme demons had already started to fade, and they were about to disappear from this world forever. The strongest supreme demon wasn't any better. It was struggling with all its might and struggling at death's door. Xiaohei, leave the leader of the supreme demon behind. I still want to ask him about the slaughter god blade. When Yi Qinghan saw that the situation was about right, he spoke. He had always felt that the slaughter god blade wasn't so simple. Since it was a paragon spiritual treasure, how could it be so simple? Chapter 1377. Kill me. Don't even think of trying to pry any information about the holy realm out of my mouth. Hateful humans, there will come a day when your divine realm will be enslaved by our holy realm. The people of our holy realm will exterminate all of you humans and turn you into the lowest level creatures of the demon realm, your souls forever sinking into the Azura Sea. Beneath the nefarious abyss, the boss of the 3 abyssal sovereigns angrily roared. His body had already become incomparably weak and was on the verge of death. He didn't even have the strength to escape. As for the other 2 abyssal sovereigns, they had already become energy within Xiaohei's body and had been swallowed. Xiaohei, let him have some fun first. Yi Qinghan glanced at the brainless abyssal sovereign. The power of cold surged and enveloped the demon devourer and Yi Zishi, isolating them from the outside world. Hee. Xiaohei grinned. He turned into a cool breeze that enveloped the abyssal sovereign. However, he didn't swallow it with all his might. He only slowly corroded it. This method wouldn't kill the abyssal sovereign for a short period of time. Rather, his entire body would feel incomparably uncomfortable. Hiss, ah. Hateful humans. Hateful. As expected, the dying abyssal sovereign began to writhe in pain, emitting blood-curdling howls of pain. This feeling was like being executed by 1,000 cuts. Every cut of flesh was extremely painful. After a long time, Yi Qinghan sent a sound transmission to Xiaohei to stop. He withdrew the power of cold and flew towards the abyssal sovereign with the help of Yao Ji. Wow, so this is the true form of the abyssal sovereign. How terrifying, how disgusting. That's right, this is the most terrifying monster Zishi has ever seen. After Yi Qinghan left, the demon devourer and Yi Zishi finally dared to speak in a soft voice. The 2 of them looked at the skies in horror. This abyssal sovereign was covered in black scales, had an ugly face, and had blood-red eyes. They couldn't help but sigh. Zhu Yi looked at the 2 of them, who were making a fuss about nothing. She glanced at Yi Qinghan's back and said meaningfully, what is this? There are even more terrifying monsters in the planar battlefield. You proud daughters of heaven. When your father and Grand Emperor Xiaohei ventured into the god realm, they didn't stay long in the firework tribe before they were framed and sent to baleful Yin Stream. The Yin Fiend Stream is a concentration camp of fiends. At that time, your father and Great Emperor Xiaohei were only at the heavenly god realm. You'll never understand how much pain your father has suffered. Father. When the demon devourer and Yi Zishi heard this, they were indeed deeply moved. Their gazes locked onto the backs of Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei as they let out a deep sigh. At this moment, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei's silhouettes had become unprecedentedly lofty in the eyes of the 2 proud women. How is it? Does it feel good? Your energy is slowly recovering, right? Why don't I get Xiaohei to wait for you to recover and continue to attack? We have all the time in the world to slowly play with you. Yi Qinghan stood in front of the demon sovereign and stared at his blood-red eyes without the slightest bit of fear. Kill me. Even if I die, I will not divulge any information about the holy world. The supreme demon opened his mouth and revealed a mouthful of green fangs. The red glow in his eyes was incomparably resolute. Kiki. Yi Qinghan laughed and drew out the slaughter god blade from his back. Do you recognize this blade? This was your weapon in the past. I don't need you to tell me anything about the fiend world. As long as you give me the information about this blade, I will give you a quick death. The supreme demon stared at the supreme slaughter god blade, and his eyes suddenly lit up. However, he gritted his teeth and refused to say a single word. Yi Qinghan was very patient as he accompanied the supreme demon to waste time. Xiaohei also stood at the side with interest as he watched how long the supreme demon could last. 1 hour later, the supreme demon's body regained a trace of light. Yi Qinghan waved his hand at Xiao He and said, "Xiao He, this friend from the fiend world seems to be very stubborn. You should soften him up a little." Xiao He laughed coldly as he turned into a ghostly wind and enveloped the supreme demon. He wanted to corrode the supreme demon again. As expected, the supreme demon was afraid. If he stretched his head out, he would be slashed. If he shrank his head, he would still be slashed. Today, he was definitely going to die. Since they did not want to ask about the fiend world, and the slaughter god blade was already in someone else's hands, there was no need to say anything. He gritted his teeth and said, "Go ahead and ask." Yi Qinghan grinned and said, "This slaughter god blade is from your fiend dimension. Was it obtained from the hands of a supreme god emperor? Has your dimension obtained first place in the dimensional war 3 times? The supreme demon shook his head and said, "No. It is rare for the fiend dimension to obtain first place in the dimensional war. This was obtained by a powerful ancestral devil from an expert from another dimension." Yi Qinghan nodded with an expression of, as expected. He then asked, "This is a supreme spiritual treasure, right? Then why do I feel that it does not have the power of a paragon spiritual treasure? Other than being able to deal with the fiend world creatures, this blade has no other use. It is not even comparable to a transcendent grade divine weapon. If not for the fact that the slaughter god blade's carvings and materials were exactly the same as a paragon spiritual treasure, it would not have been possible for the slaughter god blade to be a paragon spiritual treasure. Yi Qinghan would never have thought that the slaughter god blade was a paragon spiritual treasure. This was because other than being able to suppress the fiend world creatures and the spirit that was born from it, this blade had no other use. The supreme demon fell silent for a moment and looked at Xiao He, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. He said helplessly, "Because this blade was refined by the ancestor using the blood essence of the fiend world and a supreme secret technique. Those who are not from the holy realm cannot use its power." Yi Qinghan nodded. No wonder the people from the divine realm could not use it in the past. If it was not for his special soul, he would not be able to use it either. However, because of this blade, he had completely turned into a monster. Thinking back, without this blade, the cold realm would not have appeared in his mind. Blessings and misfortunes are accompanied by blessings and misfortunes are accompanied by blessings. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan asked again, "Is there any way for me to use this blade to unleash the power of a paragon spiritual treasure?" "There is no way." The supreme demon shook his head and said, "This blade actually did not look like this originally. Furthermore, there is a terrifying beast soul in the blade. The ancestor could not control this soul and could only refine it by force. Furthermore, it has been modified into its current form. Other than the fiend world creatures, no one can unleash the power of this blade." "What did it look like originally?" Yi Qinghan sighed in disappointment. The slaughter god blade had followed him through many battles for many years, and he had a deep feeling for it. Now it had become useless. Xiao He had also transformed and did not need to stay inside. This blade was even more useless now. It seemed like it could only be kept as a souvenir. A trace of reminiscence flashed in the supreme demon's eyes as he said, "It looked like the blade of an axe, but there was no handle." Back then, the ancestor was also very curious. He said that this paragon spiritual treasure was incomplete, but it had the power of a normal paragon spiritual treasure. If the handle of the axe was found, wouldn't it become a weapon that was even more powerful than a paragon spiritual treasure? However, after many years of battles, the ancestor still could not find the handle of the axe. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. "You are not lying to me?" Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. If the supreme demon was not lying, then did this slaughter god blade have a very powerful origin? There was a treasure that was even more powerful than a paragon spiritual treasure? Was it possible? Chapter 1378. That supreme demon is not lying to me, right? Why is the slaughter god saber an axe blade? There is no axe handle? That mutated beast soul already had the power of a paragon spiritual treasure before it was refined? If I have the axe handle, wouldn't it be several times more powerful than a paragon spiritual treasure? On the Flame Dragon City's balcony, Yi Qinghan held the Slaughter God saber in his left hand and the black flag in his right hand. No matter how Xiao He tried, the Supreme Demon only revealed this information. In the end, when Yi Qinghan saw that he could not get any more information, he asked Xiao He to give him a quick death and brought everyone back to Flame Dragon City. The black flag was the paragon spiritual treasure that Yi Qinghan obtained after killing the snake-headed half-beast man. The blood-refined spear was given to Zhu. This black flag was a support-type paragon spiritual treasure. It had a very magical ability, trapping people. Since it could even trap a grade 9 supreme being, Yi Qinghan naturally kept it for himself. Yi Qinghan carefully used his divine senses to examine the black flag and the Slaughter God saber. He wanted to find out more about these two paragon spiritual treasures. He wanted to see if he could refine the Slaughter God saber and restore it to its original state and restore the power of a paragon spiritual treasure. The Supreme Demon could make the Slaughter God saber unleash its power but did not know how to refine it. Yi Qinghan could only try to figure it out by himself. The two paragon spiritual treasures were made of the same material, patterns, and structure. The only difference was that there were some restrictions that Yi Qinghan did not understand in the black flag. These restrictions were spread all over the black flag, forming a cycle. This Slaughter God saber is indeed damaged. The restrictions inside are obviously not complete. It seems like the Supreme Demon was not lying. Yi Qinghan observed for a long time and discovered the difference. After a moment, he extended his divine senses and locked onto the Wind Moon Monarch in the north. He sent a voice transmission, "Come to Flame Dragon City to take a look." The Wind Moon Monarch received the order and came very quickly. He teleported over in 2 hours. This saber was refined by the Demon Sovereign. Do you have any way to restore it to its original state? Wind Moon Monarch respectfully received the blade from Yi Qinghan. He checked it with his divine sense and asked, "Great Emperor, I can't guarantee anything. I can only try." "It's okay. Let's restore it if we can." "All right." This Slaughter God saber's original appearance was that of an axe's blade. Don't destroy the restriction veins inside. After Yi Qinghan gave some instructions, the Wind Moon Monarch left with the Slaughter God blade. Yi Qinghan put away the black flag and entered the Sealed God Valley. He saw Xiao He bragging to a group of juniors about the battle against the 3 demon sovereigns in the Nifa's abyss. Yi Qinghan waved his hand to stop the junior from saluting. He turned to Xiao He and asked, "Xiao He, do you want to wait until the 100 years are up before going to the demon world, or do you want to go after a while? You devoured 3 fiend autarchs, as well as many experts in the planar battlefield. Did your body change at all?" Even if I can evolve, I don't know how much energy it will take. I don't know if I can succeed even if I devoured close to 100 ninth grade supremes. Xiao He sighed helplessly. "Boss, are you going into seclusion? If you don't want to go into seclusion, then go immediately. The sooner we destroy the demon plane, the sooner we can be at ease. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable to worry about one thing. Also, the demon plane has suffered heavy losses. Will there be any sudden changes if we destroy them now?" "I see." Yi Qinghan thought for a while and nodded. "I am not in a hurry to go into seclusion. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. How about this? I will ask Uncle Lei Zhen to make arrangements. Once it is done, we will go to the demon world." Uncle." The demon devourer immediately stood up, grabbed Yi Qinghan's arm and shook it, acting coquettishly. "You want to go and play again?" Yi Qinghan's gaze swept across and found that all his children's eyes were shining. How could he not know what they were thinking? The demon devourer raised her little fist and said excitedly, "Yes. Yao Yao wants to go and gain experience. Yao Yao wants to be a female general. You guys attack the big planes, and Yao Yao will bring people to attack the material planes, right? Yao Yao's strength has reached the level of a 5th grade war god. Uncle, didn't you say that one can never grow up without experiencing wind and rain?" "Ha." Yi Qinghan laughed. He looked at the helpless Xiao He and rubbed Yao Yao's head. "Okay, We won't go through the dimensional battlefield this time. We will go to the Beast God Hall in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. All of you will go, and bring your mother too. Now, let's go back and cultivate. The preparation work will take at least a year or two. When the time comes, let's go together. I knew that uncle is the best. Yao Yao jumped up happily and winked at Yi Qinghan's children. Her proud expression was incomparably obvious. Yi Qinghan's children also revealed expressions of ecstasy. This was not going to the material plane of the divine realm. This was going to conquer another plane, a plane of demons that was as big as the divine realm. Just thinking about it made them excited. Yi Qinghan immediately brought Xiao He to the Flame Dragon Sacred City and found Lei Zhen. Yi Qinghan explained the purpose of his visit. Lei Zhen said with some surprise, "Huh? You are going to conquer the demon plane immediately? I thought there was still a lot of time. I haven't made any preparations yet." Yi Qinghan said very casually, "It's fine. Let's start preparing now. It won't take much time, right? We will go to the Beast God Hall in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If we fly at full speed, we will arrive in 10 or 20 years. I estimate that it won't take more than 10 years to occupy the entire demon plane." "That's easy for you to say." Lei Zhen smiled bitterly. He had always been the one to arrange the preparations for every war. Yi Qinghan never asked about it, so he didn't know the complexity of it. He said, "It's easy for you to go to war, but who do you need to arrange? Who do you need to stay in the divine realm? After conquering the demon plane, you need to arrange for immigrants to migrate there, right? Otherwise, there will be no humans living in the demon plane. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth will slowly dissipate, and finally, it will become a dead plain, a barren land. If you want to migrate, it will be complicated. You need to build a transfer array. With such a long distance, you need to build a transfer array. You need a lot of materials. The immigrants will need to be sent to different races, and you need to arrange for experts to be stationed there." Also, Yi Qinghan felt a headache after hearing this. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Oh, Uncle Lei Zhen, you can arrange these. You just need to tell me what I want to do. How much time will I need?" Lei Zhen laughed. He knew that with Yi Qinghan's personality, he wouldn't even frown if he was asked to lead the charge. He would definitely be annoyed to death if he was asked to do all these complicated things. He said, "I will arrange these things. As for the time, it will take at least 5 years. You need to confirm the people who will participate in the war." "People?" Yi Qinghan muttered to himself. After a while, he said, "I will go with Xiao He, Zhu Yi, and Wind Moon Monarch. This time, I will bring Hua Yan, Shui Air, and Zishi. Let them relax and let the younger generation gain some experience. There are no experts in the demon plane. We don't need to be afraid even if there are. We have won the plane war. The experts from other planes don't have the right to attack us. Beast God Yi Feihu is enough. As for the low-level warriors, you just wait and see." Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of the ice beauty in the northern ice island. He hesitated for a while and said, "Add the ice queen. Her ice attacks are still useful." "They are useful for warming the bed." Lei Zhen laughed. How was Yi Qinghan going to conquer the other planes? He was bringing a group of women. Wasn't it obvious that he was bringing the women and children to go sightseeing? Of course, Lei Zhen wouldn't point it out. Anyway, with Yi Qinghan and Xiao He, there was no suspense in conquering the demon plane. The two of them discussed for a while more. Lei Zhen immediately went out to make arrangements. As the Flame Dragon Sacred City gave out orders, the divine world was in an uproar. The two great emperors were preparing to conquer the demon plane. They wanted to wipe out the demon race that had invaded the divine world for millions of years and almost caused the divine world to be destroyed. This news spread throughout the divine world. The warriors of the divine world were all excited. They gathered at the sacred city and requested to follow the great emperors to war. Chapter 1379. During these 5 years, Yi Qinghan decided to go into seclusion again to continue comprehending the earth occult. Leading Yao Ji into the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan stood in front of a stone tablet. His eyes glowed as he immersed himself in the world inside the stone tablet. Little Han didn't comprehend the elementary occult, nor did he comprehend the intermediate occult, but directly comprehended the advanced occult. Although Yao Ji didn't comprehend any occult, she was very clear about the occult stone tablets in the palace. The stone stele in front of Yi Qinghan contained the high-grade earth attribute profound mystery, earth roar. After comprehending it, it could cause mountains to crumble and rocks to split apart. It was a profound mystery that was used to attack groups of people. However, it was useless against Yi Qinghan. To fuse the occult, one would usually fuse the elementary occult first, then the intermediate occult, and finally the advanced occult. If one directly fused the advanced occult, the difficulty would be doubled. Yi Qinghan used to like this, but now that he had reached the 9th level, wouldn't it be even more difficult to comprehend the occult like this? Above the 9th level, if one didn't encounter a bottleneck, they might not be able to comprehend it even after hundreds of thousands of years. However, Yao Ji's worries were clearly unnecessary. After only 1 year, the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes stopped shining. He walked toward Yao Ji with ease and grinned. "It's done, I've fused the great emperor roar." "What a freak. Little Han, if I continue cultivating at this speed, do you think I'll comprehend all 9 ultimate occult and become a divine emperor supreme?" The Yao Ji lazily lay on her side on the bed. She did not get up, but her eyes lit up with anticipation, causing her originally charming face to look even more alluring. Yi Qinghan climbed onto the bed and sat in front of Yao Ji. Thinking of the torture at the peak of Mount Pan, he felt a great pressure. He smiled bitterly and said, "I think even if I fuse all 9 ultimate occult, I still can't become a divine emperor supreme. That's an invincible existence." Yao Ji was clever. Yi Qinghan's current strength surpassed the 9th level, and there was also Xiao He. However, he still cultivated diligently and worked hard to improve his strength. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, but the enchantress could guess that it had something to do with the divine emperor. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was as heavy as a mountain, Yao Ji couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. She stretched out her 2 lily-white hands and wrapped them around Yi Qinghan's neck. Half of her body hugged Yi Qinghan from behind. She could not share Yi Qinghan's burden. She could only rely on herself to give Yi Qinghan a moment of pleasure. 5 years later, Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion on time. This time, even when Xiao He asked about the progress of his closed-door training, Yi Qinghan casually laughed it off. He exchanged glances with the enchantress and both of them laughed. In 5 years, Yi Qinghan had not only fused Earth Roar to great success, but he had also fused another high-rank profound mystery to entry level. This cultivation speed could be described as a rocket. Yi Qinghan and the enchantress had a tacit understanding to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if this news were to spread, all the martial artists in the divine realm would be scared to death. Now that Yi Qinghan didn't care about fame, these things should be kept a secret if possible. Xiao He's big mouth loved to brag and pretend, as if he was afraid that others didn't know how fierce he was. "Is everyone ready? Uncle Lei Zhen." Yi Qinghan looked around at the excited women in the hall, as well as the group of children, before turning to Lei Zhen and said, "Everyone is ready. Everyone has gathered in Flame Dragon City. All the materials and artifacts have been stored in the Soul Emperor Pavilion by Little You. We're just waiting for you to come out of seclusion." Lei Zhen said indifferently. He didn't mention how much effort he had put in for this preparation for the past 5 years. Yi Qinghan liked to be a hands-off boss. In fact, he was the one managing the entire divine realm. This exceptional genius of the Thunder God clan had neglected his cultivation for the sake of the divine realm. However, Yi Qinghan had given him a primal chaos divine crystal. As long as he broke through to upper 9th grade, he could easily reach 9th grade supreme martial artist after refining the primal chaos divine crystal. "Alright, let's go. The enchantress has wronged you this time." Yi Qinghan turned to smile at the enchantress. The enchantress was a restriction genius. Without her control, the restrictions in Nifa's abyss could not be fully released. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had gone out. In case an expert from another plane charged in, the enchantress would be safer. The enchantress smiled gently and said, "It's fine. It's just a few decades. It'll pass in the blink of an eye." Follow little you into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Xiao Hei, Uncle Asian, let's go. Yi Qinghan waved his hand. Yu Qingqing, Xiao Hei, Yao Gobbler, and the others rushed out excitedly into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qingyu's restriction skills had improved greatly. It was easy for her to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion. After teleporting out of the City Lord's mansion, Yi Qinghan, Lei Jin, and Xiao Hei flew to the plaza. There were already countless people on the plaza. All the sovereigns and prefecture masters, as well as the experts of the divine realm, were here. Behind them were the Yi family army and the army that was participating in the war. There were at least 10 million people. There were hundreds of thousands of material planes in the demonic plane. If Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei were to occupy them one by one, it would take a long time. These material planes were similar to the divine realm. There were no experts. If the Yi family army spread out, they could eliminate them in a short time. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Xiao Hei. Greetings, City Lord Lei Zhen. 10 million people knelt on one knee in unison. They were all wearing black battle armor and had black sabers on their waists. As they knelt down, it was a majestic and shocking scene. This expedition to the demonic plane is different from the ancient expeditions. This time, we must kill all the creatures of the demonic plane to prevent any future troubles. The creatures of the demonic plane reproduce very quickly. The aura of the demonic plane can easily turn a plane into a demonic plane. It is extremely dangerous. Therefore, in this battle, all of you must go all out. The sovereigns and martial artists who are not participating will guard the divine realm. If there is anything, listen to the beast god and Lei Zhen. Now, set off. Everyone will enter the beast god hall in batches. As Yi Qinghan gave a brief speech, a golden 9-story pagoda floated in from the distance. There was also a simple and unadorned palace. The beast god had already taught Zhu Yi how to use the beast god hall. With Yi Qinghan around, there was no need to worry that Zhu Yi would steal the supreme spirit treasure of the beast god race. The Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Hall landed on the plaza. According to the plan, the 10 million Divine Realm Legions entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Hall in batches. The parallel spaces within the two treasures were very large. It was easy to hold 10 million people. Little Han, we await your triumphant return. Farewell, Heavenly Emperor Xiao Hei, and all lords. Under the gazes of the Beast God, Jida, and the others, the Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Hall slowly rose into the sky. Farewell, Heavenly Emperor Xiao Hei, and all lords. We await your triumphant return. At this time, hundreds of millions of martial artists gathered outside Flame Dragon City. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter Flame Dragon City. These martial artists did not have the qualifications to participate in the battle. They could only stand outside Flame Dragon City, silently witnessing this historic moment. The Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Hall circled in the sky several times. Under the cheers of hundreds of millions of people, they suddenly accelerated and flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. From a weak point in space, they flew out of the endless void and rapidly flew towards the demonic plane. Chapter 1380. The boundless void was still as beautiful as ever. The spatial saber currents were like a meteor shower, whistling over and over, never stopping. The space vortex spun rapidly. Countless material planes were like stars in the sky, so beautiful that it could break one's heart. A 9-floored pagoda glowing with white light and a pitch-black, ancient-looking palace tore through the void and flew over from the other end of the void. They turned into 2 special shooting stars and flew into the distance. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was the Soul Emperor's pinnacle work. It was protected by powerful restrictions and didn't fear the space knife currents. The Beast God Temple was a supreme spirit treasure made of special materials. The space knife currents couldn't damage it at all. These 2 treasures could automatically absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy to replenish their energy. They were supreme treasures for traveling through the void. The 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The 9th floor was very big. It was divided into a main hall and a dozen side halls. Yi Qinghan arranged for the juniors to stay in the left side hall while he, Xiao He, and the others stayed in the right side hall. Each side hall had several rooms. It was easy to live in. The last time he went to the Fiend Plane with Lord Devour and the others, they had spent 20 years. This time, Yi Qinghan had the map of the Divine World and the Fiend World. Flying in a straight line shortened the time, but it still took more than 10 years. Yi Qinghan didn't cultivate. Without Yao Ji, he couldn't enter the 5th level of soul stillness. His comprehension speed was much slower. The War Imperial Hall was a spatial divine artifact. If he entered the War Imperial Hall at a certain spatial coordinate, he would still be at the same spatial coordinate. And the Soul Emperor Pavilion was rapidly flying, so Yi Qinghan couldn't enter the War Imperial Hall to look at the mysterious stone tablets. Without the War Imperial Hall, comprehending was much more troublesome. In any case, this trip wouldn't take several decades, so there was no hurry. At this time, Yi Qinghan was standing on the Soul Emperor Pavilion. With the protection of the restrictions, he didn't need to worry about the space knife currents hurting him as he stood on the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The cold boundary was still evolving. Yi Qinghan often checked and found that the cold boundary's evolution speed was getting faster and faster. It was becoming more and more like plate boundary. Countless spatial whirlpools stood firmly in the cold realm, and the cold realm no longer showed any signs of chaos. At this moment, the entire cold night has become as big as dozens of planes of the God realm. The small planes inside were also expanding rapidly. The largest one had already reached a radius of 10,000 li. The power of cold grew faster and faster. At this moment, it was enough for Yi Qinghan to unleash tens of thousands of attacks. Everything was progressing well. Yi Qinghan finally accepted this fact. He had to accept the fact that the cold realm was an existence similar to plate realm. He also began to seriously think of a way to make the frigid realm perfectly evolve into another plate realm. Thus, at this time, Yi Qinghan stood at the peak of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and began to seriously observe this plate boundary. The cold realm was the source of his power, and the threat of Pan Xing, the supreme being of the Divine Emperor, was like a sharp sword resting on his neck. Thus, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to think of a way to perfectly evolve the cold boundary. And if he wanted the cold realm to evolve perfectly, then he had to understand plate realm. What is considered a perfect derivation? Space forming? The formation of all the planes? The perfection of the laws of the world? The possession of heaven and earth origin energy? The evolution of life? Yi Qinghan didn't blink. According to his understanding of plate realm and his understanding of the various planes, he finally came up with a large number of conclusions. It was just that. The world was slowly taking shape and all the planes were also slowly growing. But how could the laws of the world be perfected? How could they be filled with heaven and earth origin energy? How could they evolve life? Yi Qinghan was confused. His comprehension of the laws of the world wasn't high to begin with, let alone making the cold realm possess the laws of the world. What was he supposed to do with heaven and earth origin energy? Could he steal the origin energy from this plate realm? But he was the only one who could enter the cold realm. Even within the cold realm, he couldn't feel the existence of plate realm. Outside the cold realm, there was nothing but darkness. How could he bring in heaven and earth origin energy from plate realm? Without heaven and earth origin energy, how could it evolve life? Also, plate realm didn't have spatial blade currents or black holes. What was going on with the gray and hazy space within the spatial whirlpool within plate realm? Countless questions swirled in Yi Qinghan's mind. If it weren't for the fact that the cold realm looked exactly like plate realm and that he himself had condensed countless profound mysteries of space, Yi Qinghan would have suspected that the cold realm was an existence similar to plate realm. Phew! Letting out a long breath, Yi Qinghan's sword-like eyebrows furrowed deeply. The spatial whirlpool within the cold realm was something he had created himself. If he relied on the cold realm to evolve on its own, Yi Qinghan knew that he would never be able to create another plate realm. Most importantly, somehow, Yi Qinghan felt that as long as he could evolve the cold realm, he would have the ability to fight against Pan Xing. Moreover, he felt that sooner or later, he would have to fight against Pan Xing. Therefore Yi Qinghan was incomparably anxious. He couldn't let the cold realm slowly evolve like this. Otherwise, if he really fought against Pan Xing, no matter how vast the world was, except for himself, who could escape into the cold realm, no one else would be able to escape. They would all die. I must think of a way to make the cold realm evolve. Yi Qinghan thought of Pan Xing wielding a butcher's knife, slaughtering his wife, son, daughter, his clansmen, people he knew, the billions of people of the god realm, one by one. His expression turned gloomy. Blue veins bulged on his forehead as a murderous aura shot up into the sky. A moment later, Yi Qinghan calmed down and turned into a stone statue. His eyes were as deep as the sea as he continued to observe this world, this vast plate realm. This endless void is so beautiful. I can finally set foot in the legendary endless void. This young lady Yao Yao will definitely cultivate hard and reach the supremacy realm, grade 9. In the future, I will travel alone in the endless void and watch this beautiful space-shattering knife current. I will feel the loneliness of a lonely traveler. How satisfying that would be! As Yi Qinghan pondered alone at the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was incomparably lively. A group of juniors who had never been to the endless void were incomparably excited. Their faces were filled with curiosity as they looked at the beautiful scenery through the transparent walls of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, occasionally letting out exclamations. Yu Qingcheng, Huiyan Yinling, and the others smiled as they looked at this group of juniors. Their gazes would occasionally glance at the top of the tower. At this moment, they happened to see Yi Qinghan's fierce expression and heavy breathing. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts ache, incomparably distressed. Similarly, there were many things that Yi Qinghan didn't tell them, but as people who had slept with him, they had always understood Yi Qinghan's temperament. They knew that he liked to share wealth and joy with his family and friends, but he liked to silently endure everything by himself. When he was injured, he liked to treat his wounds in solitude. After Yi Qinghan returned from the planar battlefield, he appeared to be very happy and accompanied everyone for several years. However, every wife could see that Yi Qinghan always had a heavy heart. Especially now, when they saw Yi Qinghan's heavy expression, they understood everything. There were many things they didn't understand, but they knew that in this world, the only thing that could threaten Yi Qinghan and Xiao He was a divine emperor's supremacy. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, and everyone pretended not to know. They quietly glanced at each other and looked at the group of happy and excited children in front of them. The pain in their eyes disappeared, and their faces revealed smiles like blooming flowers. Yi Qinghan didn't want them to bear the mountain-like pressure together, but they also didn't want a group of juniors to see anything and bear the burden together. The pitiful hearts of the world's parents. As children, they might never understand. Only when they became parents would they understand. Life was as lonely as snow. Chapter 1381. It said on Earth that the universe began with the Big Bang. Although I'm not sure if Plate Realm was born from the Big Bang, it's not clear if it evolved after that. But the Cold Realm was indeed derived from the Big Bang. In that case, was Earth a material plane or not? If only I were the Supreme God Emperor. Maybe I could look for Earth. If there's a place similar to the Divine Realm, maybe even the Milky Way plane. 10 years. Yi Qinghan had already stood at the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion for a full 10 years. He had been looking at this beautiful and endless void for 10 years, but he still hadn't gained anything. How did the Cold Realm perfectly materialize? How did the Cold Realm produce the spatial saber flow, the spatial black hole, and the spiritual chi of the world? How to create the laws of heaven and earth, how to produce heaven and earth's spiritual chi, and countless other questions, Yi Qinghan could not figure out a single one. He also knew that these things couldn't be figured out in 10 or 20 years. Although his heart was anxious, it wasn't to the point of going crazy. However, the aura on his body was getting heavier. The demonic plane was not far away. They had passed the barren land and were about to reach the periphery of the demonic plane. Yi Qinghan sighed and prepared to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Xiaoyu, teleport me to the West Liang Palace. I'm going into seclusion. Yi Qinghan forced a smile on his face. He turned his head and transmitted a message to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Of course, he wasn't going to go into seclusion. It was just that he knew that his breathing was heavy and his mind was preoccupied. It was very easy for Yu Qingqing and the others to see through him. Therefore, he was prepared to calm himself down before going to meet the girls. West Cool Palace was a side palace. Of the 9 side palaces of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, this was the only one that wasn't occupied. Yi Qinghan had previously told him that this side palace would be used for his seclusion. Brother, go ahead. Don't take too long. We'll reach the demonic plane in a year or 2. Yi Qingyu transmitted a message and used a restriction to teleport Yi Qinghan in. The group of women thought that Yi Qinghan had comprehended something after comprehending for 10 years and was about to go into seclusion to cultivate. None of them paid it any mind. Instead, they relaxed slightly. Cultivation could always help him forget some unhappiness and reduce some pressure, right? Sitting in the Western Liang Palace, Yi Qinghan was a little dumbfounded. His heart was as heavy as a mountain. He didn't want to cultivate. He was alone and didn't know what to do. Since he said he was going into seclusion, he was too embarrassed to go out right now. He could only take out some fine wine and spirit fruits from the War Emperor Palace and drink alone. If only Zhu Yi was here, I wouldn't have to hide anything in front of her, and I could be relaxed. Sigh. Draw a knife to cut water, and the water will continue to flow. Drink a cup to drown your worries, and you will become even more worried. The more Yi Qinghan drank, the more worried he became. He couldn't help but think of his friend with benefits, Zhu, Yu Qingqing, Fireworks, and the others were the people that Yi Qinghan loved the most. He didn't want them to bear the pressure together. This didn't mean that he didn't love Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's intelligence was like a demon's. It was almost impossible to hide anything from her. Yi Qinghan didn't need to hide anything from her. He felt like she was his confidant. He felt really comfortable and relaxed. Zhu Yi was controlling the Beast God Hall to fly. Yi Qinghan was too embarrassed to find her. Apart from his wife Xiaohe, Li Shui, a bunch of juniors, there was only Wind Moon Monarch and Ice Queen. Yi Qinghan was a little regretful that he didn't bring Jade out. It was such a boring journey. If he had someone to chat with, he wouldn't have to drink alone. Emperor Bing Mei seeks an audience. Just as Yi Qinghan was drunk, a cold voice rang in his ear. Inside the Western Liang Palace, Yi Qinghan did not open the restrictions inside. The people in the nearby halls could easily detect Yi Qinghan's presence with their spiritual senses. Bing Mei? Which Bing Mei? Yi Qinghan shook his head and muttered. An ice-like body appeared in his mind. He spread his spiritual sense out and noticed that Ice Queen was standing calmly outside. Her ice-like face was so beautiful that no one dared to blaspheme her. Come in. Right, open the restrictions in the hall. Ice Queen knew that he was here. Only then did Yi Qinghan remember that he didn't open the restrictions in the room. If Fireworks and the others looked in, wouldn't they notice right away? Open the restrictions? Ice Queen just walked in and heard those words. Her ice-cold face immediately turned red, and her ice-cold eyes were filled with shyness. Emperor, you didn't open the restrictions when you were alone. Now that you are alone with me, you want me to open the restrictions. What do you want? Looking at how Yi Qinghan drank alone like nothing had happened, Ice Queen didn't know what Yi Qinghan was planning. However, due to Yi Qinghan's aura, Ice Queen hesitated and casually opened the restrictions in the hall to cut off the outside from looking in. Sit. As he had seen Ice Queen naked in the past, Yi Qinghan relied on the fact that he was drunk, so he didn't feel so restrained. He pointed at the chair opposite for Ice Queen to sit down. He casually picked up a cup and poured some wine for her. He looked at her with a burning gaze and teased, Bing Mei, is that your name? It doesn't match your aura. Or rather, you hid your true nature? You were originally very charming? Ice Queen's face turned red. She couldn't find any words to retort. She picked up the wine cup and saw a light lip mark on it. Her face turned even redder. She raised her head and glanced at Yi Qinghan. When she saw those burning eyes, her body turned hot and she started to feel uneasy. During these few years, Yi Qinghan's strong rise caused her impression of him to change. He went from a top genius to an expert of the same level. He then became a grade 9 existence that she looked up to, a god-world emperor. The women of the immortal realm had no concept of age when it came to their spouses. This was because the lifespan of immortal realm martial artists was simply too long. A man who had lived for millions of years marrying a young girl who was only 17 or 18 years old, and a man who was several hundred years old marrying a woman who was tens of thousands of years old. In God world, the strong were respected. It was natural for the weak to rely on the strong. This was why it was normal for Jida to have a harem of 3,000. It was normal for a female expert to have tens of thousands. Yi Qinghan's legendary experience, the calm aura he had after going through so much, and also the majestic aura he had when he was in a high position. Most importantly, he was infatuated with his wives. It gave him a special charm, a charm that women couldn't resist. If Yi Qinghan announced that he was searching for wives in God world, the moment the news spread out, millions of beauties would rush to Flame Dragon City. So, it was normal for Ice Queen, who often interacted with Yi Qinghan, her heart that had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, to be moved by him. Of course, if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan seeing her naked body, the Ice Queen wouldn't have been able to break the seal so quickly. He had seen everything, and the relationship between the two of them had also become subtle. This was why Yi Qinghan's two unintentional actions and the fiery gaze in his drunken eyes caused Ice Queen to misunderstand. Her eyes revealed a never-before-seen expression. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and said angrily, "Emperor, how can you do that? Do you think Bing Mei is such a casual girl?" Yi Qinghan was drunk and didn't care at all. He told Ice Queen to open the seal and casually passed her a wine cup which he drank before, causing her to misunderstand. Looking at Ice Queen's actions and hearing her words, he raised his head in shock. He didn't care about the feelings in Ice Queen's words. Instead, he said unhappily, "What do you mean? What about me? You are not a casual person, but this great emperor is very casual? Your words? You want me to be casual?" Chapter 1382. Pooey! Ice Queen scoffed. She was so furious at Yi Qinghan that she was confused. How could an emperor do that? He saw her naked, teased her, did that? And he still wanted to act like that? Ice Queen instinctively retorted, "Emperor, you are so overbearing. You are a casual person, otherwise, why would you peek at me? If you aren't casual, then why would you have a secret affair with Queen Zhu?" When Yi Qinghan heard this, his pair of tiger-like eyes suddenly widened. He blew his beard and glared. He was extremely angry. Recently he started to face the existence of the cold world. He started to face the sword-like threat from the God Emperor's supreme being. He was already under huge pressure. Now that he drank some wine, he was even more worried. When he heard that, he was even more furious. Truthfully, Yi Qinghan didn't think that he was a casual person. Otherwise, with his current position, he could have as many girls as he wanted. Peek at you? That was a misunderstanding, an unintentional mistake. However, Ice Queen made it sound like she did it on purpose. Also with Zhu Yi, how could that be considered a secret affair? Wasn't it just having sex in broad daylight? Anyone with eyes could see that the two of them were lovers. Moreover, even if it was a secret affair, what did it have to do with Ice Queen? You said that I am casual? I will just let you take a look. Using the drunkenness, Yi Qinghan's rage rose up in his heart. He made up his mind and slapped the table. He stood up and walked over. Ice Queen looked at Yi Qinghan's actions. She was so terrified that she stood up. Her eyes were filled with panic. Ice Queen's panic made Yi Qinghan even more arrogant. A thick and strong hand hugged her small waist. With a bit of strength, he pressed onto her cold body. His other hand pressed onto the back of Ice Queen's head, causing her beautiful face to look up at him. Her mouth was filled with alcohol. Yi Qinghan said viciously, "Since you say that I am casual, then today I will let you take a look." Two lips with a hint of alcohol and a strong masculine aura pressed down domineeringly. Ice Queen's eyes opened wide. The first kiss that she had protected for hundreds of thousands of years was snatched away just like that. However, while she was still thinking about her first kiss, she quietly lost even more. Her full breasts were also violently kneaded by a large hand for the first time, and then her round and perky buttocks were lost. When that fiery big hand quietly reached under her skirt and teased her last position, she finally woke up. Feeling a hot tongue chasing after her little tongue in her mouth, she flew into a rage out of humiliation. As she twisted her body, she fiercely bit down on that domineering tongue. Oh my! Mother f*** Kerr. Yi Qinghan is currently enjoying the feeling of ecstasy. The Ice Queen's snow-white smooth skin, her firm breasts, and her slender waist. Most importantly, her body wasn't as cold as ice, but just a little cold. It felt like a cool breeze under the blazing sun, causing the slightly drunk Yi Qinghan to be totally drunk. At this moment, an intense pain spread from his tongue, pulling Yi Qinghan back from that wonderful taste. He subconsciously cursed out, but the drunkenness in his mind faded away. Ice Queen's mind was originally blank after being violated by Yi Qinghan. Now she woke up from shock. Two pairs of clear eyes looked at one another and then they checked on their situation. They were instantly stunned. Yi Qinghan was a womanizer, he was above grade 9, so how nimble were his hands and feet? In just a short moment, half of Ice Queen's clothes were ripped off. She was only left with a thin undergarment. Her proud breasts were trembling in the wind. She only had a pair of lace panties, which he had ripped off half of. The mysterious area was faintly discernible, tempting him to commit a crime. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's situation wasn't any better. His clothes were in a mess and the belt around his waist had already fallen to the ground, revealing his bronze skin. His underwear had already been bent to a frightening angle. The truth proved that there was another benefit to being strong. Yi Qinghan was able to strip Ice Queen in such a short time and also help her remove her clothes. His speed had already reached a terrifying level. Ice Queen was like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. She screamed and jumped up. She ran a few steps before running back in a panic to pick up the clothes on the ground. She even bent down to pick up her clothes, revealing a pair of perfectly round buttocks with half of her panties hanging down, revealing a deep cleavage, and gave it to Yi Qinghan for free viewing. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned bloodshot. The arc below rose once more. The wild aura on his body could scare a cow to death. Luckily, Yi Qinghan could barely control his consciousness such that he wouldn't do anything like a beast. Looking at Ice Queen panicking and wanting to flee in rage, Yi Qinghan was a little anxious. He blamed himself for being rude. He walked forwards and wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. He could only look at Ice Queen's snow-white butt twisting as she ran towards the entrance of the hall. Boss, are you in secluded meditation? If you aren't, let's play chess. I am so bored that my balls hurt. Just at that moment, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in the hall. The restrictions of the hall had been activated. Xiao Hei's spiritual sense couldn't enter, so he could only use the voice transmission mechanism outside to send a message in. The moment he sent it, the two of them were so terrified that their hairs stood on their ends. Numerous side halls were filled with Yi Qinghan's women and children. If the two of them were noticed and news spread out, what would happen? Ice Queen, who was charging towards the side hall entrance, jumped up and instinctively retreated. Yi Qinghan was chasing after her. The two of them knocked into one another and fell to the ground. Boss, are you really in secluded meditation? Let me tell you, I am really good at chess now. Come out and play 2 rounds. Yi Qinghan and Ice Queen were about to stand up in a panic, but after Xiao Hei's voice, the two of them didn't dare to move. The two of them exchanged glances with one another. They felt like a couple who were having an affair and their wives had coincidentally returned. The two of them hurriedly hid in the closet, not daring to breathe at all. Hayes, it seems like Boss is in secluded meditation. Forget it, I will find them. Xiao Hei asked twice, but Yi Qinghan didn't reply. He thought that Yi Qinghan was in secluded meditation, so he left helplessly. When Xiao Hei didn't make any more sounds, Yi Qinghan and Ice Queen exchanged glances with one another and heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them subconsciously turned their faces away, but in the next second, they suddenly looked at each other, and their eyes widened at the same time. The two of them had a guilty conscience. All of a sudden, they were terrified by Xiao Hei's voice. They didn't bother about the restrictions being activated and the fact that Xiao Hei couldn't use his spiritual sense to check. They fell onto one another, and in a moment of desperation, the two of them hugged one another and looked at the entrance of the hall. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was grabbing Ice Queen's thigh with one hand while his other hand was pressing on one of her breasts. Ice Queen was in an awkward situation, one hand pressing against his chest while the other was grabbing onto his breasts. This kind of extremely awkward situation caused the two of them to be dumbfounded. They looked at each other and were at a loss as to what to do. Chapter 1383. 3 more days and we will reach the demon plane, hee hee. Boss, when the time comes, watch me, Emperor Xiaohe, show off my strength. Boss, you have no more chess pieces, you have lost, ha. Within a side hall, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe were playing chess from Earth. When they saw that they actually won a round against Yi Qinghan, they laughed out loud. Yi Qinghan was thinking about something but Xiaohe tricked him. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. That day, Ice Queen hurriedly put on her clothes and fled. She hid in her side hall and didn't come out, making Yi Qinghan feel really guilty. That day, Ice Queen did come to discuss official matters, but she didn't come out and let Wind Moon Sovereign do it. It was originally a small matter. Wind Moon Sovereign and Ice Queen were discussing whether or not they needed to find a plane in the desolate land to build a teleportation formation. However, it led to a series of misunderstandings. After the matter, Yi Qinghan felt that this matter was really unkind and disrespectful. Although it was really exciting. However, Ice Queen's side hall restrictions were still activated and she didn't come out. Yi Qinghan didn't have the face to apologize to her. After Ice Queen caused a ruckus, Yi Qinghan's suppressed emotions became much more relaxed. He came out in 2 days. He played chess with Xiaohe and chatted with his wives. Time passed really quickly and in the blink of an eye, they were about to arrive at the demon plane. No more, no more. Prepare yourselves. Let everyone who is in secluded meditation come out and start to occupy the demon plane. First wipe out the demon plane and then wipe out all the demon plane beings in the physical plane. Yi Qinghan pushed the chessboard aside and stood up. Killing intent exploded from his body and his eyes shone brightly. This time he decided to wipe out all the demon plane beings to prevent any future problems. The 10 ancient races wiped out all the races in the plane and angered the God Emperor, which was why they were wiped out. Yi Qinghan was about to do the same thing, but he wasn't afraid that the Divine Emperor would punish him or even attack him. Every time an existential plane war took place, dozens of existential planes would be defeated and occupied by the victorious existential planes. Not every plane had an abnormal restriction genius like the War Emperor. Therefore, it was very likely that the defeated planes would be annihilated. Over the years, the number of races that had been annihilated was uncountable. Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't believe that the Divine Emperor would punish them for annihilating a race. Otherwise, what was the point of winning and losing the planar wars? The demonic aura was incomparably domineering. As long as a wisp of demonic aura entered a material plane, it would be destroyed. It was very likely that this material plane would slowly be invaded, and in the end, all life would be demonized, becoming a low-level race in the demon realm. With such a strange divine ability, how could Yi Qinghan allow such a powerful threat to remain near the divine realm? As Yi Qinghan's order was passed down, all the martial artists in seclusion immediately came out. 10 million Divine Realm soldiers were ready to go, their morale high, incomparably fanatical and excited. Under Yi Qinghan's command, they were ready to tear the billions of Demon Realm creatures to pieces. However, what surprised everyone was, the Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Temple stood outside the huge demon plane. Yi Qinghan did not order the entire army to attack. Instead, he ordered everyone to stand guard and wait for orders. He and Great Emperor Xiaohe were preparing to enter the demon plane. Although they had great confidence in Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe's strength, they couldn't bear to witness such a shocking battle. However, not being able to witness such a shocking battle that would leave behind such a scene in the history books of the God Realm made them feel incomparably regretful. Yi Qinghan didn't look at the resentful gazes behind him. He brought Xiaohe out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. 2 figures, one green and one white, flew towards the huge demon plane. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, the demon plane was in chaos. Aogu led a group of devil monarchs to the divine realm. However, the transmission array was destroyed and the demon world didn't know what happened. Then, an even more tragic matter occurred. The demon world received a divine decree and was forced to participate in the planar war. As a result, the few powerhouses of the demon world that went were all gloriously killed. Some low-level abyssals that escaped spread the news of Xiao Hei's annihilation throughout the demon world. They also spread the news that the demon world was defeated and would soon be attacked by other planes. The demon world was in complete chaos. Without the suppression of powerful devil monarchs, countless Azura kings began to riot, crazily devouring low-level abyssals. Azuras also began to devour abyssals and devil kings. After several years of rioting and forceful devouring, more than a dozen devil monarchs had evolved. In addition to the original devil monarchs, the demon world now had more than 20 devil monarchs. But with more devil monarchs, the situation became even more chaotic. The demon world had 18 continents and more than 20 devil monarchs, and their strength was about the same. How could a devil monarch with no territory submit? Thus, a chaotic war began. In the northernmost part of the demon world, Augurland was once the territory of the demon world's ancestor demon, His Majesty Aogu. Now, two demon armies were at war. Black mist tumbled, and an evil and cold aura enveloped this part of the world. Countless abyssals, devil kings, Azuras, and Azura kings bared their fangs and claws in the black mist. Sharp claws, fangs, and blood-red eyes were faintly discernible in the black mist. High in the sky, two 10,000-meter-long dragons were biting each other, fighting with all their might. Precious demon blood was scattered all over the ground, making it look like Azura hell. Ao Papa, you actually want to attack this devil monarch's territory? Look at your subordinates, how weak they are. Your strength is not even a match for this devil monarch. Since you dare to offend this devil monarch, you will all die today. In the sky, the two black dragons turned into two black lightning bolts, intertwining. One black dragon was smashed and sent flying, while the other black dragon stood high in the sky, its cold blood-red eyes filled with malevolence, making one's heart tremble. In a battle between demon armies, if the commander did not give the order to retreat, the subordinates would not dare to retreat. Otherwise, they would all be devoured when they returned. Therefore, although the devil monarch army known as Ao Papa was surrounded, none of the demons retreated. However, all of them were fighting with all their might in despair. They wanted to prove that they had once existed in their final moments. The boss, these silly demon creatures are still fighting each other. At this moment, two auras that made all the demon creatures' hearts palpitate came from the sky, followed by a loud and arrogant voice resounding over Augurland. Humans? It's humans. It's the damn humans, the humans who killed our ancestor demons. Kill them, tear these two humans apart. Let them fall into the Azura Sea forever. All the demon creatures stopped fighting and raised their blood-red eyes, all locking onto Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei, who were slowly descending from the sky. The Azuras and Shura kings who were still fighting just now immediately became comrades and shot up into the sky. The evil and cold aura enveloped Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei, and the black mist rolled even more violently, about to completely cover the sky. Get down. Yi Qinghan did not make a move. He just let out a deep roar, and the power of cold circulated at full speed. A shrouding pressure immediately shrouded this part of the world. Countless Azuras and Shura kings, including the two black dragons, were crushed by this huge pressure and smashed to the ground. They could not even move, and could only grit their teeth and howl. Yi Qinghan scanned the demon realm with his divine sense and said to Xiao Hei in an extremely relaxed manner, "They are all lower 9th grade devil monarchs. Xiao Hei, do it. Devour this demon plane until not a single demon creature is left." Chapter 1384. The moment Great Emperor Xiao Hei, who surpassed the 9th grade supreme martial artist, made his move, it was obvious whether there was one or not. If one had to describe it, it would be a clean sweep. Sweeping away 1,000 troops, unstoppable. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of demonic creatures fighting below, tens of thousands of Azura kings and 2 devil monarchs. But in just a few blinks of an eye, the demonic army below, except for the 2 devil monarchs, were all corroded and swallowed. Originally, this part of the world was covered in black fog, and one could not see the ground below or the surrounding scenery. But now, it was swept clean, and the demonic blood that was still flowing on the ground could be seen clearly. The smell of blood on the dark red soil soared into the sky, extremely pungent. Despicable, despicable humans, the ancestral devils will not let you go. When the ancestral devils come out of the Nepha's abyss, they will definitely devour all the humans in the divine realm and turn them into demonic creatures. Your souls will forever fall into the Azura Sea. The 2 devil monarchs could not move under Xiao Hei's huge aura, and could only watch as their energy rapidly dissipated. The 2 devil monarchs knew very well that no one in the demonic realm could stop these 2 humans. They could only rely on the 3 ancestral devils in the divine realm to scare Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei. Ha! Ha! Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei laughed at the same time. Xiao Hei condensed his true form and laughed until his stomach hurt. Looking at the 2 weak devil monarchs, he laughed and said, "Those 3 old things? They have long become my energy. And that devil monarch that you attacked the divine realm, they were all devoured by me. Also, can you change the way you speak? I want to vomit just listening to you. Go. Follow your ancestral devils and fall into the sea of cultivation forever." Xiao Hei's body flashed, and he devoured the 2 devil monarchs again. Then he flew up and asked Yi Qinghan, "Boss, what do we do next? Should I sweep them away?" "No rush." Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and his knife-like gaze shot into the distance. Other than this place, the demonic plane was covered in black fog. His divine sense could explore clearly, but his eyes could only see up to 10,000 meters away. After probing for a while, Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "The demon monarch has discovered us, and is currently gathering his army, preparing to join hands and kill us. This will save us a lot of trouble. Let's wait for them to finish gathering before we kill our way over." The demonic plane was in chaos. The aura that Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei had released, especially when Xiao Hei had attacked, was incomparably huge. All the demon monarchs were alarmed. 2 humans appeared in the demon realm. He had even killed hundreds of thousands of demon citizens and 2 demon monarchs. As soon as the news spread, all the low-level demon realm creatures were incomparably furious. Of course, the demon monarchs were terrified. Countless devil monarchs immediately gathered and discussed for a while. It was clear that they had nowhere to run and could only fight to the death. The monarchs began to mobilize their armies and converged on Audiobook. The demon realm was huge, several times larger than the divine realm. The low-level demon realm spawned very quickly. Although Audiobook had brought a large number of demon realm creatures to the divine realm and countless demon realm creatures had died in the planar war, there were still countless creatures in the demon realm. As orders were passed down, the demon realm immediately rioted. More than 20 demon monarchs led hundreds of thousands of Shura kings, tens of millions of Shuras, and hundreds of millions of demon kings and demons toward Audiobook. Like a swarm of locusts, the demon army rushed toward the north in a mighty and overwhelming manner. Halfway there, an incomparably strange situation occurred. While running, the demon monarchs began to devour the demons, tearing them apart and eating them alive. When most of the demons were devoured, the Shuras began to devour the demon kings, and then the Shura kings began to devour the Shuras. The strangest thing was that all the low-level demons seemed to have been cursed. None of them resisted, allowing the demon monarchs to tear their bodies apart, eat, and devour them alive. The demon kings behind them were devoured by the Shuras, and the Shuras did not resist. They did not even scream. "Boss, so cruel, so disgusting." Xiao Hei probed with his divine sense for a while and felt goosebumps all over his body. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. Just a last-ditch struggle. They want to use the power of the demon realm to create a few more demon supremes. Xiao Hei laughed mockingly when he heard this. Demon supremes? Or the kind of demon supremes we encountered in the planar battlefield that were forcibly enhanced? Just as well, these low-level demons don't have much energy. Let them gather all their energy together, and this great emperor can save a lot of time. These demon creatures are so sensible and hospitable. How can this great emperor let them down? 10 days. Just 10 days. The vast demon army, tens of trillions of demon creatures, were all gone, leaving only millions of demon creatures. But all of them were above the Shura king level. Then, the Shura kings began to fight. The demon monarchs also attacked. The biggest melee in the demon realm had begun. Demon creatures that reached the Shura king level had a high level of intelligence. Not a single demon powerhouse wanted to die. They all wanted to devour each other, obtain powerful energy, and evolve. In any case, the final result would be the millions of Shura kings dying, and those that survived would become demon supremes. Since it was all for the demon realm, then who could become demon supremes and wage war with the humans? It all depended on skill and luck. The cruelty of the demon realm, the cold-blooded and merciless demon creatures, all of this was vividly displayed at this moment. Often, an Azura king would tear apart another Azura king's body and chomp down on it. Then, another Azura king would take this chance to rush over and tear apart that Azura king. Then, it would chomp down on that Azura king without even chewing. What was even more terrifying was that when an Ashura king was killed, 4 or 5 Shura kings would immediately rush up and divide the Shura king's corpse. After eating, before they could even wipe off the demon blood on their mouths, these 4 or 5 Shura kings would start tearing at each other again. The war continued. Demon blood rained down and lives vanished. The smell of blood in the air became increasingly rich, and the number of demon creatures in the demon world decreased. In the vast and boundless demon world, besides the ancient and lonely aura, there was only a group of demon powerhouses in the skies, struggling for the right to survive. Of course, there were also 2 humans that came from afar, quietly watching this tragedy unfold. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. But, does this world really have to be so cruel? Yi Qinghan's eyes were no longer cold, but filled with confusion. He looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he whispered to himself, "Life has existed since ancient times. Without competition there would be no evolution. But in order to evolve, there must be competition, a cruel and brutal competition. A general's success is built upon the bones of 10,000, and the glory of a powerhouse stands upon the bones of millions. Is this the so-called way of nature, or perhaps the laws of the world?" Slowly, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly closed as if he had fallen into some sort of epiphany. Xiao He felt his blood run cold as he watched. He felt that there was something wrong with Yi Qinghan. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Yi Qinghan's body suddenly emitted rays of gentle light. On Yi Qinghan's face, Blackie saw no joy, no sorrow, no anger, no sorrow. At this moment, Yi Qinghan seemed to have turned into a Buddha. The aura on his body was enough to make people bow down to worship him. Xiao He blinked, a bit puzzled. After a moment, he stroked his hair and flung it behind him. He gave Yi Qinghan a thumbs up and said with worship, "Boss, that's boss. You can even see demons eating demons alive and gain an epiphany. Your talent is truly abnormal." Of course, compared to me, Great Emperor Xiao He, there is still a bit of a gap.